Hey guys. This is the final part of Yellow and Red Makes. Enjoy. Chapter 56. Naruto stared helplessly across to Fu, firmly in the hands of Itachi who didn't seem to be letting go anytime soon. He shook with frustration. There was nothing he could do for her, not with two powerful S-rank shinobi in the way, both of which were beyond his abilities. He controlled himself, although his balled-up fists were still shaking slightly with anger as he turned around to face Kisame. The shark-like man grinned right at him, basking in the sheer anger and hopelessness of his opponent before him. Thanks kid, you have no idea how annoying it's been to track down the Nanabi there. But what do you know, we come to check up on you and guess what? She's right there. His smiled his toothy grin, the pointed teeth that made up all the swordsman's mouth glinting in the sunlight. Naruto felt so furious and helpless, he knew no help would be coming for them, they were in a training ground after all, any signs of a fight would be passed off as a spar. If you hurt Fu I'll. Kisame's smile slowly became a low smirk as he lifted Seimata up off the ground from where he was resting on it. With a flick of his wrist the great sword burst from its wrappings, the entire length of the spiky blade revealed to the open skies. Or you'll what brat? Naruto's fists were so tightly clenched he began to feel blood drip from where his hidden claws dug into his palm, the wounds healing almost as quickly as they were made. With a deep breath to calm himself he moved a hand to rest over his thigh before he channeled chakra into the seal he had placed there, one of the earliest in his career. There was a burst of smoke and when it cleared Naruto stood firmly, holding onto the massive length of Kyuubi Kiribocho, the sever sword of Zabuza Momochi. Kisame narrowed his eyes at the sight of the massive butcher knife before an even more malicious smile spread across his features. I had heard Zabuza died a while back. Kiri's been searching for that sword high and low, Kiba too. You got them in there as well? He said it with a smirk but when Naruto just shrugged his eyes narrowed even further. I may have abandoned the swordsman the day I betrayed Kirigakure but for you to be holding that sword is a disgrace. I'll make sure you lose both hands for even thinking of touching it. Kisame chose that moment to charge at blinding speeds towards the blonde. Seimata brought back around him for a sweeping blow that Naruto only narrowly blocked by bringing the enormous sword around. It was heavy, weighing at least 80 pounds but Naruto had gone through a lot of strength training and it felt no heavier than a normal katana to him. However he was no kenjutsu master, swinging Kiba around while facing a taijutsu or even ninjutsu based opponent was one thing. Holding one of the blades of the seven swordsmen certainly did not make him one, a fact Kisame decided to drill that lesson painfully into Naruto with each crippling blow he dealt. Using his inherent speed and strength Naruto was able to block or dodge well enough, making sure that Seimata never touched his skin even once. However the difference in ability between the two was staggering. Whereas Naruto was just barely bringing the massive blade around in time Kisame was practically dancing around any pitiful attempts at a counterattack he made. Finally Kisame grew slightly irritated and using a powerful blow he pushed Seimata right through Kyuubi Kiribocho, dicing the center of the blade into many pieces. Despite having just destroyed one of its brothers the sharkskin sword was smiling insanely, tasting the air of battle and breathing in the delicious scent of Naruto's chakra so close by. Kisame had no intention of disappointing his sword and brought his blade around again before Naruto even realized his was broken. Acting on battle-honed instincts alone Naruto kicked off the ground, pushing himself up over the toothy blade even as he released his grip on Zabuza's former sword. Kisame wasn't so easily dodged though and before he even finished his swing he delivered a powerful and debilitating kick into Naruto's midsection. Naruto, unable to ground himself and defend against the attack, was launched across the training ground, creating a small trench through the earth as he landed. Kisame smiled as Naruto staggered to his feet, wiping the dirt he had collected off of his coat. He shrugged off the large red coat, it would hinder him more than help him in this fight, so that he was left in just his burnt orange shirt and mesh undershirt. Before he let the weighted jacket fall to the ground he unsealed the only thing he would need out of it for now, Hidan's large tri-bladed staff. In their fight he had found no way to break it, for now he hoped that would be true for Kisame as well. It was much lighter than Kyuubi Kiribocho so Naruto could swing it a bit more easily, which he was counting on. With a burst of speed that would be impossible with the sever sword he shot forward, almost surprising the larger, heavier man. However Kisame had one thing that no amount of training or natural ability could give you, experience. He easily brought up his sword to defend from the attack Naruto brought from his rear before swinging it around in an almost lazy arc to cut off yet another crazed, but fast blow. Naruto had no real style with the weapon, almost like Hidan he just swung it with a righteous fury, relentless in his fast and powerful attacks. However there was a reason Kisame was the top-seat swordsman of the mist once, it meant he was one of the best kenjutsu users in the elemental nations. No amount of sloppy blows could breach his well-covered guard, no matter how surprisingly fast. You couldn't even see Naruto, he was moving so quickly, delivering multiple blows to Seimata in seconds. The sword actually began to grow annoyed. Kisame did as well when he realized Seimata was unable to break the irritating weapon for some reason. Naruto quickly backed away though. He realized what he was doing was hopeless and foolhardy. Kisame was too good at Kenjutsu, and this was using more energy that Kisame needed to defend. No war of attrition could be won here, not against a man with the chakra reserves Kisame possessed. Naruto backed off, sealing away the scythe for now as he reconsidered his options. He sighed before he unsealed as many of his kunai as he could hold before scattering them across the battlefield. Despite the fearsome and powerful technique he had just unveiled, Kisame looked nothing more than amused. Hoping to catch me by surprise with the Hiraishin brat? Sorry to disappoint, but thanks to your stunt with Toby we all know about that little move. Naruto cursed. He hoped the element of surprise would at least be with him. Before he could capitalize on anything, Kisame raised a hand to his mouth in a seal that Naruto knew from his file. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame spat out thousands of gallons of water, flooding the battlefield, putting him right in his element even as the jutsu washed away the kunai Naruto had scattered, rendering his technique null. Naruto cursed again, louder this time as Kisame smirked. Quickly he empowered his legs with chakra before jumping up and overt the monstrous wave of water, landing on its surface skillfully. Kisame looked like he had another taunt, but as a veteran shinobi he knew when to take advantages and quickly pressed his hand against the water. Water style, 5 feeding sharks. 5 sharks comprised of Kisame's chakra materialized under the water, glowing a pale blue as they shot through the newly formed lake. Naruto had to dive to the side as one of them shot up and out of the water, its jaws aiming for his arm. That pushed him right into the path of another, which forced him to spring back on his hands, avoiding losing his leg this time. He dashed across the surface of the water, but as fast as he could run, the sharks could keep up, just below the flowing waters. One leapt up from the water behind him and he swiveled to punch it squarely in the nose. However, it simply dissolved before reforming again, right back underwater as it took to pursuing him like the others. Naruto narrowed his eyes even as he ran, the metaphorical cogs in his brain turning like crazy even as he whipped out a large scroll from nowhere, furiously scribbling as he ran. Kisame only laughed as he increased the chakra flow into his jutsu, making the shark speed up considerably. At the edge of the newly formed lake, Itachi watched on impassively, holding the still struggling Fu steady as he tried to see what it was Naruto was doing. Finally he was finished and altered his course, using a shark that had leapt out of the water as a stepping stone to flip himself out of the water. In midair he created a clone before throwing him the scroll. Both landed back on the surface, splitting off in different directions. Immediately the first Naruto charged up a Rasengan in his hand, reminding himself to finish the training so that he could do it without clutching his wrist. Kisame once again smirked as he finally released the shark jutsu, standing up again as he grabbed Seimata off his back. Swirling chakra vortex met sentient sword as an awful grinding sound could be heard. Unfortunately the Rasengan didn't do much before the spiny sword drank it in, growing larger as it did so. Kisame could only grin as he thrust his blade forward, intent on raking the blonde's chest apart, only to see the Naruto in front of him burst into smoke. He whirled, expecting an attack that never came. However, when he looked around for the real Naruto he couldn't see him, at least until he spotted the bubbles pop on the surface of the water. He looked down to see Naruto furiously swimming downwards, scroll in his mouth as he kicked and thrashed furiously to increase his pace. The kid's a moron, he actually went underwater. Without wasting much time, Kisame bent down again and placed his hand against the surface, quickly reforming the sharks again. The school chased after Naruto as he swam lower and lower into the water, his bubbles of breath becoming fewer and further between. As it was, he hadn't left himself enough time to actually swim back out again before he would pass out. With the chakra constructs right behind him, he gave one last oxygen-deprived kick before his hand touched the floor. Quickly he unsealed the scroll and pressed it firmly into the floor before passing chakra through it. His vision was blurring from the lack of air, but his eyes crinkled into a smirk as the water around the scroll began to warp and swirl. He watched through closing eyes as the entirety of the lake began to drain into the special sealing scroll he had made, sharks included. Soon he was allowed to flop to the floor on a very soggy training ground as Kisame simply seethed, not liking that he had lost his element in this fight. "What the hell did you do, brat?" Naruto weakly got to his feet, drinking in the air like it was sake and he could get drunk. He chuckled, regaining his strength slowly as his muscles began to receive oxygen again, the damage done being quickly repaired. "I made a sealing scroll, made it extra big and removed the restrictions for sealing one object at a time. I call it the plughole seal. He laughed weakly at the joke before being thrown across the field by Kisume's punch. He impacted into a tree before woozily getting to his feet. He just managed to flit to a nearby kunai that hadn't been washed too far away before Kisume could repeat the movement with his sword. He was just so outclassed in this fight it wasn't even funny. He could only watch as Kisume came barreling down on him, sword up and at the ready to rip a limb off. What he wasn't expecting was for the sword to suddenly impact with a massive wall of sand, quickly intercepting the blow. Seimata still sunk through, but it was slowed long enough for a set of arms to wrap around Naruto before taking off with him. He was set down on the branch of a nearby tree only so that he could look up at the softly smiling face of Gaara. Without saying a word, his friend stood up and disappeared down to the field in a swirl of sand, standing before Kisume fearlessly. "Hey, I remember you, sand brat. Seimata does too, and he's been waiting so long for another taste of your chakra." Gaara remained silent, his arms crossed over his chest as they always were unless necessity called for him to move. He knew this would be a hard fight, but the man before him had hurt Naruto. Gaara would not let that stand. "Itachi, you maybe wanna hop in here? Deal with the Kyuubi maybe?" The Sharingan user coldly turned to the shark-like man, his eyes spinning impassively. "I believe I will let you handle this, Kisume. Is this not the fight you have been talking about for over 2 years now?" Kisume narrowed his eyes at his so-called partner. He was just scared after what the Kyuubi had done to him last time. Grimacing, he turned back to Gaara, the stoic sand user still not having moved in this time. "I hope you have something new for me this time, kid. If I remember right, your ultimate defense didn't like Seimata's bite all that much." If he was hoping for a reaction from the young Kazekage, he was disappointed. As it was, he simply raised his sword and charged the boy. Like he predicted, the swing was met by sand, and like he also predicted, the chakra holding the sand together was quickly absorbed, letting it fall uselessly to the ground. "I hope you have better than that, kid. At this rate you're not going to have enough sand left to cover a senbone." Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly as his arms became unfolded, an action not many people had lived to see in a fight with him. "I am Gaara no Subaku, God, I'm Kazekage of Sunagakur. The sands are my home and my protector. Where I go, the desert follows." And like that, an enormous explosion of sand erupted from Gaara's body as the many, many seals that littered his body poured out their contents. The clearing was very quickly transformed into a miniature desert, much in the same way as Kisume's own jutsu had shifted the environment in his favor before. However, this was slightly different as all of this sand was infused with Gaara's chakra, not just the usual amount in his gourd. "Seals are rather useful, are they not?" Kisume scowled as a tentacle of sand burst up from under him, attempting to wrap around his neck and choke him. It was swiftly cut down, but not before 3 more took its place like the mythical Hydra. On all sides, Kisume was forced to dodge and block as arm-like whips of sand threatened to dice him apart or push him under where he could be crushed. Gaara had returned his arms to their natural place as he directed the sand with nothing but thoughts, transmitting his very will through every grain that was still connected to him by chakra. Kisume was actually finding himself quite hard-pressed all of a sudden. Despite his sword devouring the chakra in the sand, it still maintained its momentum when it struck. He was lucky that the sand was relatively light, or the blows might have begun to get serious. Of course, he only jinxed himself with that thought. Immediately the ground around him erupted on itself as yellow was replaced by deadly black. Realizing the danger he was in, he flung himself back before the prison of iron sand collapsed on where he had been standing. Gaara now stood with his hand outstretched, having to exert himself more to manipulate the complex magnetic fields around the iron sand he attempted to control. Far from his fight with Sasori, his skill at manipulating the deadly black cloud had increased dramatically as he dedicated the past months to training in it and it alone. While he still had to strain slightly, the cost on his chakra was reduced and his ability to control the sand had dramatically increased, especially considering he wasn't fighting against another magnet release user. He wasted no time in turning the newly mobile iron sand around and assaulting Kisume with it, the attacks now coming in with much more force than before as he heard them screech against the blade. With one hand he manipulated the deadly black cloud while the other hung to his side, only slightly twitching back and forth in what could be described as minute hand movements. Kisume was growing increasingly aggravated, throwing his sword around more wildly to end the sand that tried to crash into him. It was like he was fighting against the third Kazekage himself, only as a Jinchuriki that also could control the sands to defend himself. Kisume grew tired of being put on the defensive, but when he tried to create a seal-less water clone, he found there to be no available water to use. Gaara's impromptu desert sucked all the moisture from the air. Even now Kisume felt the dry heat begin to affect him while Gaara remained unchanged. The attacks continued relentlessly from all sides, most of the time from multiple directions at once. For the first time in a long time, Kisame found himself genuinely exerting himself in a fight, one that he was actually finding difficult. His face set into a grim and determined mask, one that had only ever adorned his face in his old spars with his fellow swordsmen. His cocky attitude was gone as his feet naturally assumed a stance that he hadn't used in years, although he still trained it to perfection. Suddenly the swings of his sword grew faster, more controlled, and not a single grain of sand, iron or not, came within 3 feet of him. His eyes narrowed as he continued to defend against the relentless assault, actually seething with anger at having to assume his old style. He began moving forward, still blocking or cutting down any and all attacks that came near him while picking up speed. The sand at his feet tried to wrap around him, but he either swung his blade down to get rid of it or applied chakra to his feet to quickly jump out of the way. Gaara still hadn't moved for the entirety of the fight and didn't look like he was even going to attempt to dodge the attack that was now coming for him. Kisame slashed his blade down one more time, cutting right through the automatic defense as if it weren't even there. Finally he allowed a smirk to grace his lips as his teeth set back into a toothy grin, only to vanish as he felt a stinging sensation through his back. The Kazekage in front of him disintegrated, slowly as to mock him even further for his critical error. He turned with a snarl only to receive a similar sting on his chest, the blow coming faster than he could follow it. He looked down, surprised to find a large gash across the front of his robes, slowly leaking blood in large rivulets. He blinked a few times before looking across at Gaara, still in that same pose, staring impassively. Gold dust, 1,000 phantom blades. He saw a flash of gold and felt his grip on his sword loosen. He looked down to see a similar slash now adorning his arm, before he received yet another to his leg. Quickly his entire body was littered with tiny, inconsequential cuts that alone he could have completely ignored. However, now the blood ran down every part of his body, weakening him as he dropped to a knee, his muscles sluggish and unresponsive. He felt Saimata shift in his hand, but already he couldn't properly close his hand around the mighty blade. The sharkskin sword dropped to the sand, which Gaara made sure was free of his chakra so that it wouldn't grow any more powerful. Kisame tried to struggle to his feet, but the gold dust hadn't stopped yet. The fine powder, moving so fast that it was nothing more than a flash of light, cut his body to shreds. Breathing became difficult as his vision began to swim. His mind was refusing to give up until the end, but it had lost all power over his body. His hand twitched as he made a last-ditch attempt to reach for his sword, currently the only thing that could save him. Saimata. He was only met with another flash of gold before he knew darkness. Gaara watched that mighty swordsman drop to the sand, lifeless and immobile. He wasn't the only one watching. Saimata cried out in sorrow for its fallen master, its wail reaching the ears of everybody nearby. Gaara looked around, surprised that Itachi had done nothing to help his dying companion, looked at him across the desert he had created. Naruto dropped down to his side out of nowhere, looked better but not fully recovered. He bent down, sliding Kisame's ring from his ringer before sliding it onto his left hand before looking across at Itachi. In a flurry of crows, the black-haired man appeared in front of them, a knocked-out Fu dangling over his shoulder like a sack of vegetables. Naruto just snarled at him, hoping he still had enough in him to help Gaara take the man down, knowing he wouldn't be foolish enough to try at Tsukuyomi on them again. Give Fu back. To their shock, the young Uchiha prodigy simply nodded, dropping the mint-haired girl down to the sands. They rose up to meet her before carrying her over to where Gaara and Naruto were standing. Naruto narrowed his eyes, wondering what Itachi was planning as he searched the man's face for deceit, staying away from his eyes. He watched as he rose up, one hand making both boys tense in anticipation of an attack. However, the man only slipped off the ring on his finger before gently setting it on the ground. The end of the Akatsuki is coming soon. I would prefer to be alive to see it. It is not your place to kill me, as that right belongs to my brother and him alone. Only he can cleanse my soul of the many atrocities I have committed. After this day we shall never see one another again. Do not come looking for me. And without anything more needed to be said, he disappeared as his body dissolved into a murder of crows, each taking off in a different direction. Naruto stood still for another few moments, expecting the surprise attack that never came. Itachi was true to his word and had vanished completely. After a few more moments of hesitation, Naruto crept over to the ring and picked it up, not sure what to expect. He turned the red ring around in his hands. It reflected the light in the sun for a moment before he slipped it next to Kisame's. Only 4 of his fingers remained empty, 4 more Akatsuki to kill. He turned to Gaara with a confused expression, and the sand wielder merely shrugged. Sighing because he didn't understand what was going on, he walked over to where Fu lay peacefully on the sand. He checked her over for any sign of injury, but it seemed Itachi had knocked her out with a powerful genjutsu, knowing Chome she would be waking in only a few minutes. He stood up, walking over to Kisume's body again before calmly examining the man. His eye was drawn to the immense sword that had fallen to his side. He reached down to pick it up by the hilt only to pull his hand back before spikes could impale his palm. He looked down at the sword curiously, even as he could feel it snarling at him in anger. He sighed before went about sealing the sword away. For once he would return the blade to Kiri, knowing that he would never be able to wield it. He looked around the battlefield one last time before Gaara returned the sands to his body, making sure to grab the remains of Kyuubi Kiribocho and hauling Fu into his arms. Can't get a normal day, can we? Naruto and Gaara made their way through the streets of Konoha, now slowly emptying of people as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Worryingly, Fu had not woken from her position in Naruto's arms, but she stirred ever so often, so he assumed she was merely asleep. He would let her sleep for now, but first thing in the morning he would be checking to make sure Itachi didn't do anything to her. He returned his attention to the street they were walking down, absently noting the few stalls and vendors closing down for the night before he turned his head to face his friend. "How did you find us and how did you know we were in trouble?" Gaara cracked a small smile as he continued to walk on down the street, not breaking stride for a moment. "It was getting too quiet. That meant you were either with Tayuya or in trouble. Seeing as Tayuya was with my wife, I made the next logical assumption." He smirked again even as Naruto pouted at the way he said it. "As for finding you, don't think that you are the only one of us who keeps a tabs on their friends." He motioned to the general area of the seal Naruto had placed on him unknowingly before plucking a single grain of sand off of Naruto's coat with a smile. "I'm not always in trouble." Gaara just stared at him in bemusement. "Not when you have your friends to get you out of it, no." Naruto pouted again, but it quickly dissolved into a tired smile. His body still ached from trying to fight Kisame and his lungs burned from oxygen deprivation despite all Kurama was doing to heal them. "So what do we do now?" "Akatsuki is down to 4 members, Tobi, Zetsu, Konan, and Pain. Should we try and go after them?" Gaara seemed thoughtful even though his expression didn't change. Naruto had learned how to read the subtle movements in his friend's eyes that told him more than any words could express. "No, they are weakened right now. At best they will draw back to recuperate and lick their wounds, at worst they will attempt something foolish and draw attention to themselves. That either gives us time or an opportunity, both of which are welcome. We will continue to do as we have been doing, waiting, training, and preparing. Sooner or later they will have to come to us." Naruto nodded grimly. He didn't really like the idea of just letting Akatsuki recover, but really there wasn't all that much they could do about it. Beyond physical descriptions and somewhat limited knowledge of their abilities, both non-existent in the case of Pain and apparently Tobi now, they still knew next to nothing about the organization itself. They did not know its origins, its purpose, or even where they were based, all of which could become critical information in the future. For now all they really could do was wait for them to try something and retaliate in turn. When they reached the hotel, he gently laid Fu down in her bed, smiling as he pulled the covers up over her sleeping form. He knew that she loved sleeping next to him, but with Tayuya back in his life he knew the girl he loved took priority, even if they were both the 2 most precious people to him. He crept out of the room silently before walking across the corridor to his own room, having already said goodnight to Gaara on the way in. He snuck in, noting that the curtains were all drawn and the scent of dinner was slowly fading, which meant Tayuya had been in. He peered around the doorway to the bedroom and sure enough she was sitting on the bed, reading through a scroll. She enjoyed looking through various sheet music in her alone time, however like Fuinjutsu to her, Naruto couldn't make sense of any of the seemingly random scribbles that danced across the pages on the strange bar-like lines. It didn't take her long to spot Naruto's rather obvious blonde hair poking around the door, and she quickly set the scroll away. "Hey shithead, how was your day with little Minty?" Naruto chuckled at the nickname as he walked further into the room, setting himself down on the bed next to her as she naturally snuggled up into his side. "Eventful." She quirked an eyebrow before she noticed the new rings now adorning his previously empty left hand. Her eyes began to worry, but Naruto was obviously safe, and if something had happened to Fu he wouldn't be managing a smile right now. Suddenly a pout made itself known on her lips as she crossed her arms over her chest in a huff. "You got another 2 Akatsuki, didn't you?" Naruto also raised an eyebrow, chuckling again at her tone. "You make that sound like it's a bad thing?" Tayuya just grumbled to herself even as she pulled herself closer to the warm blonde next to her. "You have all the fun, I only got one of them and I had to share him with 2 other girls." Naruto was actually attempting to hold back his laughter, just the fact that Tayuya could be petulant that she didn't get to face an incredibly dangerous enemy warmed him. He pulled her closer into his arms as they both began to slide down the headboard, getting into a more comfortable position on the bed. "Fine then, I promise that the next one we face I'll leave to you." Tayuya just smiled happily before planning a surprising kiss on Naruto's lips and falling back into her previous position. Good. Naruto just smiled warmly before he let the exhaustion from the day finally catch up to him, quickly sending him into a light, but peaceful sleep. Chapter 57. For once there was rather lively conversation as the small group hopped through the trees, taking it rather slow compared with the speeds they were able to move. Fu and Tayuya were chatting towards the back of the group, talking about inane things that they couldn't really discuss with Naruto. Gaara led the group, remaining quiet as a few things swirled around his mind, just waiting for his focus. Naruto bounced over the tree branches next to Mitsuri, wanting to know more about her seeing as they hadn't really spoke all that much since he came back. So how come you weren't on a Junon team? Naruto had been curious about this. He knew Mitsuri was still a Junon, so he wondered where her team was. Before we got engaged I was Gaara's apprentice. He picked me, or rather I picked him, straight from the academy. Usually that only happens to the best ninja in the academy. I still don't know why he took me on. Naruto just smiled. He could sense some insecurity from the girl. Maybe he just saw something in you, potential that he just needed to coax out. Mitsuri offered a kind smile in return, but it was obvious she doubted her own words. Maybe, but 2 years later and I'm still a Junon, she chuckled to herself as she looked ahead at Gaara, who was lost in thought. How ironic, right? A Junon engaged to the Kazekage. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder even as they continued to hop. Have you taken the Chunin exams? Mitsuri shook her head slowly. Because I'm not in a team I haven't been eligible for the ones in Konoha. The one in Kumo was right after my graduation and the one in Iwa we can't go to because of our alliance with Konoha. Naruto nodded in understanding. This year is sooner, right? Mitsuri nodded. Then I'm sure you'll breeze past them, make Gaara proud. Mitsuri offered another weak smile. And if you need training and I'm around just ask and I'd be happy to help. Mitsuri nodded and Naruto let up on his questions. He was beginning to sound like an interrogator. He let her leap ahead to where Gaara was, letting the two fiancés have some time together after everything that had happened in the leaf. The sight of them together got him thinking as he glanced back at Tayuya, wondering if they would be ready for something like that. They loved each other. Naruto would die to protect her. He didn't really see any reason he couldn't propose, but even so, it still felt too early. With everything that had been happening since he got back, they hadn't had much time together. They hadn't even really been on a single real date in their entire relationship, nothing that would count anyway. He chuckled, now knowing what he would be doing when he got back to the village. Naruto turned to look at his redhead girlfriend again but managed to catch a flash of orange and black out of the periphery of his vision. Hold up. He put up a hand that told everybody to stop on the branch they had been standing on as Naruto quickly looked in the direction he had seen the blur. He peered closer but couldn't see anything. He tried to sniff them out but all he got were the general smells of the forest. Leaping over to where he thought he saw whatever it was, he still couldn't see anything, at least no tracks or telltale signs that anybody had been following them. Tayuya jumped over to where he was, landing quietly as she too peered out into the darkening forest. What did you see? Naruto narrowed his eyes, but even as they flashed red for a moment he couldn't see anything at all. Nothing, it was nothing. Come on, it's getting dark, we should try to cover more ground before setting up camp. Tayuya nodded uncertainly, looking at Naruto oddly as he returned to the branch he had been standing on previously before the group set off again. They continued on as they had previously, with somewhat animated conversation and a few laughs as Tayuya or Mitsuri would make a funny observation. Naruto, however, was uncharacteristically quiet. Every so often he would catch another glimpse of that strange orange and black blur, only for it to vanish if he turned to look at it. He knew he should have probably told the rest of the group, but he couldn't shake the feeling something was off about it. His eye were sharp, his nose even more so. If someone was trailing them he would be able to smell them. Nothing was hidden from his nose. It made him consider the fact he might be under a genjutsu of some sort. It would have to be a powerful one to get past Kurama's notice. Not wanting to alert their pursuer if it was a genjutsu, he decided not to flare his chakra. Instead he allowed just a trace amount of Kyuubi's chakra into his system. He had found out a while ago that to break most genjutsu he only had to disrupt his chakra network, which is what injuring yourself or sending a pulse through your system would normally do. However, his way was less noticeable, was more effective, and didn't involve sticking himself in the leg with a kunai, which was a plus. However, this had no noticeable effects on his surrounding, bar a few of the more chakra-sensitive creatures scampering away from him. He narrowed his eyes as he continued on, for once actually hoping he was seeing things. Unfortunately he knew that couldn't be true as he caught the blur again. However, this time he reacted as fast as he could, launching a kunai towards it without even fully looking. When he did turn, all he saw was his kunai embedded into the wood of a tree. The whole group stopped when they heard the dull thud of a kunai, all of them going on high alert until they saw it was Naruto who had thrown it. He moved over to pull the kunai out of the tree and narrowed his eye as he noted there wasn't any hint it had hit anything but the tree. He wasn't one to brag, but his aim was impeccable and his speed was unmatched. If he had intended to hit something, and there was something there to hit, he would have hit it. Tayuya once again joined him on the branch, this time followed by Fu, who looked up at him with worry. "Is everything okay, Onisan?" He smiled as convincingly as he could, pushing his current worries to the back of his mind for now. "It's nothing, Emoto, just thought I saw something is all." Fu nodded with a frown, knowing that her brother wasn't the type to see things or react without reason. "Ha, finally losing your marbles, shithead?" Naruto sent Tayuya a cheeky grin as Gaara and Matsuri joined them. It's more surprising it didn't happen sooner. He got a laugh from Tayuya as Gaara looked around, trying to see what it was that had Naruto so agitated. "Yes, even so it would be probably wise to start setting up camp. We are all tired and as time passes we are more likely to make mistakes." Everybody just nodded, even Naruto surprisingly. He was usually the last to admit he needed to stop. Maybe he was just tired? Naruto had to go with that. It at least meant he wasn't crazy, paranoid or seeing things. He didn't particularly like the idea of turning into the generic idea of what people thought a Jinchuriki to be. They pulled over as soon as they found a suitable clearing, setting up the tents as quickly as they could. Most would think it strange that the Kazekage would be content, actually more than they would think, with sleeping out in a mere tent. In actuality, it always brought him back to the simpler days of his younger shinobi career when it was just him, Tayuya and Naruto. Of course back then he was mostly alone in the tent as those two were always snuggled up together. Honestly, sometimes he just couldn't understand why it had taken so long for them to get together. Naruto offered to take the watch that night. Like Fu, he really didn't have to sleep all that long, it was just how his body was programmed. However, just because he didn't have to didn't mean he couldn't enjoy a good lie-in, especially with his red bundle of comfort sleeping next to him. He smiled at the thought as he glanced around at the warmly lit tent where he was certain Tayuya was already fast asleep. She had once tried to stay up with him as a sort of romantic gesture. It didn't really turn out all that great. She was asleep in his arms after 10 minutes. He returned his attention to the forest around them. There were a few shadow clones nearby that would dispel if anybody came too close, warning him. He was waiting for a good hour before one of them did just that, the flood of memories shocking him out of the semi-lucid state he always had while guarding. In the eye of his clone he saw that familiar flash of orange and black as his mouth turned into a frown. It was on the very outskirts of the border he had set up, so he tried to ignore it, hoping it was nothing. However, less than a minute later another clone dispelled, this time on the other side of the camp. Again he saw that same blur of orange and black. Fearing that they were surrounded as it would take incredible speed for one man to reach both ends of his perimeter, he stood up, reaching out with what senses he could for the intruders. He felt nothing, which put him on serious high alert. It was impossible to put his clones under a genjutsu, that much he knew for certain with Tayuya's help, so there was definitely something out there, something he couldn't sense. "Hi there." Naruto spun around as fast as his body would let him, rather giving him the appearance of facing one way in 1 second and the opposite way in another without moving. He immediately scowled as he stared at the damn spiral mask of Toby. He immediately launched more than a fair few kunai at the man. He continued to stare with critical eyes as the kunai passed right through him, leaving the masked man rather nonplussed. The same thing had happened at the cage meeting, so he wasn't all that surprised, more annoyed. "Aw, that wasn't very nice," and when Toby came to say hello as well, Naruto continued to stare at him with narrowed eyes, analyzing anything he could about him. His first instinct was that this was a normal clone, however they weren't able to speak and he could lightly smell them. This man, on the other hand, he didn't exist, at least, that would be what he would believe if his eyes weren't showing him exactly this. "What do you want?" He kept his voice neutral, not wanting to set up a fight when he still knew so little about him or his abilities. For the Akatsuki to either be considering him or have actually let him in, he must be powerful. That strange intangibility and his near invisibility to his senses would have told him that anyway. Toby for his part just cocked a head to the side, much like a dog, and flopped to the floor, surprising the blonde at the almost childish display of immaturity. "Toby wants to talk with Namikaze-sama." Naruto's eyes narrowed even further if that was possible. He wondered how the man had known about his heritage so soon when only the cage were privy to that information. He had also mentioned something about his father before, possibly using the Hiraishin on him. The fact he was still here today only spoke more of his danger. "Who are you?" He didn't know how, but he somehow could tell that Toby was smiling under his mask, goofily too. I'm Toby, the bestest Akatsuki member ever. Except for leader Sama, of course. Naruto, though wary, decided that the man in front of him currently posed no harm. It wasn't like he could attack him anyway, and if the masked man tried anything, he had a few Fuijin no Iki seals dotted around the area. He carefully sat down on the floor, a good 15 feet from the robed man in front of him, earning him another concealed smile. So what did you want to talk about? Toby was staring almost absently off into the trees, apparently watching a fly that had flown too close to his head before turning to Naruto's voice. Toby was bored. Nobody in the Akatsuki is any fun. Zetsu-senpai is always grumpy, except for White Zetsu, he's fun sometimes. Konan-chan is quiet, very quiet, like talking to a piece of paper. He suddenly erupted into a fit of giggles at his own little joke as he rolled back on the floor, laughing madly. Naruto casually threw a kunai at him, watching as it passed right through the man like nothing. Toby didn't even seem to notice that Naruto had tried to take advantage of a possibly vulnerable moment. He sat back up, looking like he was wiping tears from his eyes, even though he had a mask on his face blocking him from doing just that. He looked around again, then down at the kunai behind him before back to the blonde, seemingly unconcerned. Naruto just shrugged before leaning back on his own hands, although his body was still tense to react to anything. So what about your leader? He had to ask, more because he hated not knowing anything about his enemy or possibly his opponent one day. That would be telling, and Zetsu-senpai always tells Toby that telling is bad for the Akatsuki. Naruto sighed. The childish way the man spoke was starting to grate on his nerves a bit. He wasn't saying that the cold demeanor of his usual opponents was better though. What Akatsuki? You only have 4 members left, or haven't you noticed? He raised up his hands for a moment, clearly displaying the rings that still adorned his fingers. He had at first only intended it as a type of threat, but he had actually found that removing the rings proved exceptionally difficult. He knew it was possible, Itachi had done it after all, but it wasn't a major concern for now and would deal with it later. Toby still held that invisible grin as he only casually looked over the rings, before his own bare hands. Toby still thinks stealing is wrong, Namikaze-san. It means that Toby doesn't get a ring unless we go get the one snaky man stole as well. And you miscounted, Leader Sama is way more powerful than us, he's worth like 6 people. He once again burst into a fit of laughter, apparently at some kind of inside joke only he was privy to. Naruto filed away the information that Orochimaru had one of the Akatsuki rings for later, intending to bring it up with Jiraiya when or if he next saw him. Namikaze-san looks just like his dad, except for those whiskers. Naruto narrowed his eyes again. He didn't like the way Toby just casually talked about his father. What do you know about my father? Toby bounced to his feet, surprising Naruto, who was up in a flash, kunai in hand, as he relaxed into a fighting stance. Toby simply waved merrily as the air around him began to warp strangely. Sorry Namikaze-san, maybe another time. The strange vortex that formed around him proceeded to consume his body until just as I was left, then it too vanished. However, Naruto could only smirk. Right at the end, as the man was disappearing, he smelt him. It was fleeting and may have been anything, but he was certain he could smell the man right before he activated that strange technique. 4 minutes, 42 seconds. Huh? Naruto spun only to see Tayuya blearily rubbing her eyes as she walked over. What's 4 minutes and 42 seconds? Naruto just waved a hand before he wrapped an arm around her shoulder, noticing her slight shiver from the cold air. Nothing, just an idea I had. He wasn't sure why, but he felt that keeping his and Toby's brief conversation quiet was best for now. Tayuya just observed him strangely but didn't say anything, too tired to care. Come on shithead, Mitsuri has the next watch and I missed my pillow. He just nodded before letting her lead him by the arm with a smile. He sent one last curious look out into the forest before his attentions were filled by flawless skin and vibrant red hair. The next day continued much in the same way. The 3 of them would travel through fire country at a sedate pace, for shinobi anyway, while chatting idly. However, whenever Naruto would separate from the group for whatever reason, scouting or needed to the toilet or anything else, he would get a friendly visit from Toby. In every case he never sensed or felt the man approaching, he would simply appear before him. Likewise, in every case the man would just talk into his ear inanely while never actually revealing anything remotely useful about the Akatsuki. Despite the seemingly moronic mask he wore, and not the literal one, he proved to actually be quite cunning, subverting or diverting all of Naruto's questions with more inane ramblings. It led Naruto to believe that Toby was actually hiding something. Well, he obviously was being in the Akatsuki, but he thought it was more in the way he had been acting. It just didn't add up. Whenever they would talk he would play the fool, However, despite Naruto being unable to see his eye, he could still feel the man sizing him up. Naruto didn't let anything slip about his abilities, even though he already believed Akatsuki knew most of it anyway. However, the idea that this man could be around him without Naruto even realizing worried him. At least one good thing came from their chats, apart from the slight amusement Naruto would get from his sometimes overly idiotic moves. Their conversations never lasted longer than 5 minutes, Naruto counted each time, even when Naruto gave the man the opportunity to talk longer. It reinforced his earlier assumption the man could only keep up his odd intangibility for so long, and that would be useful information. Likewise, every time the man would leave via that strange vortex-like ability, he would suddenly appear in Naruto's senses again, also leading him to believe he had to become tangible to activate it. Toby didn't even realize just how much he was giving away to Naruto, but like many of his previous enemies, he would come to regret underestimating his shrewdness. They were jumping through the trees, Naruto and Tayuya taking up the rear while both were usually quiet to one another. Naruto was thinking about the latest challenge Toby posed, while Tayuya was wondering why Naruto seemed quite distant since yesterday. He would talk when asked anything, in his usual carefree way, but he wasn't starting any conversation like he usually did. "Hey Tayuya." Hey, surprise must have been evident as he smirked when he turned to look at her. "What?" Naruto kept hopping over a few branches as they ran, thinking of the right way to phrase it. How would you fight somebody who could turn themselves completely intangible, but could only do it for a certain amount of time? Tayuya looked at him strangely, wondering where this had come from all of a sudden. However, she pondered the question nonetheless. "I guess I would force them into a situation where they would have to maintain it for longer, then when they came out I could deal some damage." Naruto frowned and nodded absently, apparently returning to his own musings. He had thought the same thing. "Why?" Naruto seemed to ignore her, instead countering her question with another. "What do you know about the other member of the Akatsuki, Toby?" Tayuya again looked at him strangely, narrowing her eyes in confusion at the strange questions. Not a lot. He would mostly stick near Zetsu or Datara before he bit the big one. I didn't really see any of his abilities, and I never got a good look at his face because of the mask he always wore." Naruto nodded again, his frown deepening as he turned his attention back to the path through the branches ahead. "Why? Did something happen, Naruto?" He waved a hand, warding off her question with a gesture. "It's nothing important." Tayuya scowled as she suddenly leapt ahead of him, blocking his path as she looked him right in the eyes. "Hey shithead, what did we say about you blocking me out? Something obviously fucking happened, or you would be asking these weird-ass questions." Naruto stopped in front of her, his features going from neutral to guarded before settling on resigned. "Okay, I'm sorry Tayuya, but for some reason I just thought it would be best not to say anything." Tayuya cocked her head in confusion but waited for him to continue. "Yesterday, when I was out on guard, Toby appeared next to me." Tayuya raised an eyebrow, wondering why either Naruto or Toby weren't dead already, but as he continued to explain what happened, her face switched from intrigue to surprise to confusion before finally a simple frown. "How can somebody just make their body intangible, and why wouldn't they just sink through the floor?" Naruto raised his eyebrows. He honestly hadn't considered that. His first reaction was that the ability somehow kept him levitated, but Toby walked like he was real. He even fell to the ground. I have no idea." Tayuya's frown deepened like Naruto's had earlier as they both tried to puzzle out the enigma that was Toby. Quickly they realized the group had moved ahead and put on a burst of speed to catch up, both of them now lost in thought. Mainly about how to beat an enemy you couldn't even touch. The Suna gates were a welcome sight to everybody that had taken the hostile journey through the desert. While for them it was easier than for most, it was still a harsh and bleak environment to travel through, usually stamping out most conversations. Tayuya sometimes joked that it was because the ice didn't need breaking, it was already vapor. While Naruto's smaller wind jutsu were useful for warding off the heat, nothing beat entering the shadow of the mighty walls, and everybody, no exceptions, sighed in relief. They all started to part at the gate, but Gaara quickly put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Can I speak to you in my office, please?" Naruto suddenly had the greatest sense of déjà vu ever as he remembered his academy days, but shrugged it off. He looked at Tayuya, who seemed a little annoyed that their alone time would have to be delayed, but she shrugged and sighed. "Come on Fu, I'm going to show you the best Dengo place in all of Suna." The younger girl just smiled as Tayuya walked off with her, hand in hand. The redhead looked back over her shoulder at Naruto before giving him a cheeky wink and returning her attention to the younger girl at her side. Naruto smiled at the scene before looking over at Gaara. "What did you want to talk about?" Gaara shook his head and started walking back to the Kazekage Tower. He was certain there would be a pile of paperwork the size of him waiting on his desk, but it could wait a little bit. That was what shadow clones were for in his opinion. Not here, in my office. Naruto just shrugged and grabbed Gaara by the shoulder before the sand wielder felt an odd tingling sensation and they both disappeared from view. When they flashed into Gaara's office courtesy of the seal Naruto had left there, he just looked around curiously with his brow raised questioningly. Fascinating, when did you place a seal in here? Naruto just shrugged, he couldn't honestly remember, only that he knew where each seal he placed was. Gaara looked around and sure enough there was an enormous pile of loose papers and documents waiting for him on his desk, as if mocking him. With a sigh he put his hands in a seal, letting the other 3 Gaara clones he summoned take care of it before he got annoyed and decided to shred it with a whole lot of sand. He moved over, sitting behind his desk as he sighed into the comfortable leather, earning a scowl from Naruto, knowing Gaara only did it to annoy him. After all, it had once been his aspiration to be the Hokage, as likely as that was now, which it wasn't. So what did you want to talk about? Gaara just nodded, his face turning to what Naruto had dubbed Kazekage mode. There wasn't that much of a shift in his attitude, but he held an overall greater sense of importance and power, as well as seriousness. He casually reached into a drawer on his desk and removed a Jounin flak jacket before casually tossing it over to Naruto. The blonde just stared at it for a moment incredulously before narrowing his eyes at his longtime friend. What's this? Gaara let up on his mask for a moment to let slip a small smile. You earned it. I know you didn't take the Jounin exams, but consider it a field promotion. I'm allowed to give those. He looked thoughtful for a minute, I think. Naruto's sweat dropped as he continued to stare at the jacket questioningly. I believe it only qualifies under extenuating circumstances. However, I believe that the successful incapacitation of numerous S-ranked criminals, as well as the fact you are a Jinchuriki and have mastered 3 S-ranked jutsu counts. Naruto still didn't seem to be sure and Gaara only sighed as he leant forward in the desk. Naruto, at 16 this would also make you the youngest Jounin to ever be produced in the village hidden in the sand, as well as the youngest ever promoted in peacetime in all the elemental nations. Naruto seemed to perk up at that as he stared at the flak jacket, unable to tear his eyes away from it. But what if I'm not ready, or if I don't deserve it? Gaara could only smile at that. Naruto really was too humble for his own good. Don't you think as Kazekage that decision is up to me? If I say you deserve it then you do, understand? He had hardened his voice, becoming every bit the Kazekage that almost 3 years with the job had made him into. Naruto subconsciously stood a little straighter, finally tearing his eyes from the dark brown jacket to look his friend in the eye with a weak smile. Thank you Kazekage-sama. Gaara scowled at the name but he let it slide, knowing that Naruto was uncertain right now. Anyway, imagine how jealous Tayuya is going to feel. Naruto smirked at this as a shit-eating grin made its way onto his face as he quickly shrugged off his coat, followed by the Chunin flak jacket underneath it. He held the Jounin jacket hesitantly for another moment before almost reverently pulling it on, startled at how much more comfortable it was than its lower-ranking counterpart. Finally he slipped his coat back on. On the outside his appearance didn't change all that much. He was standing taller and he now seemed to exude an air of confidence. Now I should inform you that with the rank of Jounin you have new responsibilities. Naruto would have groaned at that word but he was still rather caught up in the promotion to complain. You are now eligible to take on solo A-ranked missions as well as an S-ranked one with a team. You are also now able to apply for the Onbu and all the perks that come with the position, although I would advise waiting until you have more experience with some missions. He smirked a little as he looked his friend right in the eye. You are also now obligated to take on a Jonin team or an apprentice as their Jounin sensei within a year. Unless we enter war, then you will be forced to take them on sooner. Naruto frowned. He still had so much in his life to sort out before he could start thinking about training others. Then again he had trained Fu and she was technically still a Jonin. Maybe he could just take her on as an apprentice. Then again she would probably enter the Chunin exams that were coming up, so he threw that plan out of the window. What about the Akatsuki, or Orochimaru? Gaara sighed. He knew Naruto's life was, in a word, a mess right now, but those were the rules and responsibilities that came with the rank. Like I said, you have a year to get acquainted with your rank and responsibilities. Hopefully you will be better prepared by then. Naruto just nodded with a frown before his face lit up. Well then, I gotta go tell Tayuya, she's gonna be so jealous. With that he promptly vanished from the room, which might have shocked Gaara if he hadn't known Naruto for as long as he had. He swiveled on his chair, looking out at his village as the afternoon sun made the sand sparkle. He eased his face into a smile as he thought about everything that was to come before the speaker on his desk blared to life. Kazekage-sama, now that you're back you have a meeting with the education representative and a full report waiting for you from the Onbu captain. You also have to talk to the zoning commission about your suggested extensions to the village. After that, Gaara sighed deeply as he let his head drop to the desk. He already missed fighting S-rank shinobi. Chapter 58. Naruto hopped happily over the rooftops of Sunagakure, basking in the familiarity that permeated the air of his home. It didn't take him long to find Tayuya. There was only one place she would go when in the mood for those delicious dumplings, Kushi Dengo. A stand that she proclaimed to be the best purveyor of food in all the elemental nations, a compliment the owners took in stride. He ducked under the flaps of the stall, nodding his hello to the old woman who ran the stall and her son. He sat down on one of the seats, quickly nicking a stick of dengo off of Fu's plate, knowing that if he did the same to Tayuya then he would likely lose a finger. Fu just yelped in annoyance before trying to snatch the stick from Naruto's hand. He quickly swatted the hand away while holding the stick just out of her reach. Thus began a small battle between the two, Naruto blocking all of Fu's attempts with one hand while eating each dumpling from the stick tantalizingly slow. Hey, come on, Onisan. Hey, Onisan, is there something different about your jacket? Naruto grinned. Fu wasn't a shinobi because she lacked observational skills after all. Tayuya looked around, also noticed the change to Naruto, except she actually knew what it meant. Whoa shithead, I knew you wanted to make jounin but I didn't think you would steal one of their jackets. Naruto just smirked, letting his coat hang open a bit more so the jacket was more visible, proudly displaying the symbol of his promotion. Nope, all mine. Tayuya raised her eyebrow. Honestly, she had thought it was some kind of elaborate prank. For somebody Naruto's age to make jounin was pretty much unheard of outside of war times. Whoa, what's Gaara think he's doing making you a jounin? Naruto looked a little hurt, even if it was obvious Tayuya said it merely in jest. What, you don't think I'm good enough to be a jounin? Tayuya looked at him in amusement. Naruto, I'm on your team, we've only done about 50 missions, not nearly enough to qualify for jounin. Naruto smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Hey, I guess the experience will just come with the job. Anyway, I'm pretty sure killing an S-ranked shinobi counts as an S-ranked mission, so I've done like 4 of those. Tayuya shrugged, finally letting a smile onto her face, a genuine one as she leaned over and hugged her boyfriend. Nice one, Naruto, I'm proud of you. Naruto smiled as well as he leaned into her shoulder, breathing in her scent as he returned the comforting hug. Suddenly Tayuya broke away from him, smirking devilishly. But don't think this makes you better than me. I'll still kick your ass up and down the training fields. Naruto returned the smirk, standing up so he was taller than her, looking down at the top of her red hair until she looked up. Oh really? She stood up but she was still shorter than him by a few inches, even so she managed to strike an imposing figure as she poked him in the chest. Yeah really? Naruto was about to comment when Fu sighed, looking between the both of them. Do we have to do this? Can't we just celebrate Onisan becoming a jounin without having a massive spar that will probably destroy a training field? Both Naruto and Tayuya looked at the younger girl oddly with amused smirks on their faces. That was generally how they celebrated most things. Suddenly Tayuya gained a rather mischievous grin as she wormed her way behind Naruto, pulling him back as she looped her arms over his shoulders. Celebrate eh? I like the way you think, Fu. She quickly pulled Naruto into a deep kiss which he didn't mind returning in the slightest. Fu just sighed again as she returned to her dengo. Can't you guys think about anything other than fighting or making out? Tayuya kept her innocent yet oh so devilish grin as she broke away from Naruto's lips. Oh, I think about plenty of other things, Fu sighed again, nearly smacking her head into the counter in exasperation. I don't think I'll ever understand you guys. Naruto broke out of Tayuya's clutches for just a moment to wrap his arms around Fu's shoulders in much the same way Tayuya had done to him, with less intimacy of course. Oh I don't know, soon you'll meet a guy and fall for him like Tayuya did for me. He heard an indignant but playful huff behind him but ignored it with a smile. Then after I scare him shitless for trying anything with you, then you can finally understand how we feel all the time. Fu just snorted but smiled at the thought all the same, picking at her dengo. You wouldn't really frighten anybody I liked, would you? Naruto just smirked as she turned around, not answering, would you? His smirk turned into a full-on grin as Fu looked at him critically with a hint of worry. Hey, I'm your big brother, it's my job. Fu scowled as Naruto laughed. Tayuya quickly joined in as she draped herself over his body. How about that celebrating shithead? Naruto just grinned as he quickly hoisted Tayuya onto his back much to her delight as she yelped in unexpected surprise. Sure thing Tayuya-chan. Suddenly he remembered they weren't alone and looked down at Fu in worry, not wanting to abandon the girl. The mint-haired teen merely looked up and sighed with a small smile. Just go Onisan, I'm sure I can find something to do. Tayuya looked over Naruto's shoulder teasingly. Oh? Gonna go find Yukimaru and maybe get started on that whole understanding us thing? Fu scowled, but Tayuya just giggled madly before Naruto shot her an apologetic look and vanished from the stand, no doubt back to their shared room. Fu sighed, finished off the last stick of dango and paid for her meal, waving to the nice stall owner as she got up and left. She stood outside in the street, wondering what to do now. She shrugged. Tayuya made a good point, she might as well go see Yukimaru, see how they were settling into Suna. Of course that was the only reason she was going, there was no other reason, nothing at all. Naruto appeared in their room, his lips already locked onto Tayuya's as they fell as a laughing heap onto the bed. Tayuya quickly took the initiative, straddling Naruto even as they shimmied further up the bed, accidentally knocking his head against the headboard. He winced and she looked down, but all she saw was a cheeky smile before she was flipped, suddenly looking up at Naruto's face, outlined by a glowing halo as his head blocked the ceiling light. She blinked in surprise. Naruto's hair practically glowed with the backlighting, making her reach up and gently stroke it. If Naruto was shocked by the action, he didn't show it, instead deciding to get across his appreciation in the form of a long, deep and loving kiss. They used chakra to create oxygen in their lungs, not having to part from one another's embrace for a good 5 minutes before they separated, smiling insanely as a single strand of saliva connected them at the lips. They rolled around on the bed, going back and forth with kisses of varying intensity until it suddenly disappeared out from under them and they both crashed to the floor. Once again they gently chuckled to one another before Naruto got up, helping Tayuya up with a hand as he did so. They brushed themselves off before Tayuya practically tackled Naruto back onto the bed, straddling him once again as she quickly began to tug at his coat. He could clearly see the gleam in her eye that told him what she wanted and sat up so she could pull off the red coat that was between her and her prize. As she did so, Naruto pulled gently at the hem of her shirt until she let up for a moment to allow him it slided over her head. He smiled warmly as her head re-emerged from the shirt, allowing her vibrant hair to cascade down her shoulders like a shining waterfall. He blinked as he took in her form, never truly believing just how beautiful she was until he got to see it again. Quickly she repeated the process with his shirt, only she stopped halfway through, leaving Naruto with his arms sticking up and the shirt covering his face. Tayuya gently stroked a hand up his exposed stomach, tracing the visible edges of his abs before she planted a small wet kiss just above his navel. Finally he pulled the shirt the rest of the way off, looking at his girlfriend questioningly as she merely shrugged as a reply. "Oh, two can play at that game, Tayuya-chan." She only had a millisecond to look curious before she found her arms pinned behind her back. Looking around she saw the smiling face of another half-naked Naruto, pinning her arms behind her as the original smirked. Quickly he began to very lightly run his hands up and down her toned stomach, feather-like touches that had Tayuya biting her lip to stop herself laughing or moaning at each pleasurable caress. She jerked up as Naruto planted one, then multiple kisses across her stomach before licking a small trail up to her breasts. He took one look at the bindings that separated him from Tayuya's chest before unraveling them in one smooth motion. His prize bounced for a moment as Tayuya's endowments were freed, nearly making her gasp as the slightly cold air in the room assaulted her now exposed nipples. Naruto only had time for a brief smirk before he attacked them, licking, sucking and generally doing all he could to bring Tayuya pleasure with just his mouth and hands. Soon Tayuya was a quivering mass on the bed, unable to gather the strength to even try and struggle against the clone holding her. By now Naruto knew her better than anybody else could or ever would, knowing the exact spots that sent her over the edge. As he let his hands continue the work his mouth started, he began to slowly kiss up her chest, making her torso shine from all the wet kisses. As he passed her collarbone he gently nibbled on it, making the redhead shudder with pleasure before he did the same thing to the side of her neck, only to end up at her mouth. Starved of his lips for too long she hungrily attacked them, letting her tongue roam around as she moaned into the contact. Of course all good things come to an end, and their end just happened to be a knock at the door of their apartment. Naruto broke away from Tayuya, leaving her lips puckered and her eyes closed expectantly, even as a scowl of sheer annoyance crossed over her features. Naruto stood up and left her with an apologetic look before he shrugged on his coat and walked to the door. Tayuya just sat with her arms over her chest, staring angrily at where she knew the door was, like she could see through the walls. "I'll kill them, I swear to Kami," Naruto chuckled as he opened it, surprised to see Guren on the other side, smiling warmly. "Hey Naruto, Fu came over to visit us, so I just wanted to stop by and say hi." Naruto nearly broke out laughing, confusing Guren as he stifled a snort. Eventually he caught himself and stood up straighter, smiling goofily at Guren, amazed at her terrible timing. "Tell whoever the fuck it is we're busy." Naruto turned to Tayuya's voice, echoing from the bedroom as she called out in irritation. What if it was Gaara with a mission? He tried to make it sound innocent, but it came out with too many half-stifled chuckles. Then tell him to fuck off. Naruto grinned as he shook his head and turned back to Guren. The blue-haired woman was now blushing as she took in Naruto's half-dressed appearance and Tayuya's voice coming from the bedroom, tweaking to what was going on. Oh, sorry Naruto, I should leave you two alone. Naruto nodded with a kind smile. Come back in about an hour. Then we can catch up, maybe I'll go out and get something to eat. Guren nodded, now rather anxious to leave the couple to get back to what she had interrupted. Hey shithead, get the fuck back in here and finish what you started. Naruto's goofy grin turned a bit more mischievous as he glanced back at Guren one more time. Make that 2 hours. And with that he disappeared around the door of his bedroom, leaving a startled Guren who quickly closed the door before she heard anything she didn't want to. So we have guests and you get more naked? Tayuya just beamed happily on the bed. While he had been talking, she had managed to get out of her pants and sandals, leaving her in nothing but a pair of bright pink panties, laid out on the bed in a seductive pose. Hey, this is our alone time, everybody else can just fuck off for all I care. Naruto just grinned as he jumped on the bed beside her, kissing her softly on the lips. It was Guren. Tayuya kissed him back. Don't care. Naruto smirked as he deepened the kiss. She wanted to come round and say hi. Tayuya grinned even more as she too deepened the kiss. Still don't care. Naruto smiled cheekily, knowing he was getting under her skin. Maybe we should have let her in, catch up. Tayuya finally broke away, sitting up as she crossed her arms under her chest and stared at him blankly. What are you, gay? Naruto just chuckled as he too sat up, admiring her body. Definitely not. Tayuya just sighed as he pulled her into a warm hug before melting into the embrace. Suddenly a thought occurred to Naruto as he remembered something he had promised he would do. He broke away from the hug, leaving Tayuya to pout cutely at losing his body heat. Hey, how about we go on a date? Tayuya stopped pouting long enough to stare at him in confusion, waiting for him to clarify. You know. Me. You? Out doing something romantic? Tayuya couldn't help the smirk that overcame her features. What suddenly brought this on, shithead? Naruto just shrugged as he smiled sheepishly. You know, between the way we sort of fell into all this and the sudden separation, we never really did all those things a normal couple do. Tayuya just looked amused as she shuffled closer to Naruto, latching onto his arm. We aren't exactly a normal couple, shithead. He looked a little crestfallen as he glanced away. Oh, right. Tayuya just slapped him playfully on the stomach. I didn't say no. Naruto looked around, any hint of sadness gone as it was replaced by a beaming grin. Before Tayuya could enjoy it properly, he was assaulting her lips, now very intent on showing just how much he loved her. Naruto couldn't believe he was actually nervous. He had faced down people that by all rights should have left him dead, and he was scared about a date. It made absolutely no sense in his head. He knew Tayuya loved him, he knew he loved her, it wasn't like they were a new couple just starting out. Ever so he could feel the butterflies in his stomach fluttering about. The teasing from Kurama didn't really help all that much either. He had taken to pacing to try and ease his nerves. Doing something usually helped, in this case, not so much. You ready to go? All thoughts of nervousness disappeared when he glanced across to where Tayuya had emerged from the bedroom. If his jaw wasn't attached to his head, it might have dropped off in surprise. He knew the redhead was beautiful, but this was just ridiculous. Wow. Tayuya smirked, twirling on the spot to show off her outfit. I know, fucking smoking hot, right? Naruto could only nod dumbly, too caught up in what she was wearing. It was a short plain black dress with a strap going over one shoulder, letting the neckline slant off to one side, showing decent cleavage. It stopped at about the middle of her thighs, showing off perfectly smooth legs that just seemed to keep going forever. At least until they met her feet, covered by equally black, heeled sandals like what Tsunade wore but slightly higher. To top it off, she had her hair pulled into a loose ponytail. He had never seen it in anything other than a loose sheet that fell down her back. This revealed her creamy neck and shoulders where her spiral mark could be spotted, looking like nothing more than an ordinary tattoo. She wore a loose bangle on her wrist, probably a gift from Tamari or something she borrowed from the older girl, as he had never seen her wear it before. You look incredible. Tayuya had to suppress a small blush from breaking out over her face. I know, you clean up pretty well too, shithead. Naruto looked down at himself. He was just wearing his normal black shinobi pants with a different, lighter orange t-shirt and a black jacket slung over the top. His head was still a shaggy mess, but he had at least tried to straighten out his spikes, however unsuccessfully. In comparison to Tayuya, he felt completely underdressed, but if she didn't mind, he was willing to shrug it off. So, are we heading out to dinner at some restaurant or something? Naruto just smiled deviously as a response. Please. With that he grabbed her shoulder and after a moment of tingling both vanished from the room. Tayuya nearly shrieked out in surprise when they materialized and she looked down, only to see Sunagaku hundreds of meters below them. Her eyes opened wide as she tentatively prodded her foot against the literal cloud they were standing on. She held on to Naruto tightly, thinking that at any moment the two of them would go plunging down through the cloud and to the ground below. Naruto noticed her looking down in fear and clasped her shoulder tightly before bending down. When he came back up she watched as sand trickled through his fingers making her eyes widen. Don't worry, Gaara said he could give us about an hour up here. Tayuya was still a little dumbfounded, not truly believing that Naruto had sent them up into the sky, only supported by a sheet of sand. But what if he can't hold it? Naruto just chuckled and pulled an arm around her shoulders. Please, I bet Gaara could hold this thing in his sleep. He was just sore he didn't think of the idea first. Tayuya was still a little confused, not understanding why Naruto had brought her up here. Of course the view was breathtaking and she had to admit that standing on a cloud was romantic, but in reality it was scary as hell. What idea? Naruto just smiled warmly as he motioned behind her with his hand. She turned to see a small table, large enough for two with a single candle in the middle. Two chairs were set up in front of two meals on clean white plates. Tayuya just had to gawk at this, in disbelief at what Naruto was doing. How did you set all of this up in just a few hours? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I think well on my feet, plus I figured our first real date should be special. Tayuya could only nod dumbly as they walked over to the table, Naruto pulling out her chair for her in a very gentlemanly fashion. Well, A+ for effort, Naruto chuckled softly as he sat down opposite her, looking across at her as he once again took in how beautiful she looked. Tayuya was still so shocked she barely noticed the food in front of her, instead she kept looking around them, at the sky, the distant ground and the sun which would be setting in about half an hour. This is all just incredible. Naruto could only smile, his view was firmly fixed on the woman in front of him. Yeah, it is. She looked around with a smirk, noting where Naruto's eyes were and the slightly vacant tone in his voice before he managed to catch himself and stop staring. Finally Tayuya looked down, taking in the plate of sashimi in front of her. It made sense to having something that couldn't go cold when they were this high up. Luckily she wasn't feeling the chill. It was at that perfect time in the desert when it wasn't too hot like midday but not too cold like at night. The two happily ate their meal, talked and laughed as they made jokes or remembered something from their pasts. In all they acted like most other couples do on a first date, except without all the awkwardness that came with a new relationship or not knowing your date very well. Except of course they were having their date on top of a cloud. Not many people could ever have claimed that happened to them and Tayuya couldn't feel more special. She was really astounded to the lengths Naruto went to try and make their date special. Of course he topped it all off with a plate of steaming dango that he seemingly produced out of thin air, although she figured it had something to do with the Fuji no Iki. She beamed like a schoolgirl, reaching out for the plate of dango hungrily as Naruto just chuckled, handing it over and watching her slowly make her way through the entire plate. He found it adorable how much she enjoyed the food, even if it meant he couldn't have any. Luckily he sealed some away in a scroll for himself later. Dango was still tasty after all. This was all incredible, Naruto. He just nodded with a smile as he motioned for her to come over to him. She did so and he sat her down on his lap. She rested her head against his chest, leaning into the crook of his neck as he softly kissed her on top of her head. He turned them both so they were both staring out at the horizon. It's not quite over yet. As soon as he said it, the sun began to sink past the horizon slowly, sending the sky that was still lit into a variety of colors as even the cloud they were sitting on erupted into various shades of pink or orange. Tayuya gasped at the beautiful sight, never thinking she would witness a sunset with the man she loved on top of a cloud. It was the kind of thing young, naive kunoichi dream about while they are still fresh into the academy. Of course she was never that naive, but it didn't stop her from appreciating the moment. Of course it had to end eventually and soon the last sliver of the sun dropped behind the flat horizon of the desert, plunging the city into the darkness of the night. Of course that only meant the two of them were left looking up at the crescent moon which now shone brightly. Honestly she didn't believe this night could get any more perfect, although she had an idea of how to make it so. She nudged Naruto who pulled his face out of her hair long enough to look at her. Thank you Naruto, we should probably head back to the house now, it's starting to get a little cold. Naruto nodded with a smile before the two of them vanished from the cloud, reappearing not a moment later back in their room. They both plopped down onto the bed with Naruto staring expectantly at Tayuya while she just stared at the wall, apparently in thought. So what did you? He suddenly found a finger over his mouth, preventing him from saying any more as Tayuya turned to him. Naruto, I think we're ready. He blinked a few times questioningly. Ready for what? Tayuya could only laugh. She might never have been naive, but Naruto was still that clueless idiot she had fallen for 2 years ago. Naruto, I said, we're ready. Naruto stared at her blankly before realization dawned on his face. Are you sure? I mean, once again a finger was pressed to his lips as Tayuya shushed him. Shut up, shithead, and for once just let it happen. He could only nod before Tayuya stood up from the bed, slowly and sensually pulling her dress off over her head, leaving her for the second time that day in just her panties. Naruto blinked again as she slipped off the high-heeled sandals before removing her bangles and letting her hair fall from the ponytail. He couldn't say anything before she slipped onto the bed, drawing his shirt up over his head, not even bothering to tease him this time. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Chapter 59. Naruto almost skipped over to where Fu lay panting on the ground, just barely supporting herself with her forearms. She was looking up at him with a glare while he just smiled back, as jovial as if they were just having some sibling bonding time. In a sense they were. Come on Fu, you know you have to try harder than that. The younger girl's glare doubled in intensity as she tried to set Naruto on fire just using her mind. Shut up Onisan, you know I've never beaten you in a spar. Naruto knelt down so their faces were only a few inches apart. And with that attitude you never will. Fu tried to strike Naruto at that moment, bringing her legs around in a sweeping kick to knock him off his feet. However, Naruto jumped over the fast, but not fast enough, attack and swiftly delivered a light kick to Fu's stomach, sending her skidding across the dusty training ground. She groaned as she returned to nursing her various wounds, mostly superficial as Naruto didn't actually want to hurt her, but they were still debilitating. Come on Imoto, I think you've had enough. We'll go get something to eat so you can get your strength back. Fu seemed ready to protest. He should have known considering her drive to outdo him, but he just leveled a stare that told her it wasn't optional. She sighed, nodded and slowly stood up with some help from her brother. Once again she tried to take advantage of his guard being down by flipping him, except Naruto's guard was never down and he inverted the motion, somehow pulling Fu onto his back in the process. Now Fu, that wasn't very nice. The mint-haired teen just huffed but still gladly snuggled into her brother's back, reminded of all the times he would carry her during the training trip. Hey Onisan, you seem extra happy today. What happened? Naruto could only chuckle. It was true that a smile hadn't dropped from his face for the last few days, even when sparring with Fu. Maybe I'll tell you when you're older. Fu pouted but still only tiredly nodded. Naruto could be a real taskmaster when he was training, and even the training regimen he set her was nothing compared to the one he put himself through. Ever since his humiliating defeat by Kisame he had nearly doubled his training, setting a grueling pace that pushed him every day. Even now as he carried Fu off to a nearby stall he had clones working on various techniques, no longer caring about the pain of receiving the memories if it made him stronger. Likewise he was wearing large weight on his back for as long as it was safe and wouldn't damage his body. Fu knew her brother didn't take defeat very well, but even for him this was ridiculous. It was the kind of training that would kill people without his healing factor and Kyuubi to help deal with the strain of the extra memories. He jogged over to a nearby okonomiyaki cart, setting Fu down on a seat, much to her displeasure at being taken off his back, before plopping himself down in the seat next to her. To his surprise they weren't there for very long before Yukimaru ducked under the flaps. He took one look at Fu, blushed and attempted to leave. Hey Yukimaru. Both of the younger teens froze, Fu because she hadn't noticed the other boy enter and Yukimaru because he was caught. He turned shyly, waving at Naruto and Fu, still with a small blush adorning his cheeks. Hi Naruto, hi Fu. Naruto smiled broadly. This was just too good an opportunity to miss for teasing. Hey Yukimaru, why don't you join us, the okonomiyaki's on me. Yukimaru tried to say no, thinking of a plausible reason why he had to leave, however not finding any he was forced to sigh and sit next to Fu. Naruto had made sure it was the only available seat remaining. So how are you doing Yukimaru? I haven't really had that much time to see you, settling into Suna well? The younger boy nodded, not turning around in case he accidentally caught Fu's eyes. They had been having a lot of awkward moments lately when that happened. Guren is really liking it. She says it's good to be finally somewhere where we can just be left alone to do our own thing. Naruto nodded with the same fond smile that hadn't left his features since he and Tayuya finally went to the next level in their relationship. What about you Fu? You making sure Yukimaru is settled in well? He could only laugh at the expression of utter embarrassment and annoyance that crossed over Fu's features at the same time. Onisan. Naruto just rubbed her firmly on the back as he stood up from the cart and ducked under the flaps. Well, I wouldn't want to come in between you two. Have fun without me and try not to do anything me and Tayuya wouldn't do. Fu once again let her head drop to the counter of the cart in embarrassment as Yukimaru did much the same thing in a more reserved way. Naruto chuckled as he walked off. Fu's training could always come later, moments for perfect teasing only came so often. He immediately hopped up onto a roof, trying to think where Tayuya might be, and if that failed he would head over to see Gaara. Unfortunately, at that moment there was an enormous explosion from the center of the village, the large cloud of smoke rising high into the air. Naruto spun to look at it, narrowing his eyes as he recognized the telltale signs of a summon. Wondering what was going on, he dashed over, sometimes bounding across entire rooftops in stride as he rushed to the center of the village. By the time he was on a high rooftop overlooking the square where many merchants flogged their goods, the massive clouds of smoke and dust hadn't dissipated. Naruto tried to peer through, but it was impenetrable. He heard a scuffle, the sound of metal striking metal, before he tensed. A shadow emerged from the dust, flying right at him. He had a kunai at the ready but was shocked when a young girl flew out of the smoke, crashing into him. He looked down only to grimace at what he saw. The girl was badly wounded. A large gash ran up her torso, looking like some kind of animal attack. She was already dead. There was nothing he could do for her except gently lay her down on the roof and close her eyes. His hands balled up into fists and a snarl made its way onto his face, demanding to know who did this. He leapt down to the ground, making a small crater as he landed from all the weight he was carrying. He angrily glared out through the dust and smoke until it cleared enough to show a single figure, a short orange-haired man with his hair in a ponytail. He had the slashed forehead protector of Omega-core and wore the robes of the Akatsuki as he stood still, staring across at Naruto. Immediately the blonde noticed the man's strange eyes, a light gray with concentric ripples moving out from the pupil. "Who are you?" The stoic man didn't move, staring down Naruto with his strange eyes. As the dust cleared some more, Naruto was shocked to see an enormous pair of centipedes, their bodies black and orange. They too bore the man's odd eye pattern and were staring at him with equal intensity. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze? Naruto's knuckles were white now. This could only be one man, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. I haven't decided on it yet. If the man was bothered by the half-hearted joke, it didn't show on his expressionless face. Instead, he merely stood there as the two centipedes rushed Naruto, moving surprisingly fast on their many legs. The creatures were huge and were barreling down on Naruto fast, so he quickly created a clone and both clutched their wrists. When the balls of energy had formed, Naruto rushed forward to meet the creatures, the four of them meeting with a shriek and a large release of energy. Moments later and the Narutos were left standing, the two centipedes disappearing in a flash of smoke. "Is that all you've got, Pain?" The orange-haired man continued to stand impassively, nonplussed by the destruction of his summons. However, both looked around when the wind began to pick up around the two of them, the sand on the ground spinning madly until it slowly coalesced into the form of an incredibly angry Gaara. Without a single word he raised his hand, the sand around Pain fluctuating dangerously before covering the man in an instant. There was no mercy in Gaara's pale eyes as he stared at the floating mass of sand that housed the leader of the Akatsuki. Sand Buri. Before he could pass judgment, the sand exploded outwards, surprising both Gaara and Naruto as they watched a large rhino suddenly appear in a burst of smoke. Before either reacted, it was already charging them down. It met a wall of dense sand, but not before it released a roar, spearing the sand with its enormous horn. Gaara blinked as he felt the tip of the horn grazed his throat before his hand twitched and the entire creature was blasted backwards, returning to the smoke that had heralded its arrival. Again, Pain seemed entirely uncaring that both his summons had been so easily defeated, staring at both Naruto and the Kazekage impassively. "The Ichibi." Gaara narrowed his eyes at the man, already having come to the conclusion that Naruto had. Without any hint of hand signs, there was another burst of smoke. When it cleared, they could both see the form of an ox, its body riddles with various piercings, similar again to those that covered Pain himself. The only other difference was that this ox was about the size of a building, and it stared straight at them. It too charged at the duo, its horns brought low to skewer the two of them even as they began to move away. Grand bass drop. Both turned in time to see a small red comet suddenly descend on the ox, trailing a stream of lightning behind it before impacting on the ox's head. It tried to turn in time to meet the new arrival, but it was already too late. In a blow that would shatter a small building, Tayuya crashed straight into its head. The shockwave destroyed more than a few windows in the area as it released a sound that made even Pain cringe a little. The results were undeniable. In a moment of obvious pain for the ox, its head caved in, causing it to vanish seconds later. Tayuya joined them on the ground a moment later, watching Pain with a critical eye. That fucker Pain then? Both Gaara and Naruto nodded, tensed as they waited for the next attack. Instead Pain just continued to stand there, as if waiting for something. It came in the form of a small green blur, shooting down from the sky, calmly, as if he were catching a ball thrown by a child. Pain raised his arm. Fu appeared in his grip a moment later, surprise evident on her face before she winced as Pain began closing his hand around her throat. He turned his head, looking directly into her eyes with his strange, rippled pair. The Nanabi, convenient. His eyes opened a little wider as suddenly Naruto appeared in front of him, coat removed and fist cocked back, fury blaring across his face. Let Fu go. His fist impacted on Pain's face, momentarily contorting it before the orange-haired man was sent flying backwards, impacting with the wall of a nearby building. Fu dropped to the ground, clutching at her throat as she gasped in breaths. Moments after Gaara and Tayuya were there, checking both of them were okay. Fu stood up shakily, assuring them that she was all right before all four of them turned to where Pain removed himself from the wall, brushing off the rubble like it wasn't there. I see you're going to make this difficult. Naruto growled as the sands began to pick up and electricity began arcing off of Tayuya's staff dangerously. Pain merely stood up, putting his hands through a few seals before he was surrounded by a multitude of people. They all bore the same eyes and all but one shared his orange hair color, each also carrying many piercings with the same black metal. The four shinobi looked across at all the new arrivals in Akatsuki robes, all of them shocked. Oh great, now who the hell are these assholes? None of them could answer as they stared at the 6 men across from them, all of whom stared right back. There was a light gust of wind that blew between the two groups before Naruto suddenly disappeared. He dematerialized inches away from one of the men, a taller one with spiky orange hair not dissimilar from how his used to be when he was younger. His fist was cocked back but inches from touching his face it froze as if striking an invisible barrier. Shinra Tensei. Naruto's eyes opened wider in shock as he was blasted backwards at impossible speeds, never having been touched once. Tayuya and Fu could only watch on in shock as he went sailing past them, drawing out a massive crater in the street when he finally landed on the ground. There was a moment as time paused before Tayuya and Fu darted forward simultaneously, Fu going for the original man while Tayuya aimed for the tallest of the group, a man with his orange hair and long bangs that reached down his chest. The rest of the Akatsuki members would have helped their companions if walls of sand hadn't sprung up around them all. The one who Naruto had attacked merely stood calm, the sand bursting before it could cover him. Likewise the largest of the group held up his hands and the sand around him fell lifelessly to the floor. However the remaining two, a rugged-looking man and a slightly crazed man wearing a beige shawl, could do nothing as sand whips knocked them off their feet. It bought Naruto enough time to stand up groggily and see Tayuya firmly smack her staff into her target, sending the man up and over a building, to which Tayuya quickly followed. He would have followed her but at that moment the one with the shawl appeared in front of him. Naruto went to slide under the man's legs but out of nowhere a third arm flew out from under his robes, catching Naruto even as he slid underneath his legs. It picked him up and heavily tossed him across the clearing to once again skid down an adjacent street. With a smile reminiscent of Hidan the man chased after him, quickly followed by the man Naruto had originally tried to attack. At this point Fu had reached her target, the one she believed to be the leader of this group, the first one to have appeared. She was still sore about him catching her so easily and wanted some payback in the form of her reared back fist. Unfortunately, while fast for somebody her age, this man proved to be faster. He caught her fist, quickly diverted it to one side before doing something similar with her follow-up attack. For a moment she realized he had just moved both her arms out to either side, but before she could correct the large gap in her guard the man thrust both hands out, catching her in the stomach. She was sent flailing back, making almost as deep a trench as Naruto had moments ago. She tried to get to her feet but the man was already next to her, lifting her up by her hair before painfully swinging her around once, releasing her so that she soared through the air. Before she could hit anything her wings burst out of her back, flapping rapidly to reorient herself to the ground. As soon as she did so she saw a massive bird-like creature suddenly appear, flying after her. Her eyes opened wide as she took off, darting through the sky as she tried to evade the bird, its summoner visible in its open mouth. That left Gaara in the clearing with the large man and the more rugged man, the three of them standing in the ruined square, eyeing each other carefully. Gaara had seen what the larger one did to his sand when it got too close, so without even moving he tried to crush his second opponent. However, the heavyset man was faster than he appeared, diving in front of his companion, arms outstretched as he seemingly absorbed the chakra right out of the sand. Gaara observed them again, noting their identical eyes and similar piercings. Interesting. Tuya smiled happily as she cracked off blow after blow on the strange orange-haired man in front of her, not really caring that her blows seemed to be doing minimal damage. The man was fast, but with Tuya's improvised swift release that she had been working on, she was more than able to keep up. Her staff sung as the lightning chakra that coated it tore through the air, leaving nothing but a bright blur as she hit him over and over. Each time the man would block with an open palm, not even wincing, but that seemed to be all he could do. Unfortunately, she grew a bit overconfident, attempting a wide sweeping blow she hoped would hit him in the side. He ducked under it, striking the staff at the last moment with unexpected force, which nearly spun Tuya on the spot. As it was, she kept her feet rooted but suddenly found her staff out to one side, her guard completely open. The man lashed out with a hand, firmly clasping Tuya on the top of her head. Time seemed to slow for the girl as around her the color drained from the world, everything becoming fuzzy as she felt all the energy leak out of her body. It was like every ounce of happiness was being leached from her form, leaving her an empty husk. All she could do was look into the strange rippling eyes of the orange-haired man as her eyelids grew heavy. Go with the knowledge that your sacrifice will bring peace. Tuya tried to blink, but it was too hard. The strange words seemed muddled and unfocused, like she was hearing them underwater. She could feel herself dying, becoming slow and sluggish as the life was literally pulled out of her body. All at once the world snapped back into focus as her body was allowed to fall to the sandy ground, her breathing returned to normal as color once again pervaded the world. Looking up, she saw the man holding the hand he had been griping her with. Through the palm was embedded a small blade of metal connected to a tough thread. She looked around to see Mitsuri with a determined expression on her face, holding the other end of the thread. She tugged out the metal dart, swinging the Jai-yo around her head before lashing out with it again. The man tried to grab the weapon as it flew through the air, but in an impressive display of control, Mitsuri manipulated the dart, pulling it under the man's hand to securely wrap around his neck. Strangely, Tuya felt back to 100%, as if the man hadn't touched her at all. Sensing her opportunity, she forced as much lighting chakra through her staff as she could before squarely swinging it into the man's unprotected temple while he was off balance. He took the blow full force, flying across the street as Mitsuri released him in time. Tuya smiled confidently at the large hole in the building the man's body had made, swinging her staff once to place it on her shoulder. Mitsuri jogged over, concerned for what she had seen when she arrived. It had looked like the man was pulling some kind of spectral wraith out of Tuya's body. However, before she could make it over, she had to suddenly duck as a long black spike sailed over her head. Likewise, Tuya was forced to draw her staff again to swat similar stakes from the air as the man pulled himself out of the wreckage of the storefront. Tuya frowned when he didn't even look hurt, however his eyes had narrowed imperceptibly. Crap. Fu had similar sentiments as she darted through the streets, flitting between arches and buildings as her wings propelled her forward. She looked back only to immediately fold in her wings, allowing herself to drop as the gruesome bird summoned soared overhead, its mouth open in anticipation. She unfurled them again to suddenly turn back on herself, pulling a barrel roll to fly between a particularly narrow window. Once out the other side of the building, she pulled up, hovering for a moment to try and spot where her pursuer had gone. She saw the shadow descending on her in time to roll out of the way, lashing out at the last minute with the kunai in her hand. She managed to get a solid gash down the creature's side, only to watch in surprise when it didn't disappear into a burst of smoke. Instead, it angrily rounded on her, the figure standing in its mouth eyeing her warily. Fu sighed as she once again pulled her wings in, dropping down to avoid the bird as it tried to eat her again. Unfortunately, it seemed to have learned from its last mistake and at the last moment and pushed itself down with more speed that Fu could match while falling. Before she could open up her wings again, she suddenly found herself enveloped by a dark, wet and humid cave. Nearly retching from the smell, she tried to look around but was swiftly punched in the gut by a very powerful fist, flinging her further into the terrible-smelling cave. She impacted with a soft wall with a sickening squelch, making her gag as she felt her back get coated in some kind of slimy substance. Reacting on impulse, she ducked under another strong punch, not even sure how she reacted to it without being able to see. She dived to the side, sliding across the spongy but wet floor before kicking to her feet. Hoping she had a moment of respite, she began to concentrate, drawing on the chakra inside of her. Slowly a cloak of bubbling yellow chakra began to appear over her body as the two wings on her back lost their frail, translucent appearance. Soon the entire mist cavern was lit by Fu's bijou cloak, the fluctuating yellow light casting an eerie glow on the pulsating red walls. Her pure orange eyes opened wide in shock as she saw a rod of black metal come soaring at her. Reacting on instincts alone, she caught it, snapping the rod with one hand. Similarly, she caught the foot aimed at her stomach, flipping the short man back against the wall of the creature's stomach. Fu took a deep breath, and when she exhaled, a cloud of bright golden particles erupted from her mouth, covering the area in bright golden light. The man had to shield his eyes, but by the time he did, he was coated in the powder. Phosphorus dust. Fu didn't even have to make a hand sign. With a mere thought, the particles all suddenly erupted into flames. Expecting the man to cry out in pain at having his entire body set alight, she was surprised when he simply fell to the ground, using the slimy substance over the floor to put himself out before he was too badly burned. He stood back up slowly, his eyes narrowed in minute irritation as he rushed forward again. Fu quickly spun, her wings outstretched to give her the appearance of a spinning top as her body became a blur of motion. Already she was straining to maintain her chakra cloak, the angry and violent thoughts already trying to take over her mind. The man impacted on the edge of her spinning form, taking one of her chakra-infused wings right in the chest as he was sent crashing back into the wall of the stomach. The force would have been enough to put a crater in the wall of a building, but as it proved enough to finally disperse the summon. It disappeared from around them, and quickly the smoke cleared to let Fu see the man dropping down below her. Apparently the summoned bird had flown quite high by the time it was dispelled. Fu finally allowed the chakra around her body to recede, gasping as the bubbling cloak slowly vanished. She winced. It was still painful to use and left her a bit weakened afterwards, but she couldn't deny how effective it was. The man tumbling to the ground far below them was evidence enough. Naruto winced as he pulled back his hand. Hitting the shawled man in front of him was like punching a metal pole. The man just grinned as he tried to punch Naruto. He blocked, feeling like he was defending against Tayuya's staff as he caught the next swing. He wasn't as surprised this time when a third arm suddenly shot out and he knocked it away with his foot. It happened again on the other side before a final two arms shot out of the robe, catching Naruto around the waist. His eyes opened wide as the robes around the man were shredded by what looked like a folding metal tail that reminded him of Sasori's Hiruko puppet. Focusing his chakra, he felt his muscles twitch in response to the lightning coursing through them as he sent out a large burst of wind chakra through the tenketsu in his front. He vanished from the man's grip just as the tail lashed through where he had been. Naruto smirked as he reappeared a few feet away before vanishing in a burst of unparalleled speed. Suddenly the multiple-armed man was assaulted from all sides, receiving powerful kicks that would have sent him skidding away if he hadn't immediately received equally powerful blows from the other side. He tried to lash out randomly to hit the attacker he couldn't see, but for Naruto the attacks were slow, painfully so. He dodged under another lazy swing before bringing his foot up and then down on the man's face in a powerful axe kick. He was actually flipped from the intensity of the attack, landing on his back as the ground underneath him cracked from the force. Before Naruto finished him, he was sent careening across the street to crash into a food cart. He emerged a moment later, covered in fruit as he stared at the orange-haired man with the spiky hair, his arm lowering to his side. For the first time Naruto noticed the distinct lack of a ring on the man's finger, and when he thought about it, none of them had. "Who are you?" The man stood taller, still keeping his features set in an impassive mask while his strange eyes observed the blonde. "I am the judgment of a god, come to teach the world pain so it may strive for peace." Naruto narrowed his eyes at the gibberish, not understanding what he was talking about. "This body is merely a vessel for a higher power, I am the Deva Path." The man that Naruto had been beating around the street stood up, using a few of his arms to push himself off the floor. "I am the Asura Path." Tayuya used her staff to deflect another strike from one of the strange black rods her opponent could seemingly produce from nothing out of his sleeves. She batted it away, not letting it touch her. Last time she had let one of the rods scrape her, she immediately felt dizzy and off balance. She knew enough about chakra to know the material somehow disrupted the flow of it in her body. She twirled her bow staff once before attempting to bring it down on the man's head. He caught it before turning to look at her. "I am the human path," Tayuya snorted as she ripped her staff out of his hands, swinging around so it smacked him in the temple, once again throwing him across the street. "I'm Tayuya, nice to fucking meet you." Fu flew as fast as she could, twirling her body through the air in an attempt to beat her opponent to the ground. She passed him a few hundred feet above the earth, catching herself on her wings before spinning in the air, firmly connecting her foot with the back of his head. He stopped in mid-air, the force of Fu's blow enough to halt his fall momentarily. She used the opportunity to grab his arm, using it like a lever to swing her body around even as he turned to look at her. "I am the animal Pa." He didn't get any more time to speak as Fu's foot connected with his stomach, launching him towards the ground even faster. "Whatever." Gaara was doing everything he could to try and crush his two opponents, but they worked well in tandem, the larger one using his ability to absorb chakra to protect the other. His sand blocked yet another attack from the strange black rods they used before trying to swat the man away even as it fell to the ground uselessly. He was actually beginning to grow annoyed by opponents who had the uncanny ability to absorb the chakra binding his sand together. It was forcing him to think of other ways to beat them. Suddenly both stopped, looking at him strangely as the larger one spoke up. "I am the Pretapath." Likewise the more rugged-looking one to his left slid another rod out of his sleeve. "I am the Naraka Path." Gaara coldly observed them, narrowing his eyes at the odd behavior. "I am the god. I'm Kazekage." The ground around the two of them erupted suddenly, "and you will not leave my village alive." Chapter 60. Naruto was so confused by the strange man's words that he almost missed the Asura path leaping at him. As it was, he had enough time to duck down, letting the semi-mechanical man sail overhead. At the last moment he struck out, grabbing one of his many hands before using it to slam the man into the ground, hard. Dust was sent bursting into the air as Naruto leapt back from the fresh crater he had just made with the man's body. It proved to be a mistake as he re-emerged from the smoke, raising one of his arms at Naruto, who watched as it seemed to separate. He blinked once at the odd tube-like contraption inside the arm, being reminded once again of Sasori and the way the Asura Path's body seemed to be filled with weapons. His blink turned into a look of disbelief as something was promptly fired from the arm, sailing towards him at astonishing speeds. Naruto leapt to the side, but not before he felt whatever it was graze his shirt. He tucked into a roll as he hit the ground, turning in time to see the launched bomb reduce the building behind him into rubble. Naruto looked at the smoking crater that had once been a clothes store in shock before pushing off the ground hard as he heard another of the projectiles getting let loose. Again he dodged it, but not by much. Even with his healing factor, he wasn't going to survive being blown apart. He knew from experience that this was only scratching the tip of the iceberg of weapons the Asura Path no doubt stored in its body. Not wanting to find out about the rest, he came up with a plan, grinning as he dodged a third missile. Feeling the familiar rush of chakra through his system, time around him ground to almost a stop. He could see everything around him in almost perfect clarity, even pieces of rubble that just seemed to be moving lazily through the air like it was treacle. He rushed forward, kicking up a trail of sand behind him from the sheer speed he was moving. When he got close enough, he smirked as he saw one of the bombs about to leave its tube. The man's eyes were only just beginning to follow him in shock, but he didn't give him the chance as he quickly jabbed a kunai into the tube. Dashing off to the other side of the square, he turned in time to see the man blink once before the area around him erupted into flame and heat. Time warped for Naruto before everything caught up to him, rubble falling at the right speed again. He watched, panting from the exertion the technique put on his body, looking for any sign that the Asura Path had survived. His grinned when he saw a pile of machinery that looked vaguely human-shaped smoldering at the bottom of a crater, its warped and slightly melted tail blade glinting in the sun. He didn't get long to celebrate before he was sent hurtling forward by some unseen, but definitely felt, force. He groaned in the crater he had created on impact, picking himself up while clutching his head, Kyuubi working overtime to fix him up. He looked around, clutching his healing ribs with slowly refocusing eyes that picked up the form of a spiky orange-haired man looking at him with irritation. Strangely, he almost seemed to allow Naruto to recover, letting him stagger out of the crater before managing to stand straighter. "Oh right, I forgot about you." Gaara observed the two men, buried up to their necks in sand, as calmly as he could. However, between the six of them they had already managed to damage his village extensively. He narrowed his eyes and he closed his hand slowly, letting their bodies sink beneath the sands as he gradually increased the pressure on their bodies. Already he could feel his control over the larger man slipping as he used his annoying ability to drain away chakra. He tried to crush the other man before he could do anything, but he found his control over the sand around him as well. In desperation, he clenched his hand shut, forcing whatever sand was still under his control to violently contract, hopefully crushing everything below him. Feeling a slight tremor beneath him, he quickly formed a platform out of his sand before letting it carry him upwards, just as a strong hand burst out of the ground, intent on grabbing his leg. He watched with cold eyes as both of the orange-haired men pulled themselves up out of the sand. However, the Naraka Path was now missing an arm. Gold dust, 1,000 phantom blades. He propelled the tiny golden particles forward as fast as he could, releasing them in a constant stream from the seal on his palm. However, the Pretapath quickly launched himself into their path, arms outstretched. Before he lost control, he diverted the particles, bringing them back to him to lazily orbit him as a ring of gold. His eyes narrowed in irritation, trying to come up with a solution to the problem the Pretapath posed. However, even as he gazed at them evenly, the fingers of his right hand twitched ever so slightly. Once again he sent a barrage of the dust down at the two of them, and once again the Pretapath met it head on. However, at the last moment he cut his connection with the dust, allowing the heavy particles to be carried forward by their own momentum instead of with his chakra. The Predapath was unprepared for this and quickly raised its arms to shield its eye from being blinded. Gaara smirked, suddenly focusing all his attention on one spot behind the Naraka path as more gold dust he had hidden there earlier burst outwards. Gold dust, Kinpaku tomb. The flurry of gold particles attacked the man, however instead of acting like a blade it began to congeal across his body, covering it with a fine layer of gold. The last thing to be covered were his eyes, staring up at Gaara in defiance even as his body froze, unable to move with the heavy coating of gold. Gaara paused for a moment before clenching his hand closed. The effects were immediate and the golden statue that was once the Naraka path began to glow brilliantly. The gold dust heated up, melting onto the man before fusing together forever, sealing his fate as a glittering gilded statue. Immediately the other path rushed over, placing its hands on the statue to try and absorb the chakra only to recoil before the scalding metal burnt through his hands. There was no chakra left in the statue anyway. Gaara didn't need to maintain it once the actual gold dust had melted together. He would be able to break it down later into its particle form, but for now he still had to focus on the enemy that was left. Do you know what temperature gold melts at? The Predapath stared at him blankly, with possibly a hint of irritation. Taking its silence as an invitation to continue, Gaara did so. 1000 degrees Celsius. By now the man inside of there is nothing but ash. The sands began to swarm around him, forming a loose shell that could harden at any moment. Your fate will be much worse. Tayuya dodged again, finding that right now it was all she could do. The human path had sped up remarkably, now apparently taking her as an actual threat. Already it had thrown Matsuri across the street and Tayuya could only hope the girl was okay. She couldn't check herself. Parrying a blow from one of the chakra rods, she tried to feint to the left and get inside the man's guard, only to be swatted away casually. She landed in a 3-point stance, staff up behind her in the air before she slammed it, point down, into the ground. Treble tremor. It erupted in front of her as she sent incredible amounts of lightning chakra through the earth, heading in a somewhat straight line towards the human path. He was caught off guard, reacting too slow before electricity arced up all around him, passing through his foot even as the path jumped away. He landed, a little unsteadily, with one of his feet completely numbed below the ankle, causing him to stumble. She noticed him blink once as he looked off to the left, towards where some of the other battles were taking place. It was only a momentary hesitation, but it was all Tayuya needed as she sprung forward, launching her staff ahead of her like a spear. The human path could only blink in shock as he looked down, finding a large 5-foot metal bow staff embedded right in the center of his chest. Tayuya smirked as she rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. However, she was expecting the man to be cringing in pain, unable to move from the lighting chakra coursing from the pole. That was why she was too surprised to act when his arm flashed out, roughly grabbing her by the top of her head. Instantly she felt the all-too-familiar feeling return as the life was slowly and literally pulled out of her being. The man said nothing this time, only staring at her with those cold, almost lifeless eyes. Tayuya actually found herself trembling slightly as she sunk to her knees, the strength in her legs leaving her entirely. Color drained away from her vision as the coldness permeated her very being. She felt something trickle down her face before she realized it was a tear. A single ice-cold droplet of water leaked from her eyes as she stared back at the orange-haired man. She was crying because she didn't want to die, not like this. She may have put on a tough facade around others, but Tayuya truly feared death. She wanted to live so that she could grow up with Naruto, so that she could continue to hold him at night, feeling his warmth through her. She didn't want to leave him alone the world, and however selfish it sounded, she wanted to be the only woman he loved. As more tears streamed down her face, the seal on her shoulder began to glow a warm blue, meekly at first but quickly growing in intensity. Her hair grew out, longer and fuller as it took on a bright pink hue. Her eyes shifted, becoming pools of pure emerald that continued to cry tears in rivulets. Her body grew in places as muscles also strengthened, naturally becoming infused with chakra as a massive influx overcame her body. Nature chakra flooded in through the seal, quickly converted to something she could use, and use it she did. It was almost unnoticeable at first through the darkness that was clouding her vision, but as soon as she saw that bright patch of blonde she clung to it, not letting go for 1 second. Without even realizing it, her hand twitched, gaining life as the cold pallid tone that had overcome it receded for a moment. It slowly moved up before with trembling fingers it wrapped around cold metal. Reacting purely on instincts by this point, Tayuya released all of her pain and anger through that contact, pouring it all out in the form of unbridled and unrestrained churka. The bow staff glowed brightly from all the energy rushing through it before the man's eyes widened uncontrollably. Every muscles in his boy suddenly contracted and he lost the ability to control it. His grip on the redhead's hair loosened, allowing Tayuya to fall to the ground. However, her hold on her staff didn't waver. Regaining control over her body, she only increased the flow as the human path began to smoke, being cooked from the inside out by the violent lightning chakra coursing through his body. Tayuya slowly regained her strength, managing to get to her feet unsteadily, staring at the dying man with merciless emerald eyes. Like hell, I'm fucking dying in the middle of the fucking street like a rat. And with that she let go of her staff, but not before passing one last massive pulse of chakra through it, giving it everything she had left. The human path was unable to do anything for a moment, his muscles locked in place by the electricity still coursing through it. Then, like a puppet with its strings cut, he simply dropped to the ground, motionless. Tayuya cautiously walked over, kicking him once to check that he was really dead before sighing in relief. After this was all over, she was going to seriously thank Naruto for that seal. It had literally saved her life. She never intended to get that close to death again, not until she could live the life she wanted with Naruto on her own terms. Her eyes widened for a moment as she realized that Mitsuri was still hurt, and she quickly rushed over to see what she could do, or even if she could help. Fu smiled weakly as she watched the body of the animal path rocket towards the ground, flying after him to make sure he didn't try anything. She was almost expecting him to somehow produce another summon, saving himself from the deadly descent. However, she was relieved when he simply impacted on the ground, the street exploding around him from the force behind the impact. Lightly she fluttered down, only to find she had interrupted Naruto's fight with the Deva Path, both of them now looking at the crater, one in shock and the other without emotion. Fu, watch out. The mint-haired girl spun to the side on her older brother's warning, narrowly avoiding getting bitten clean through as a large dog jumped through the space she had been hovering. To her surprise, when the dust and debris cleared, she could clearly see the animal path standing, somewhat weakly, at the center of the deep hole his body had formed. Fu spun in the air again to avoid another dog, this one definitely aiming to clamp its jaws around her neck. She dropped to the ground to avoid a third before backpedaling, unknowingly bumping up against Naruto. The two spun before recognizing one another, each smiled at the other but only briefly before both their eyes widened. Fu was about to cry out to her brother, but not before he suddenly tackled her to the floor, letting two snarling dogs sail over both of them, letting them both take the Shinra Tensei at full force. They were blasted back ferociously, but didn't make it very far before bursting into smoke. Naruto threw Fu to the side and quickly unsealed two familiar blades, throwing them over to her. The mint-haired girl caught them deftly, looking at them, a little surprised Naruto had given her the kiba. What am I supposed to do with these? Naruto grinned manically at her, jumping to the right as he avoided getting blasted by another invisible attack. Do what I do, swing them at random and really hope you hit something. He couldn't get any more out before he was violently flung high into the air, taking a glancing Shinra Tensei that had him spinning. Fu just nodded in determination as she spun to meet the animal path, her eyes opening in shock as she suddenly found two black rods swinging at her. She brought the blades up on instinct, trying to block the attack. To both her and the animal path's surprise, the black rods were neatly bisected in two. Fu blinked once before grinning, lashing out with the two swords, trying to slice the orange-haired man in two. He jumped back, pulling his hands into a seal as he did so. Immediately a large panda burst out of a cloud of smoke, attempting to gore Fu with its large claws. She just jumped at it, using her wings to propel herself forward at speed with the two razor-sharp swords out in front of her. Like a small green drill, she burst out of the other side, spinning furiously, not even looking back as the panda disappeared in smoke. She grinned as the animal path put its hands together again for another summoning. However, Fu didn't let him this time, instead launching one of the swords at him. It was aimed at his chest, but he jumped out of the way, only letting it skim his arm, drawing a thin trail of blood. Unfortunately for him, he had jumped directly into the path of the second kiba. This time he was unable to move and it pierced him directly through the chest, pinning him securely to the wall behind him. Fu dropped to the ground, now huffing slightly, never having been in a fight this hard. The animal path observed her coldly, unable to move but showing no sign. He even felt the shining sword sticking out of his ribcage. Fu caught her breath and stood up straighter, clutching her wrist like she had injured it. Energy began to coalesce in her palm even as the animal path raised a hand to Kiba's hilt, pulling it slowly out of his body and by extension the wall. Fu was nowhere near as good with the Rasengan as her brother, but he had taught her enough for this one last move. Firefly Rasengan. She charged forward even as the ball of energy in her palm contracted down to the size of a small insect, glowing even brighter from the condensed energies. She thrust her hand forward, burying her palm into the orange-haired man's chest. She panted from holding back the energy before she finally let it go, using her wings to quickly pull herself back and into the sky. The animal path finally freed itself from the wall, pulling the sword from his body while ignoring the strange feeling in his chest. Fu just smirked before the street was filled with a blinding light as all of the chakra contained within the tiny sphere finally burst out all at once, shredding everything in its path. When the bright light finally faded, there was nothing left of the animal path but the occasional scrap of black cloth that floated down from the sky. Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief before falling to her knees, the exhaustion finally catching up to her. "I did it, Unison." She quickly passed out on the ground, her body too tired to keep going. Gaara was forced to move backwards, raising the platform he was standing on away from the Preda path, which continued to try and get close to him. Each time it would come close, only for Gaara to move further away and try and swat him down with a whip of sand. The large man would then proceed to absorb the chakra in the sand before it could cause him any real damage, landing securely on the ground below him. They continued this strange back and forth dance for a while, neither really able to gain the upper hand on the other. Finally though, Gaara had enough time to think, and a Gaara that had a plan was a dangerous enemy. The next time the Preda path landed, he suddenly found more sand spikes leaping out of the ground to skewer him. He raised his hands to dissipate them, but before they got too close they suddenly flared. What was left was a thinner, but more compact translucent spike. He still tried to absorb the attack, only to find no chakra in the blade of glass, allowing it to cut into his hand in a moment of hesitation. Now that Gaara had an advantage, he pressed it mercilessly, forcing the larger man to dodge and weave as glass spikes began to shoot out of every surface. They shattered on impact when they missed and gained glancing blows when they didn't, drawing more and more blood each time. Even as he had the orange-haired man dancing around on the ground to avoid him, he began to gather a large cloud of sand above him, compressing it further and further until it weighed more than a house. It glowed, being heated up until the sand particles fused, their molecular structures being reformatted until an enormous block of glass floated above the square. Gaara could only barely control it in this form, so he just let it fall to the floor, directly on top off the Preda path. The large man could only look up as the massive translucent block descended on his body. He was already sprinting to the side, but he knew he wouldn't make it out in time. Before it hit, Gaara exerted the last portion of control he could, shattering the block into thousands of deadly and chakra-free shards that quickly covered every inch of the square. He calmly observed the end of his rather anticlimactic battle, ignoring the ugly red stain on the ground in favor of trying to find where Naruto was fighting, hoping to help if it was necessary. He needed to put a stop to this before something bad happened to his friends, or his village. Naruto had lost count how many times he had gotten close to Pain only to be swiftly launched back by some invisible force. It was like the man was untouchable, lending at least some credibility to his constant ranting about how he was a god. Naruto tried to tune it out the best he could. Religious fanatics kind of bugged him at the best of times. In the middle of a fight where he seemed to be doing negligible damage was even worse. He got to his feet after climbing out of one of the numerous Naruto-shaped craters that now littered the street they had been fighting in. Suddenly he felt his grip on the ground loosen as he was pulled forward, his arms flailing uselessly behind him as he hurtled towards Pain. The man had one hand extended out to him while a long chakra rod slid from his sleeve, held ready to pierce Naruto's body. Quickly Naruto flashed away, landing on a roof where one of his kunai had fallen earlier in the fight. There were a few scattered around, but like he had just done, they were only good for getting away. He couldn't get close enough to Pain to utilize the technique fully. He sighed, putting his hand into a now almost instinctual seal before hundreds of copies of himself suddenly appeared all around the street, lining every rooftop. Pain seemed unconcerned by the sudden influx of orange surrounding him, even when they all simultaneously launched themselves at the man. He waited until the last minute, when all the Narutos were as close as they could be without touching him. One of the clones even had a smile on its face as it reared back its fist, hoping to finally land the first strike on Pain. Shinra-tensei. Simultaneously all of the clones winced as they were blasted back, the shockwave of force moving in every direction. However, what Pain didn't see, thanks to the sea of orange covering his view, were the few clones that stayed behind the rest, just staying on the outskirts of the attack. They finally landed, one of them hurling its fist right between Pain's eyes, startling the normally unflappable Akatsuki member as he was sent flying back. His back was struck as one of the clones waiting behind him kicked him up into the sky, only to be smacked right back down by an improvised axe kick. Pain crashed to the floor, finally creating a crater of his own, even as he pushed away a few more clones that got too cocky. He stood back up, narrowing his eyes at Naruto as the boy jumped back into the street, staring defiantly over at Pain with a smirk. "I knew it, there's a delay before you can use that attack again, a few seconds maybe." The spiky-haired man's eyes narrowed, the rings around his iris looking like they were actually rippling. Not many people have ever lived long enough to work that out. Naruto's smile only grew bigger before it reset into a more serious expression, cockiness could come later. He heard the footsteps before he saw who it was, turning to spot Tayuya running towards him, seal activated and staff at the ready. At the same time Naruto spotted Gaara soaring over the buildings on a platform of sand as his smirk reappeared on his face. He joined his friends in rushing the orange-haired man, each of them coming from a different direction intending to attack him from all sides. Naruto, being the closest, was the first to be attacked with pain, simply raising his hand as he had done for the entirety of the fight. Shinra Ten's Naruto didn't allow him to finish as he disappeared in a yellow flash, reappearing no more than a millisecond later with two other clones beneath the man as they delivered joint devastating kicks, straight up. Nah. Ru. He launched pain into the air, catching the unsuspecting man unawares with the use of a seal he had just managed to place the last and only time he had touched him. Sand sound barrage. Pain looked around midair to see an enormous whip of air spear towards him even as Tayuya, covered in lightning chakra, came barreling in from the other side. Pain's eyes only narrowed momentarily before the air around him rippled violently. There was a moment as time seemed to freeze to a standstill, all four fighters watching each other with trained eyes. Then it was over and the area around Pain erupted like no other explosion, the ground just seemingly blowing outwards like it was hit by an invisible asteroid. Gaara managed to shield himself with sand, getting tossed backwards like a leaf in a storm while Tayuya took the full brunt of the attack, being thrown backwards through more than a few buildings. Naruto saw this out of the corner of his eye but was unable to do anything about it as he turned, sending as much chakra as he could through his body before sprinting at an ungodly pace away from the sphere of destruction very quickly expanding behind him. Gaara managed to recover, high up over his village as he watched with wide eyes at the destruction a single attack had wrought. Over half the village, gone, just like that, there was nothing but one enormous crater, the only thing that told of anything being there before was the surrounding buildings. A single tear slid down the young Kazekage's cheek as he looked at his precious village, reduced to a near pile of rubble. Luckily he wasn't too far gone that he could reach out with all his power, halting the massive flow of rubble and earth that was spreading out from where Pain floated. It took all his concentration but he finally caught the massive wave of what used to be buildings, and more than likely his citizens, before it could wipe the rest of Sunagakure off of the map. His senses were fuzzy as he floated there, already feeling the effects of severe chakra exhaustion overtaking his body as he limply began to descend to the ground, only slowed by his sand. He only hoped that Naruto could finish this, he had nothing left. Naruto could only look around him at the destruction, buildings lying in ruin at the edge of the crater, fire springing up at random from the destruction, then the crater itself. One giant plain of almost glass sand, smoothed by the invisible force that had caused it, and there, in the center, stood Pain. Except a part of Naruto really didn't care about that, he was already running, straight out over the crater that used to be the center of Suna. Except he didn't run towards Pain, he ran around the edge of the crater, staring in horror at the small path of destruction Tayuya's body had caused. He tried to lock onto her with the seal he placed but it must have been damaged from her fall because it wouldn't activate, he couldn't even flash to her. He tried not to fear the worst but as he reached a particularly wrecked part of the city where the trail of destruction ended it was hard not to. Tears were streaming from his eyes as he fell to his knees, grabbing at chunks of rubble at random and pulling them away, sending them flying behind him as he tried to single-handedly excavate the building. He roared out in frustration, red chakra swirling around his body dangerously as three chakra tails swung violently behind him, destroying anything around him that was still standing in his anguish. Suddenly he turned, his eyes slitted and his elongated canines bared, as he locked onto the source of his pain. In a flash of speed rivaling his swift release he appeared in the crater once again, staring across with furious eyes at the dispassionate man at the center. Pain just stood, observing the destruction he had brought in the name of his peace. He turned to see Naruto, watching the boy drop to all fours and glare at him. Now that you have known Pain, maybe you can. Shut up. Naruto flashed across the clearing but was swiftly batted away as Pain raised his hand. The chakra-cloaked boy trembled in rage, trying again and again to breach the man's impenetrable guard only to get knocked back every time. He roared again in frustration before clutching his wrist as a sphere of chakra instantly formed, roughly the size of his head. Bigger. The ball expanded as he forced more chakra in, letting the sphere grow until it was larger than he was. Bigger. It grew again, making him have to hold it above his body or risk being pulled into the maelstrom of energies. Bigger, damn it. Red began to leak into the monumental Rasengan as it swelled to the size of a small building. With one last deafening roar Naruto slammed the enormous sphere down, right on top of Pain. The release of energy it created almost rivaled that of Pain's village-shattering attack, The ground around the two of them being upturned as pure chakra ripped outwards, destroying everything in its path. Chapter 61, Blay, where's the Kazekage? You two, go search through. About the girl? She should be around age. What's that over there? Quickly, I think it's. Il a pulse, quickly, hand me that. You two, stop standing around and help me. Quickly, no. Abel, I think she's going to be. Right, we're done here, there are a lot more people that need help. Go to. Fu opened her eyes slowly, finding even that simple action difficult as her eyelids felt like they were made of lead. Groggily she glanced around, trying to discern anything about her surroundings from the fuzzy images her brain was receiving. She saw a lot of white, blindingly so, it was enough to make her close her eyes again in pain from the sterile fluorescent lights above her. She sighed, knowing where she was from even that small glimpse, it wasn't just Naruto who had an inherent hatred of hospitals. Unison. She suddenly sat bolt upright in the bed, glancing around and completely ignoring the pain in her shoulder. She confirmed her previous theory, looking around the clean white hospital room with worry. It was empty of staff, but the few other beds in the room were occupied by a few other people. They all seemed to be injured to a certain degree, seemingly just minor wounds like broken bones or fractures, minor to her anyway. She could already feel Chomei's chakra knitting what was left of her injuries back together, the pain ebbing gradually. With a small high-pitched grunt she swiveled on the bed, shakily placing her feet against the cold ground. She was just about to push herself off the bed when the door to the room opened quietly, admitting a young nurse. She looked up from her clipboard with a frown, only to jump in surprise when she saw Fu nearly to her feet. There was a moment of pause as the woman just looked at her in shock before she rushed over, busying herself about Fu in worry. Oh, the doctor told me you wouldn't be waking up for a few more hours, never mind getting to your feet. Please lie back down, miss. Fu just shook her head, her eyes crinkling as she thought about her brother. Please, I have to see my Unison. What happened? How did I get here? The nurse frowned again as she looked down at the young girl before her eyes caught the headband on the table next to her bed. She looked back to Fu before sighing, sitting down on the bed next to her. I don't know much, but there was some kind of explosion yesterday. Half the village was destroyed. Fu's eyes shot open in surprise, wondering what had the power to do such a thing. Am I right in saying your Unison is Naruto Uzumaki? Fu nodded hesitantly, not liking the tone with which the nurse was speaking. It was the same type of voice parents use to break bad news to their kids while trying to save their feelings. He was involved somehow, Fu's eyes opened a little wider as tears leaked out the corners. Is he dead? The nurse sat upright suddenly, turning to the younger girl immediately with an apologetic look as she waved her hands out in front of her. No, I'm sorry, no. Fu breathed deeply, releasing the breath she had been holding as she relaxed slightly. But he is in critical condition. Fu was straight back to worrying as she once again tried to push off the bed. The nurse put an arm across, and if Fu really tried she could have easily pushed past, but she was tired, woozy and weakened from whatever happened to her. Please, you were found under a pile of rubble near the edge of the crater, you shouldn't be moving around. In fact, when you came in you had almost 10 broken bones, the fact that you're conscious is astounding. Fu chuckled sheepishly, knowing that it was her resident that allowed it. Please, I just want to see my Unison. The nurse seemed conflicted as she looked between her clipboard, the rest of the patients in the room and Fu. Finally she turned around, staring into Fu's large orange eyes before sighing, more to herself than anything. Okay, fine, but only for a little bit and after I've checked on the other patients. Fu nodded quickly with a weak smile as the nurse quickly went about the room, checking the various clipboards that hung from the edge of the other patients' beds as well as quickly checking them over. Finally she came back to Fu, offered a small smile and helped the younger girl to her feet. Fu felt well enough to walk by herself, but it seemed the nurse wasn't quite ready to believe she was as healed as she claimed to be as she maintained a firm, but gentle grip on her arm. The two of them made their way through the winding corridors of the hospital, snaking around other doctors and nurses. It had Fu blinking every time she saw another injured patient out in the corridors, the rooms apparently too full to hold everyone. As they made their way deeper into the Suna hospital it became obvious the conditions of the patients became worse. Missing limbs replaced broken bones and people were being actively rushed through on gurneys. It was true that the true battle was after the fights, in the hospital with the medics. Finally the nurse, who by now Fu knew was called Musubi, hesitantly stood by a door before casting one last glance at Fu before opening it. The girl poked her head around the door cautiously, immediately noticing the 4 people inside. To one side Gaara slept peacefully in a bed, not even looking injured, thanks to his sand armor. To his right was Mitsuri, her head lightly resting on Gaara's chest as she slept soundly in a chair, never having left his side for a moment. To the contrary, when Fu looked to the other side of the room, it was a mess of various machinery and complicated equipment. Two blips echoed through the otherwise quiet room every few seconds, coming from the heart rate monitors hooked up to Naruto and Tayuya. Fu couldn't decide who looked worse. On the one side it looked like Naruto's body had been ripped up in various places, the skin sometimes opened and lightly bleeding. The doctors had done what they could before they had to move on, stabilizing him so they could get to other patients. Then there was Tayuya. Some of her limbs were even more heavily bandaged than Naruto's, most set in casts. Her head especially was wrapped up in bandages so that only a small part of her normally noticeable red hair poked out. Both were attached to a drip that slowly released some clear substance into their blood as Fu blinked at the sight. She had never seen her brother so heavily injured. He would always just spring back from anything. The nurse just looked at her sadly. In any other case the two would have been declared hopeless long ago, but somehow they had managed to stabilize them. It was a miracle the girl survived. By all accounts her entire lower body should have been crushed by the rubble. By the time the medics found her she had been using medical chakra to sustain herself. She has multiple broken bones, a severe concussion, and will most likely be comatose for a few weeks. The nurse sighed again as she looked over to the blonde. He was truly an enigma. None of the doctors even knew what was keeping him alive. As for your brother, he should be dead. He had over 50 broken bones, severe third-degree burns, what looks like critical radiation poisoning, and the worst case of chakra exhaustion we have ever seen. She sighed, knowing the boy would most likely be bombarded with questions from doctors when or if he ever woke up. Even now his body is healing itself at an extraordinary rate. Every time I come in he has less broken bones and the wounds just seem to knit back together. If I didn't know better I'd swear it was some kind of Kekkei Genkai. Fu just nodded with determination. Her brother would be fine. It would take more than this to take him out for good, although she did want to know what did this to him. The nurse looked at the girl again before sighing. She had other patients to check in with and she knew the determined look on the girl's face. It had been the same for her when her brother broke his arm. She patted Fu on the shoulder before walking out. She seemed to be fine anyway, at least not severely injured. Fu shot her a thankful smile as she left before quickly making her way over to her brother's side. She would stay with him until the moment he woke up. It had taken Naruto almost 3 whole days to finally wake up, once again astounding the doctors with his rate of recovery. Gaara had woken up only a day after, with orders to take it easy for the next week. He had reassumed his position as Kazekage and waited patiently for his friends to recover. Like Fu had for him, Naruto stayed by Tayuya's side every minute that she was unconscious, only ever leaving to get food or to use the bathroom. Despite the doctor's assurances that she would be out for a long time, she managed to wake up after a week. One day her body had just remarkably lit up with green medical chakra, her wounds healing at an even more rapid pace than the doctors could manage, although they did facilitate it where they could. She woke up with blurry eyes and a splitting headache only to look down to see a mop of blonde hair resting on her stomach. She couldn't help but smile at the scene, knowing that Naruto probably hadn't left her side at all. She glanced around, trying to get an idea of how long she had been asleep for, but there wasn't even a clock in the sterile room. Sighing, she gently nudged Naruto's shoulders. When it looked like he wasn't going to respond, she gained a smirk. Sitting up slightly to get better leverage and ignoring the sudden burning pain in her side, she braced her arms against Naruto's body. "Hey shithead, wakey wakey." She roughly pushed him off with a smile, once again hiding the pain that even that simple action had cost her. She knew that whatever it was that took her out was going to keep her from active duty for some time, probably a few weeks at least. She laughed as Naruto woke up, even as he was tipping back. Despite his honed reflexes, he could do almost nothing as he tumbled backwards except brace his arms. He looked up at the ceiling, slightly dazed and confused before picking himself up and dusting himself off. He suddenly stopped mid-action as he turned to look at the bed with wide disbelieving eyes. "Tayuya-chan." He launched himself over, wrapping up Tayuya in a strong and warm hug that was surprisingly gentle. Her body gave no protests as he wrapped her up. "The doctors said you would be out for ages, but I knew you'd be awake in no time." Tayuya just smiled at the way he fussed over her, even if he didn't try to make it look that way. "Well, I'm sore as shit and feel like I haven't eaten anything for a month. How long have I been out?" Naruto smiled fondly, happy that even so soon after waking up Tayuya was still herself. "About 8 days, I kinda lost count. Time just sort of stands still in hospitals." As he said it he looked around in disdain, even if he now had a sort of begrudging respect for the establishment that had probably saved both their lives, or at least Tayuya's. 8 days, huh? That must have been one fucking big explosion. Naruto nodded again, this time with a frown as the memories of his final encounter with pain flashed through his mind. Yeah, that bastard really did a number on the village. They've started fixing it, but there's really only so much you can do with a giant crater. Tayuya's eyes shot up in surprise. She had been caught by the blast, so was already unconscious before she saw anything. Even from the way Naruto said it, she knew the damage had to be extensive. Gaara still has to take it easy, but once he's back to 100% he can start fixing the worst of the damage. Turns out being able to form buildings with nothing but chakra is pretty useful. Tayuya just smirked in agreement, also glad that Gaara was okay. So from everything I've heard, I take it I pretty much got the worst of it? Naruto just nodded. In truth, Tayuya was really the only one who took the attack head on. Everybody else was only damaged by the damage it caused afterwards. Yeah, before he came to fight, Gaara had all the available shinobi come and evacuate the civilians for the area. It was a good thing too. They only had orders to interfere if it looked like we couldn't hold our own. That all kind of broke down when Pain decided to blow a massive hole in the village. Tayuya was now very curious. The way Naruto kept speaking about it, the damage to Suna was massive, but she just couldn't fathom one person devastating an entire village. She looked towards the window, but they were on the ground floor and she wasn't at a great angle to look out over the village. She sighed, supposing she would be able to see it once she was out of the hospital. So what happened after I got knocked out? I assume Pain was sent packing with his tail between his legs. Naruto nodded solemnly, pulling something out from behind him before he tossed a badly damaged and slightly singed Ame headband on Tayuya's lap. Yeah, you could say that. Tayuya just blinked in surprise. Naruto had taken down somebody who could level a small village, and to her he didn't really look all that injured, even if he winced in pain every so often when he would move his side too much. She could get the details from him later. Right now she suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Already her eyelids were beginning to droop as she let out a small yawn. Naruto just smiled kindly when he saw this, placing his hand over hers as she began to doze off. I'll be here when you wake up. Tayuya just nodded sleepily, not really hearing what he said, but she found his warm voice soothing. Suna was now well on its way to recovery. As long as Gaara had chakra, he was able to erect buildings to the exact specification of the construction supervisors. The massive crater that had scarred his beloved village shrank every day as life began to return to normal. There were surprisingly few casualties in the village as a whole, most of the civilians having been successfully evacuated to areas not affected by the full-scale Shinra Tensei. However, for one individual, things were nowhere near normal. Naruto currently sat in his room in the Kazekage mansion, deep in thought over the large scroll laid out over his desk. Numerous smaller scrolls surrounded him, some scrunched up, now useless, and others having been furiously scribbled over only to be immediately crossed out again. He hadn't managed to shave in the last few days, and his adolescent beard adorning his chin caused him to itch every now and then. Tayuya made a joking remark that he finally had whiskers on other places on his face, which had drawn a laugh from him and Fu. He made sure to visit her as much as possibly, but as much as she enjoyed his company and attention, he tended to be a bit smothering. Now he spent his free time working on the one problem that had managed to elude him for so long now. The door to his room opened a crack. He noticed but paid it no real mind. He just assumed it was Gaara or Matsuri coming to see him. He was surprised then when a veil of red hair suddenly fell across his eyes as he was wrapped up in a large and warm hug. When he was finally released, he turned with a smile to see Tayuya standing next to him, leaning against a single crutch as she tried to actively avoid putting pressure on her more badly damaged leg. Once she had regained consciousness, her own medical expertise had greatly sped up her recovery, but the doctors had still refused to release her. Apparently they had changed their minds, or at least somebody had changed their minds for them. He smiled, knowing that sooner or later Tayuya always got her way, no matter who was standing as an obstacle. Tayuya, why didn't you tell me you got out today? I would have helped you. Tayuya playfully slapped him around the back of his head as she gently eased herself onto his lap. Wouldn't have been much of a fucking surprise then, would it? Naruto just chuckled softly as he naturally wrapped one of his arms around her waist and planted a chaste kiss on her lips, at least until she slapped him again. Anyway, it's not like I'm some bratty kid who can't even walk from the hospital to her own house. Naruto just nodded, knowing better than to disagree with her. She was just as stubborn as he was and they would have been arguing over it for ages. Cool, so how long until we can spar? He only said it jokingly, but Tayuya just smirked, standing up with some care before looking down at him defiantly. I'll take you right here, shithead, just bring it. However, despite her jovial and slightly joking words, she was unprepared for the blur that suddenly swept her off her feet. The two of them were across the room in moments before Naruto gently set her down on the bed before joining her. Tayuya just huffed, pouting as she crossed her arms under her chest, she didn't enjoy being defeated so easily. Hey, no fair, I want a rematch. She didn't get much further before Naruto firmly pressed his lips up against hers. They parted almost a minute later with Tayuya's eyelids half lidded and her mouth in a smile. Not exactly what I was getting at, but I think that was good too. Naruto just stared at her in half amusement, crossing his arms over his own chest as he pouted. Only good? Must be losing my touch. Tayuya just grinned happily like an academy student who aced a test. Oh, I think I can help with that. Suffice it to say that neither of them were seen or heard from for the rest of that night. Fu sat on Naruto's shoulders as they both stood and watched Gaara effortlessly construct a house. The sand flowed around him in a stream, being directed by the various site planners and architects before solidifying into a rock-hard sandstone-like wall or floor. In all, almost half of the crater had been refilled and almost the entire residential district had been repaired. Thanks to the low casualty and injury rates, nearly all of the active shinobi were still fit for missions, so Suna didn't take any massive hits to its economy. Fu watched Gaara work in awe, always amazed by his natural ability to bend the sands to his will. It made her long for her own special ability like it, even if her bijou did allow her to fly. Likewise, Naruto watched his friend actively take part in the reconstruction effort, showing that even the Kazekage would pitch in to help. He was still too injured to be doing any heavy lifting, so for now he watched from the sidelines, but as soon as he could he would do his bit as well. He had his large scroll slung over his shoulder. Nowadays he really didn't go anywhere without it, so he could jot down any thoughts that came to him on the fly. Tayuya had started walking without her crutches the day before, almost 3 weeks after what had now been dubbed the pain incident by everybody who knew of the attack in detail, namely anybody of rank Chunin or higher. The official story was that Suna had been attacked by an unknown enemy of incredible power but had been swiftly defeated by the Kazekage, Fu, Naruto, and Tayuya. It was more for morale than anything else, even though it was true, if slightly exaggerated. People needed an inspirational story in times of hardship. As he walked down the street, Naruto noticed more and more people looking at him in admiration, hearing how he had been the one to defeat the leader of the attack. Even now the smaller, but still devastating crater at the center of the destruction stood testament to the power of the Rasengan he had used to defeat pain. Subconsciously he fiddled with one of the rings on his hand, still not having bothered to work out a way to take them off yet. Now that Tayuya was well enough to walk unaided, he knew that Gaara would want to be talking to them both later on. Naruto stood in front of Gaara's desk with Tayuya on his back. It wasn't really because she was too injured to walk, far from it, he just enjoyed carrying her around and she enjoyed being carried. It also slightly irritated Gaara that they would act so immaturely in the Kazekage's office, even if he insisted on losing the formalities between them. Currently the young Kazekage was glancing through a report on the current repairs to the village. He would be out helping like usual, but he felt this meeting is too important to be put off for much longer. Alright, we've had some rest for now, but we can't put off the fact that Akatsuki are no doubt still out there, plotting what to do. Tayuya looked at her friend oddly, a questioning look on her face as she glanced between him and Naruto, who didn't seem surprised by the news. What? I thought that Naruto killed their leader. Gaara steepled his fingers, almost imitating Tsunade as he leaned forward on the desk. While it appears that way, both Naruto and I have our doubts to the man calling himself Pain to be the Akatsuki's true leader. Naruto just nodded, upsetting Tayuya that he hadn't discussed these concerns with her before now. Yeah, Gaara's right. During our fight he only called himself a vessel for a higher power. It might have all been gibberish, but we can't rule out the fact that the real leader might be out there somewhere. There's also the fact that all of the opponents we faced shared the same eyes. We don't know what that means, but we're sure it's significant somehow. Tayuya nodded uncertainly, a frown marring her features. Alright, so Akatsuki still might be out there, but so what? We still can't do anything about it. It's not like we know where they are or anything. Gaara just shook his head solemnly as he pulled out a few headbands from the drawers, laying them out on his desk. All of them were the same, all bearing the symbol for Amiga Core and all of them slashed to indicate missing nin status. All of our opponents wore headbands identical to these, yet the ones that have been identified since then have shown them to be of different villages. Tayuya furrowed her brow again and thought. So they wanted to implicate Ame, is that it? Again Gaara shook his head, staring intently at the headbands. No, if that was their goal the headbands would not have been slashed. Why would they assume the identities of missing nin from Ame if they weren't from the village? Tayuya quieted down again, now in thought about the strangeness presented by the unusual headbands. In any case, I at least believe it deserves looking into. Tayuya nodded quickly, as did Naruto, who had already been thinking along the same lines as Gaara for a while now. When? Gaara swiveled on his chair. He had a perfect view of the scarred crater from his window and it always made him pensive to look at. Not until you are recovered completely. If it turns out there is something of significance in Amiga Core, then I want you at 100% to make sure I'm not sending you to your death. Tayuya almost seemed ready to protest, but the dull ache throughout her body told her otherwise, and she just nodded silently. In any case, you will have 2 weeks to recover and gain your strength back. I'm sure there are things you can also work on without the use of your body, as I'm sure there is for Naruto as well. Both of them nodded. Good, then get some rest. You're no good to the village if you overwork yourselves. He relieved another 2 nods before Naruto spoke up. So who would be going to Ame? Gaara nodded, having predicted this would be one of the first things Naruto asked. Only yourself and Tayuya. It is probably best for an information gathering mission to keep a low profile, and too many people would only attract attention to yourselves. Besides, with your shadow clones and Tayuya's genjutsu, you are more than able to complete this mission by yourselves. Naruto nodded with a frown. So this is just recon? Gaara nodded, sliding the headbands off his desk and back into a drawer. Yes, although if you are threatened, you have my permission to protect yourselves. Avoid unnecessary conflict if possible. Ame are not our enemies at the moment, and it would be preferable to keep it that way. He got more nods from his 2 friends, although Tayuya was smirking as she did so. So what about Fu? Gaara smiled softly, looking at Naruto in a mix between amusement and understanding. I know you care for her, Naruto, but she is a full-fledged kunoichi, not to mention almost 14 years old now. You can't be watching over her forever. If the mission goes well, you will be back in the village in no more than 3 weeks. Until then, she is more than welcome to stay at the mansion as she has been doing. Otherwise, you could always ask Guren to keep an eye on her. However, she is now a jounin of Sunagakur, so she will be going on missions and won't always be available. Naruto nodded hesitantly, unsure of the idea of leaving Fu for so long. They had never been apart for any extended period of time before. Don't worry about little Minty shithead, she'll be fine and you know it. She took down one of those Akatsuki goons, didn't she? Naruto gained a little more confidence, smiling in pride as he thought about Fu's accomplishment. Alright, but promise you'll keep her out of trouble. Gaara nodded with a smile. I won't have to. Mitsuri has taken an almost motherly liking towards her, and she'll keep an eye on her even without me asking. At least that had Naruto feeling more reassured by that. Alright then, we'll let you know when we're fully recovered. Gaara nodded again as Naruto and Tayuya let themselves out. He had no doubt they would want to get back to full capacity as soon as possible, but this whole event was certainly eye-opening for the young Kage. It was almost reaching the time Naruto and Tayuya would have to leave the village for Ame, and Naruto was packing their supplies into various seals around their bodies. Tayuya had recovered enough to begin physical training about a week ago now, and from then the both of them had been slowly working their abilities back up to an acceptable level. In the meantime, they had both been working on their individual projects, Tayuya on her genjutsu, which she felt she'd been neglecting recently, and Naruto his work in modifying the seal safely. Tayuya was on the bed, stretched out in just her panties and one of Naruto's older shirts that fit her. It was taking all of Naruto's self-control not to abandon his attempts at packing and go over and just roll around with her for a while. She had a way of looking unbelievably sexy even in the simplest of clothes, and secretly Naruto believed she did it on purpose just to tease him. Right now she was lying on her stomach with her arms hanging over the edge of the bed, reading a book Naruto didn't recognize. What are you reading? Tayuya didn't answer. She instead just raised the book so he could read the title, Tale of a Gutsy Ninja. He didn't recognize the name, but he certainly recognized the author. The small picture of the white-haired Sanin smirked at him from the back cover. I thought the next issue of Make Out hadn't come out yet? Tayuya sighed, placing a bookmark on the page she was reading before propping herself up on the bed with a look that clearly told Naruto she had been enjoying it until he interrupted. It's not from the Make Out series. It's some kind of book he wrote a while back when he was just getting into writing. It's actually pretty good. There's none of the smut like he normally writes. She chuckled suddenly. Maybe he wasn't always a pervert after all. Naruto smirked at that as well, not believing there was ever a time Jiraiya wasn't perverted. What's it about? Tayuya just shrugged, already returning to where she was, completely ignoring her boyfriend as she got back into the book. Read it and find out. Naruto just nodded, returning to what he was doing while trying to ignore the alluring position Tayuya was unwittingly lying in, or possibly deliberately, he could never tell. He thought about what they were going to have to do in Ame. He didn't know much about the village except it was hit pretty hard in the Second Shinobi War and has been slowly recovering ever since. He did know that with his luck, it was going to get interesting pretty quickly. Chapter 62. Both Naruto and Tayuya were smiling as they finally got the opportunity to stretch their legs in earnest as they dashed across the desert, using what they knew of the terrain to make it across quickly. Finally they saw the strangely obvious border between the land of wind and the land of rain, made more blatant by the light rain that began to fall around them. The two of them made more cautious and steady progress after that, traveling as civilians would to keep suspicion off them. Naruto was already amazed by the variety they saw from the new country. Despite the ever-present rainfall, people went about their lives. There were a few sparsely populated villages spread out through the outskirts of the country, mostly farms and rice paddies. The geography itself was also quite varied. Hills, valleys, streams and rivers dotted the land, and Naruto could even make out the vague shape of a mountain range in the distance. However, despite the beauty of the country around them, both shinobi couldn't help but feel it was dampened by the weather. Used to living in a desert where water was a commodity almost as valuable as gold, the two just weren't used to seeing so much rain, even if they hadn't always lived in Suna. The natives seemed indifferent to it, or strangely in some cases grateful for some reason. The two were on an information gathering mission, so they asked discreet questions every now and then. Most of the time the people were fairly guarded, but it was in vain anyway. Apparently the flow of information was tightly controlled from Amigakure itself, as many people still believed Hanzo to be in control. The two gave up, believing that either the people were playing dumb in hopes they would move on or genuinely didn't know anything. In either case, they figured their search would be more fruitful in the village itself, not that they thought infiltration of a foreign village was going to be easy. They trudged on through the country, their respective spirits becoming more oppressed by the ceaseless and seemingly worsening rain that darkened the sky and flooded the roads, even if they were incredibly irrigated. That was another thing Naruto noticed. It wasn't all that prevalent in the outlying villages, but as they drew closer to the capital he began noticing the strange architecture of the country. It became painfully obvious when the two finally rounded the crest of a hill, only to look on in slight awe at the sight in front of them, the rain-swept city of Amigakure no Sato. Tall spindly towers of metal climbed into the air, each seemingly competing with those closest to it like trees in a forest. Everywhere you looked there was piping, taking away the rain that fell constantly and safely transporting it through the city's massive sewer system. In all, Naruto thought it reminded him of what his mindscape used to look like, if it was a city instead of an underground sewer. In fact, it was almost uncanny. The two stayed there for a while, discussing the best entrances into the village while simultaneously deciding that the main entrance was out. They may have been discreet and almost non-existent in the rest of the country, but the shinobi presence in Ame itself was more than obvious. They seemed well organized and well trained, performing routine checks on everybody entering or leaving the village through the conventional ways. It was just a good thing that Naruto wasn't a very conventional person. If citizens of Amigakure had looked up that particular day, they might have seen a lonely falcon fly furiously through the downpour that pervaded their lives. It dodged through the tall, haphazardly designed buildings, using the darkness provided by the cloud coverage to mask its flight. It settled down in the most deserted alleyway it could find, floating down to a graceful stop on the ground. If anybody had looked close, they might have noticed the strange patterns drawn on the creature's back in what seemed to be ink. Suddenly the entire bird just glowed for a moment before there was a large burst of smoke and two shadows were blasted into the darkened alley quite forcefully. The two took a moment to catch their bearings, looking rather dazed from the unorthodox transport before standing up and checking their surroundings quickly. Finally, the slightly shorter of the two made sure to smack her partner around the back of his head before dispelling her summon. "Make sure I never let you talk me into traveling by sealing scroll ever again, okay?" Naruto just nodded with a sheepish smile. He hadn't really thought it would be that bad in honesty. He just applied the same principle he did with his Fuji no Iki, using the technique that allowed him to seal chakra in order to create a space where they could temporarily hide. Well, it worked, didn't it? And it's not like we haven't been that close before. He tried to placate her, but the irritation in her eyes was quite clear. There's a fucking difference between close and fucking crushed together in a space the size of a fucking closet. Naruto quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Tayuya to quieten down as he motioned to the end of the alley they were in. Even now the sounds of city life echoed through the more constant sound of rain pattering down on the streets or into the piping system. Tayuya sighed and nodded. She might have been stubborn and free-spirited, but she understood when subtlety and tact were required, and recon missions were such times. They both quietly walked out into the streets, instantly blending in with the crowds with their nondescript rain slickers and covered hair. Both of them had left behind anything that might have identified themselves as shinobi or foreigners. As far as Naruto knew, there wasn't really any single nationality from Ame, or at least one that was vastly different to Suna. The only thing that might distinguish them was their tan skin, as most people in Ame were relatively pale, most likely from the constant clouds that smothered the sky. Tayuya fixed that by weaving a slight genjutsu about the two of them, simultaneously lightening their skin and removing Naruto's whiskers. For all they knew, they were in enemy territory right now, and they were the single most identifying factor about Naruto that might give him away. As they moved through the village, they couldn't help but be slightly intimidated by the imposing architecture, not that they showed it. It was quite different than anything they were used to, as they knew villages to be quite low and spread out, while Ame was relatively small but stretched into the sky. When they were alone, Naruto created clones that hinged into various random civilians before spreading out through the village. They would listen into conversations and dispel to give Naruto the information they gained. Tayuya was there if the need for interrogation ever came up. She found her knack for that working under Sasori. It turned out people were quite loose with their tongues if they believed their body was slowly melting away beneath them. After half a day of walking around and not getting any useful information, the two of them stopped off at a small restaurant, out of the way enough that they probably wouldn't ask many questions. They gave a small smile to the woman working behind the counter of the little shop, which was returned by a slightly curder version. They ignored the somewhat unfriendly gesture and ordered some food, both of them not really having much to say to the other at the moment. Naruto kept glancing around as his gaze passed across a strange paper idol hanging on the wall where it wouldn't be dampened by the rain. He remembered that his clones had seen similar paper idols dotted around the village in various establishments like the one they were eating in. Now that he actually looked at it closely, he realized it somewhat resembled a person, at least if they had wings and a halo. "Excuse me, but I've noticed those paper idols around the village. What do they mean?" The woman stared at him for a moment with furrowed brows while Naruto quickly clarified. "My girlfriend and I are visiting family in the village. We're from one of the smaller villages on the border with the Land of Wind." The woman continued to stare before nodding with a small frown. However, when her gaze flitted to the paper idol on the wall, a tiny smile lit up her face for a moment. "It's the sign of God's angel, letting us know she is always watching over us for him." Naruto gave a bemused smile but nodded all the same, knowing when not to press for information if he didn't want to seem suspicious. The two finished their meal shortly afterwards, thanking the woman before pulling up the hoods of their anoraks and stepping back out into the rain. They looked around for a moment before Tayuya turned to Naruto, who just seemed to be looking off into the distance. "So what now?" Naruto pointed off towards the other side of the street where a sign stood on a metal pole with various directions to sites around the city. "How about God's Tower? Check out this stuff about the angel." Tayuya just nodded. It wasn't like they had any other leads at the moment, and usually the largest buildings were the most important, so they could probably get some information anyway. "Yeah, sure." When Tayuya had mentioned large buildings being important, she definitely did not have this in mind. The tower was positively enormous, stretching so high into the sky that it hurt to crane their necks at the angle required to see the spire high above them. They could only imagine why a Megacore would need a tower so high, even if they hadn't noticed it before now somehow. Taking a deep breath, they hesitantly tried the front doors, actually shocked when they swung open without much protest. They had noticed that despite the looks of admiration from the villagers aimed at both the tower and the angel edifices, people seemed to be avoiding the tower entirely. That was true for the inside as well. It was more barren than a stretch of the Suna Desert. Naruto found himself strangely happy that the inside of the building did not match the outside. It maintained its neo-Gothic style, but the construction seemed less random and there were no pipes ferrying rainwater every which way. Right now they were at somewhat of a loss at what to do. They hadn't been expecting the building to be empty. It made finding anything somewhat difficult. Luckily, or unluckily dependent on viewpoint and hindsight, their problem was solved fairly quickly. The winds inside the room suddenly picked up as papers that appeared out of the walls themselves suddenly flocked together in the center of the room. Naruto was instantly thrown back 10 years to when the exact same thing had happened during his attempted escape from some bandits. In a few seconds the paper took on a human form before solidifying, gaining color and slowly becoming more distinct until a half-formed woman floated in the center of the room. Her skin, clothes and blue hair all still looked like they were composed of paper, flaking ever so slightly. Her body just ended at a certain point in her robes, becoming more loose sheaves of paper that floated a few feet from the ground. The most remarkable thing were the two large wings, also made of paper, that extended from her back, truly giving her the appearance of an angel. "Konan?" The blue-haired woman only offered a fleeting smile. "Hello Naruto, it's been a long time." The blonde could only stare at the woman in shock and disbelief. She was the one who saved his life all those years ago. She was also the reason he had met Tayuya, who he now couldn't imagine life without. Except for Gaara, Fu, Tayuya, and Kurama, she probably had the single greatest impact on his life for the better. And now she was standing in front of him, as a member of Akatsuki and his enemy. But why? The blue-haired woman just offered a sad smile which was soon swallowed by her usual impassive mask. I might be able to explain to you our past, the reasons why we fight for our vision of peace, but it would be better to hear it from somebody else, someone who you will understand. She floated slowly to the ground, her legs reappearing as her paper form became more solid and her wings dissipated as the individual sheets of paper flew away around the building as little paper aeroplanes. Naruto and Tayuya weren't sure what to think. Konan was supposed to be their enemy, but right in front of them she was lowering her guard. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto relaxed, drawing his body out of its well-conditioned fighting stance. Tayuya shot him a wary look, but he just shrugged. Konan had saved his life all those years ago. The least he could do was give her the benefit of the doubt this once. Gaara had told them to avoid unnecessary conflict, and that was exactly what he was doing. Tayuya just sighed as she replaced the bow staff she had drawn on her back and also relaxed her body. "All right, lead the way." Konan nodded with a small and weary smile before turning on a heel and walking down one of the corridors. Tayuya and Naruto warily followed her, but not before the blonde quickly applied a Fuijin no Iki seal to the floor of the foyer. They jogged to catch up to the woman, walking beside her but staying out of her reach just in case. Naruto was ready at any moment to activate his swift release in response to even the slightest signs of a trap, and Konan noticed the tension in their postures. "I assure you that under this roof no harm will come to you. The god of Ame has decided it is time you and he met." Naruto furrowed his brow as he continued to walk alongside her. "The god of Ame? You mean the leader of Akatsuki?" Konan nodded quickly, walking along in silence. Naruto did as well, but his mind was clouded by confusing thoughts and memories. "When you saved me, all those years ago, were you a part of Akatsuki?" Konan nodded again, a short, curt movement. "Then why? Why save me when you knew what I was?" Konan just smirked in amusement before the momentary gesture was swallowed by the mask again. "Akatsuki was not always as it is today. Our goal was never always to seek out the bijou." Naruto furrowed his brow, wondering what had caused them to change their mind. "As I said, there is somebody who could explain it better." She turned her head to look right at him, once again letting him see her eyes shine orange for a fraction of a second. "When I saved you, I had no idea what you were. You were an orphan. That was all I needed to know." She returned to staring ahead at the corridor in front of them, letting silence wash over them. Eventually, after winding their way through the extensive tower and climbing what seemed like an infinite number of stairs, the three of them entered a large chamber. Right in the center was a large machine supporting a frail and emaciated man with long red hair falling across his face in a limp sheet. His body was thin and his bones were visible beneath his skin. The machine he was in seemingly restrained him, or more likely supported him at the arms and the legs, giving him a slightly hunched over appearance. Most strange were the many large black rods sticking directly out of the man's back, which Naruto instinctively knew were the same as those Pain had used as weapons. "Naruto Uzumaki, it's almost ironic really." His voice was gravely, not unlike Gaara's, but his words held more emotion. They were also slightly deeper. "Ironic that in the end my vision for peace was stopped by my own blood. In another time we might have been friends, family even." It was only a few words, but already Naruto's eyes widened as his slightly tensed fist hung limply to his side. "Do you hate me, Naruto?" The blonde just trembled, unsure of what to say. I don't know you." The man blinked slowly, taking time to process the information as his face remained set in a mask of sadness that clung to him like a cloak. "I am Nagato Uzumaki. War orphan of Ame, student of Jiraiya of the Sannin and murderer of Hanzo of the Salamanders. You would know me as the current leader of the organization Akatsuki." Naruto's eyes widened even further. Of course he knew the man might be lying, that it might all be a ploy to lower his guard, but here he was, standing across from possibly the only blood family he truly had left in the world. "Uzumaki. How?" Nagato looked up, his rippled eyes now clearly visible as he gained a small gasp of recognition from both teens. "My mother was a refugee from Uzushio-gakure, although I did not know that for many years after her murder at the hands of Leaf Shinobi." Naruto's fists clenched back into balls. He was an orphan like him. "My Rinnegan, the Dujutsu you see in my eyes, activated that day. Since then it has been a curse and a blessing, giving me power." He looked down at the machine that supported him for a moment as he paused, "and crippling my body." Naruto understood the burden of a power that was both dangerous and powerful, something that he had no control over. In so many ways he and Nagato were alike, yet they had gone down such different paths. "How?" Nagato looked up at Naruto, their eyes meeting for a moment before Naruto continued. "How did it get to this? You of all people should know the pain and misery that violence brings, yet you want to hurt those because of something that they had no control over. People like me or Gaara and Fu. We never wanted to be Jinchuriki, but we make do. finding precious bonds where we can just to keep living, having to prove to the world that we aren't the so-called demons we contain. Nagato blinked slowly, once again absorbing what the younger Uzumaki was telling him. Your friends, they are important to you, aren't they? You would do anything for them, even sacrifice yourself for them because you believe in them and what they stand for, because you care for them more than anything else in the world? Naruto just nodded solemnly as Nagato continued. I too had bonds like that once, precious people that mean the world to me. The war took that away from me, greedy men who understood nothing of pain and suffering, who didn't understand the lives they were destroying as they quarreled over petty grievances. Konan looked away at this point, her mask finally breaking as a small tear found its way to the corner of her eye. This is how the world will know peace. Once everybody understands true pain, true suffering through fear, then they will know the consequences of war. Naruto frowned as his fist shook. How could you think that? What makes you any better than them if you plan on killing so many? How many has the Akatsuki killed already in this plan for peace? Hundreds? Thousands? I may not know Jiraiya very well, but that can't be the dream he wants. People have to understand each other, find bonds through love that can defeat their hate. Nagato sighed deeply as the machine around him moved so he could better look at Naruto. You are young, and while you think you have experienced suffering, you still maintain that naivety. It is a fool's dream. People will always harbor hatred, always experience greed and anger. That is what makes such bonds special in the first place, and also why losing them devastates lives. Naruto hung his head, letting his unrestrained hair fall over his eyes. I understand that you must have lost somebody precious to you, that your life was probably even harder than mine, but that's no reason to give up on humanity. You should fight harder to save it. Nagato let out a humorless chuckle, his frail body shaking from the minute exertion. Your words are inspirational. You carry the spirit of our clan, but people are not changed in a day. Words alone will not change the hearts of men. I hate war. It took everything from me, and I loathe the world that allowed it to happen. That will not change. In honesty, a part of me hopes you are right, that you can find a way to peace that I could not see in my hatred-clouded vision. I am sad that I may never live to see it. He hung his head sadly, although it wasn't much of a change from his normal expression. My body is weak, my abuse of power has taken its toll, and even the strength of the Uzumaki blood that flows through both of our veins cannot help me. I will die soon, leaving the world with nothing more than my legacy, the destruction I have wrought through my paths, and my singular attempt at attaining peace. A small smile finally graced the older man's lips, his gaunt cheeks turning up slightly at the gesture so unfamiliar to his face. Good luck in your own path to peace, Naruto. I once asked you to look after a young orphan, purely because I didn't want to see another lonely girl have to grow up in a world that she would one day come to despise. I wanted you to save one person from the life that I lived. He turned and looked straight at Tayuya as she looked back at the man who had brought Naruto to her, giving her life meaning however indirectly, and you have done exactly that. Even if I die tomorrow, I die knowing that my actions have at least brought one person happiness. That would be what Yahiko would have wanted. But why do you have to die? Let somebody help you. I'm sure Lady Tsunade would. Nagato looked up, letting his rippled eyes gaze directly into Naruto's own, piecing him and making the blonde stop mid-sentence. That's enough, Naruto, my time is coming to a close. I wanted to talk because I wanted to see how you would react to the cause of your pains being right in front of you. You have shown me compassion, despite being your enemy, you have shown me tolerance in letting me tell my story, and you have shown me understanding, even if it was in a slightly naive way. If there is anybody that can achieve what I could not, then I believe it will be you. Jiraiya-sensei once told us something right before he left, that even though we weren't from Konoha, we carried in us the will of fire. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but I believe I see that in you now. I'll do it. Nagato looked up in surprise, narrowing his eyes in Naruto's direction. If there is no way to true peace and you're right, then I'll make one. As long as there are people in this world that are worth protecting, that believe in me and will support me, I'll never give up. I won't just do it for them, I'll do it for you too. Nagato let out a small gasp of surprise. I want you to see that you're wrong. I want you to live to see the peace that Jiraiya wanted so much, and that's a promise. Nagato blinked slowly before closing his eyes and exhaling softly in a sigh. You could help people, use your powers to stop wars and end suffering instead of causing it by hunting the Jinchuriki. I know you could be healed, I'm sure Lady Tsunade could do it, and if she won't, then I'll make her. Tears had begun to gather at the edges of Naruto's eyes. We're so alike, our lives are like the same story told with different characters, and you're the last family I have. I would be dishonoring my family if I did nothing to help you, please let me help you. Nagato looked down, staring at his own frail body, the machine that was the only thing keeping him upright. Your eyes, even in all this confusion, all this hate and suffering that surrounds our lives, your eyes are clear. In all my pain and hatred towards the world, I forgot what Jiraiya-sensei taught me, the very spirit you seem to have found on your own." He sighed again as he looked down at Konan to his side. "It seems that even with the eyes of the sage of the six paths I was blind. Maybe you can see more clearly that the Rinnegan." The smallest of smiles tweaked at the edge of his mouth. Maybe it would not be so terrible to finally try and let the hate go. He turned, the machine once again allowing him to move his body to look down at Konan. "I'm sorry, Konan, Yahiko would never have wanted this, I failed him." The normally emotionless woman stared at her old friend in a small amount of shock and amazement. "Nagato, she sighed. He would have understood, he always understood." Nagato nodded slowly and sadly as thoughts of his oldest friend flashed through his mind. He gulped and took a deep breath as he turned back to where Naruto stood. "Naruto, please help me." Naruto stared across at the silent blue-haired woman who just calmly stared back, neither of them backing down as they held the other's gaze. They had been forced to move to another room while Tayuya went over the damage to Nagato's body. Preferably Naruto wanted Tsunade to help him, but Tayuya had pointed out that it would be pointless if she could help him. She may not have been a medic on par with Tsunade herself, but she was good in her own, unorthodox way. Only if she felt that she could do nothing for him would they consider asking Tsunade for help. He was still technically the enemy after all. What happened? Konan was surprised when Naruto finally broke the tense silence that had filled the air around them. "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed, looking in the direction of the chamber where Nagato and Tayuya were. "What happened to make him this way?" He looked back at Konan again. "To make you this way?" The brunette blinked rapidly for a moment, processing the unexpected question. She seemed hesitant to answer, but after a few seconds of Naruto continuing to bore into her with his bottomless blue eyes, she relented. "Nagato wasn't always the leader of the Akatsuki. That position once belonged to our friend, Yahiko. We grew up together, ever since the war drove us from our families, like our own little family. He had a dream, the dream that Nagato believed he was still following until today. He wanted to bring peace to our home. He formed the Akatsuki to aid him in that dream. He called it Red Dawn because that was our goal, to see the rains finally lift from our home." Naruto nodded slowly, knowing that this Yahiko was very important to her if the way her voice was catching ever so often was an indicator. "The previous leader of our village, Hanzo of the Salamander, the man who named the Sannin after they held their own against him, he retaliated against our group." She looked away from him in shame for a moment before dragging her eyes back over to his. "He captured me, held me hostage while Yahiko and Nagato could only look on. He promised them that I would be released safely if Nagato killed Yahiko. He refused, holding out a kunai in trembling hands, unable to do it, unable to kill his best friend." Naruto just nodded with a frown, horrified by the decision Nagato was forced to go through with. "He couldn't do it, wouldn't." She looked away again, tears beginning to become evident in the corners of her eyes as she relived those horrible moments of her life. "But Yahiko, he would never want to see anybody hurt because of him. He was the most selfless man I ever knew. He drove himself onto Nagato's kunai, killing himself, but not before passing on his dream. After that Nagato killed them all the shinobi Hanzo had with him. The man himself escaped, but later on, Nagato, he..." By now she was sobbing and Naruto couldn't help but place a comforting hand on her shoulder. At the contact, Konan immediately sobered. A lifetime of hiding her emotions and covering up behind a mask was hard to break. She sat a little straighter, wiping the tears from her eyes as she drew away from Naruto's touch. Hesitantly he withdrew his hand, not knowing if what he did helped or not, but respecting her wishes all the same. "Konan?" The paper angel looked up, her eyes now slightly red from her tears. "The night you saved me, the night you introduced me to Tayuya." He pulled up the sleeve of his jacket and showed her the small pink petal mark that to this day had yet to fade. "Why did you give me this?" Konan chuckled lightly, glad for the distraction from her previous tears. She waved her hand over the mark and let Naruto watch in amazement as thousands of minuscule shreds of paper, probably no larger than width of a hair, were drawn out from the mark until it was gone entirely. "How did you expect me to make sure you were keeping your promise?" Chapter 63. Tsunade groaned as she leant back on her comfortable but damnable leather chair, cursing whatever gods were forcing her to go through this ceaseless paperwork. Every time she felt she made even the tiniest dent into all the documents and reports, Shizune would just come in and dump on some more. Secretly she wondered if this was some kind of payback from her long-time apprentice, but dismissed it. Shizune was the nicest person she had ever known. Still, it was a pain and she just wished something interesting would happen to break the monotony. Of course she would come to regret those words when a hand lightly touched her shoulder, making her jump almost an entire foot into the air. The Anbu of the room were equally startled by the sudden appearance of somebody who wasn't Jiraiya. Immediately the mysterious stranger with the hood of his coat drawn up over his face was surrounded on all sides by Anbu with kunai pressed up against more than a few vital areas, as well as a not-so-vital area that was precious to him all the same. Whoa Tsunade, I wasn't really expecting such a hostile welcome. Tsunade just groaned as she recognized the voice. Of course Naruto would be the only one brash enough to simply flash into her office unannounced. It's okay Anbu, let him go. The shinobi guarding the room looked at her curiously, but knowing better than to defy their Hokage's orders, they swiftly returned to the shadows. Tsunade turned her attention back to the sheepishly grinning blonde as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. I guess I should have knocked first? Tsunade sighed but still managed to give a small smile at the sight of her godson. What are you here for, Naruto? As nice and interesting as your visits are, I am very busy at the moment. Naruto smiled awkwardly again, unsure of how to proceed now that he was here. He had such a good speech in his head as well. It's kind of a long story. Tsunade just looked down at the mountain of paperwork on her desk with disdain before leaning back on the chair. I have time. Tsunade had a worse headache than the time Jiraiya had properly challenged her to a drinking contest. She looked up at the blonde in front of her before returning her fingers to rubbing the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Sometimes she called Naruto an unpredictable ninja out of fun, but it was times like these where he actually proved her right. She could only begin to imagine how Naruto had managed to get himself into this kind of position. Okay, let me get this straight Naruto, you found the leader of the Akatsuki and Amiga Corps, he's a former pupil of Jiraiya, and not only did you not attack him but you're actually asking me to heal him of some strange injury that has left him crippled? Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment as he tried to remember if she left anything out. Oh yeah. He was also the one who saved Tayuya when I was younger and Konan saved me, it's how we know each other. Tsunade leaned even further back on the chair, threatening to tip it backwards as she shook her head in exasperation. After a few seconds pause as she mulled everything through in her head, she finally stood up, slipping on her coat. Alright, let's get going, I want to make this quick if possible. Naruto gawked at her in surprise, wondering if it was this easy to convince a Sannin of anything. He was going to have to experiment with Jiraiya later, but for now he had to deal with the Anbu dropping down from the ceiling. Hokage-sama, we really must protest. You would be deep in enemy territory and at their mercy unless Naruto can bring you back. Tsunade stared at the single Anbu, but she could tell his views were mirrored by the others hidden in the shadows. And what would you recommend? The Anbu still looked shocked, even if his features were hidden behind his mask. Hokage-sama, please understand that we are only looking out for your safety, and Tsunade quickly raised a hand, effectively cutting the Anbu off mid-sentence before looking at Naruto. How were you planning on getting me to Amiga Corps? Naruto smirked as he held up a kunai in response, swinging it lazily around his finger as the Hokage and guards got the gist. And how many could you transport using it? Naruto stopped swinging the kunai, holding it up to his chin and thought. Well, theoretically as many as I like, as long as their combined chakra was less than my own, or effectively sealed so it won't be dispersed during the process and mess up my concentration. Tsunade had nodded, worried at first by the masses of chakra stored up in her yin seal, but if it was okay sealed up then she had no problem. I've taken the Nanabi's chakra through before, so I guess it's mine and Kurama's together it has to be lower than. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Most would be hard pressed to get even close to those kinds of levels, even as a group. So how many of my Anbu could you take through including me? Naruto shrugged. It was all speculation anyway, it wasn't like he had attempted more than one other person anyway. I guess 3 or 4? Even Tsunade had to look surprised at that. The Anbu were no slouches when it came to chakra capacity, and neither was she. For Naruto to actually believe he had her chakra than 4 of them combined, plus her, it was impressive. Instantly 3 other Anbu dropped from their hiding places as Tsunade turned to the original, pinning him with a demanding look. Is this arrangement acceptable? The Anbu quickly nodded, cowering slightly under the woman's harsh gaze. In the end she was the Hokage and it was her decision anyway. He was happy for even the small concession on her part. Yes Hokage-sama, if you would give us some time to get prepared, Naruto quickly cut in as he quickly gathered up everybody in the room. Sorry, not time for that. Immediately everybody felt a strange tingling sensation before the 6 people simultaneously vanished from the room. The single root operative stealthily hiding in the corner of the ceiling gaped in surprise. He had a lot to tell his master. Contrary to his usual jumps, everybody managed to end up in a rather uncoordinated bundle on the floor of the lobby in God's Tower. Naruto was really going to have to talk with Nagato about that name, it was just way too egotistical. The Yonbu, despite their rather awkward position, managed to quickly stand up and dart off into the shadows. They were doing their job, staying in defensive positions to ensure that the Hokage was protected from any threat. Tsunade also sat up, but in a bit more of a huff as she wiped off some dust from her clothes. What the hell was that brat? I was jumped by your father once and I still managed to stay on my damn feet. All she heard was a muffled groan before she looked down to see Naruto spread out on the floor with her firmly sitting on top of him. She quickly stood up, wiping the tiniest blush off her face as she felt the Yonbu snicker at the compromising position. Naruto just stood up in a move strangely reminiscent of Jiraiya as he didn't seem at all injured. Hey, I've never had to transport so many people before. I'll work on my landing next time. Tsunade just snorted before she allowed Naruto to hurriedly lead her through the various winding corridors that made up the strange building. With a small start, Tsunade realized this was the first time she had been back in Amigakure since Hanzo had declared her Jiraiya and Orochimaru the Sannin, simply for not dying against him. Eventually the two of them, and undoubtedly the Yonbu as well, managed to make it to the chamber where Nagato was resting. It turned out that all Tayuya could do was slightly ease the stress on his body that was causing him pain. She couldn't actually heal his emaciated body. Right now he was resting on a comfortable-looking bed, on his side of course lest the spike dig even further into his back. Tayuya had managed to remove a few of the smaller ones safely, but it turned out that many were now incredibly interwoven with his chakra network, the reason Tsunade was now here. The older blonde could only stare at the frail man, so helpless looking on the bed. She remembered when the Sannin had first encountered the trio of orphans with Jiraiya staying back to train them and make sure they would be able to take care of themselves. The man and woman before her looked so different compared to the innocent young kids she had left behind on that stormy day. She knew they had both seen some terrible things in their lives, just as Naruto, and even she had. Like Naruto, she also realized that he had his reasons for what he did, even if she believed it was wrong. However, if Naruto was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, she was too. She had found the blonde to be a good judge of character so far. She made her way over to the stricken redhead, ignoring Konan as the woman stared at her icily, not afraid to fight a Sannin if it would protect Nagato. So your pain? It wasn't a question. As the man looked up, his hair once again fell across one eye in a sheet, leaving only a single Rinnegan visible. I used that alias when posing as one of my paths, yes. At the time it felt appropriate. Tsunade just nodded curtly. Know that I am only doing this because Naruto asked me. If it were up to me, you would be paying for your crimes as we speak. Nagato nodded wearily as he lay his head back down on the bed. You do not have to remind me that I have made mistakes in my life, but I thank you for at least agreeing to try and help. Tsunade took a breath as she looked over the frail man again. He just looked too frail to be of any real danger, despite the obvious threat his eyes posed. She closed her eyes before her hand began to glow a warm green. You might as well watch this, Tayuya. I can already see what you did and it's impressive for somebody self-taught. Everybody else though, get out. Konan looked ready to object, but Naruto came up behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tsunade knows what she's doing. She's lived long enough to see plenty, just give them some space. He heard a growl from across the room as he was forced to dodge under a large chunk of masonry that was thrown his way. I'm a cage brat, show some damn respect. Naruto just grinned as he pulled a protesting Konan out of the room, leaving Tsunade and Tayuya with a now slightly nervous-looking Nagato. Tsunade turned back to her patient, running both her hand and eyes over him critically. Well, I can say with certainty that you royally screwed up your body. Luckily whatever those chakra rods on your body were transmitting to seem to have been destroyed. That means your body is no longer expelling a constant source of chakra. Nagato looked up at the blonde woman curiously as she clarified. The chakra in your body, at least when not in use, naturally flows around your body. It is what gives energy to your cells and allows them to do their baser functions. Shinobi train their chakra so that it can be temporarily diverted from this, letting them perform jutsu. It is also the reason no shinobi, not even ones like Naruto, can fight forever, as eventually their cells need the chakra to function properly. Whatever these rods were doing, it was like using a constant jutsu. Your chakra was dangerously diverted from the rest of your body. Nagato seemed shocked at the revelation. Don't worry though, now that you have effectively ended the jutsu, your body will eventually readjust and heal itself, Nagato sighed as he rested his head back down on the bed. However, his head immediately shot back up. The rods themselves now pose a danger. For the past few years they have begun to integrate themselves into your chakra system in an attempt to increase efficiency and not kill you. If this had continued for much longer, there would have been nothing I could do, and removing him would be impossible. Nagato returned to his nervous state. However, you are once again a lucky bastard due to that constant fluctuation of chakra caused by the jutsu. It was like the rods were trying to integrate into a chakra system that wasn't quite there. Naruto was lucky to have brought me when he did. If your chakra system had already reset, then there would have been nothing I could do. As it is, he's given me a small window of about 3 days in which I can help you. Nagato sighed in relief, although he didn't get his hopes up based on how the conversation had gone so far. So you can help me? Tsunade nodded solemnly as her glowing hands continued to roam across Nagato's body, making sure she didn't miss anything. She looked up in surprise when she passed it across Nagato's face, or more specifically his eyes. Nagato, did you know that these aren't your eyes? Both the redheads in the room blinked in surprise, as they simultaneously looked towards Tsunade. What do you mean? Tsunade focused more closely, her palm glowing a bit brighter. These eyes were transplanted into you, probably when you were extremely young, based on how your body hasn't rejected them. The person who did it was quite skilled, not a perfect job but excellent all the same. Nagato furrowed his brow as he thought about that particular piece of information. That's impossible. I remember the day I activated my eyes perfectly. It was when my parents were murdered. Tsunade just sighed as she shrugged. Perhaps they were transplanted before then, before you could remember. She thought deeply for a moment. What color were your eyes before they became like this? Nagato also went into through, trying to think back that far. It was such a long time ago now. Black, I believe, or a very dark brown. Tsunade scrunched up her mouth into a frown, trying to think of the implications. That isn't right. As an Uzumaki with red hair, your eyes should have been purple. That's how they all were. I remember that from my grandmother. Black eyes changing into a dujutsu under duress. If I didn't know any better, I would say that was the sign of an Uchiha. Who was your father? Nagato shook his head sadly. He didn't know much about his parents, only that his mother was an Uzumaki. I do not know. Tsunade continued to frown, but she felt this conversation could at least wait. For now she had to heal him. All right, Tayuya, I hope you're ready because we're going to be in here a while. I just hope you're a fast learner because my curve is pretty steep. Tayuya just nodded confidently before the two of them went to work. That was the last thing Nagato saw before he was put under a strong anesthetic. If the situation wasn't so serious, Naruto would have found it quite amusing to see somebody so stoic and emotionless actually pace and worry. Even so, he didn't say anything and continued to allow Konan to walk back and forth between the two ends of the room, even if it was a little annoying. They two of them had been waiting for over 2 hours for Tsunade to come back out with any kind of news, and even Naruto would be lying if he said he wasn't a little anxious. Naruto didn't know why he suddenly cared so much for Nagato. It could have been the fact he was family, or it could be that their lives were so similar. There was also the fact that all his life he had wanted an older brother. He would always consider Gaara family, but it wasn't quite the same. There would always be that childish wish to have an awesome older brother who would teach him cool jutsu or how to be an amazing shinobi. He just sighed to himself as he stretched out on the table he was sitting on, maybe in another life. He watched Konan pace for a bit longer, understanding her worry. Nagato was her last friend, her only connection to Yahiko that remained. If it was Tayuya, or Gaara, or Fu in there, then he was sure he would feel the same way. In fact, he had been when Tayuya was still unconscious after Pain's attack. He had to chuckle to himself. Ever since meeting Nagato, he had separated those two entities in his mind. On the one hand, there was Nagato, the misguided boy who grew up alone and had to watch his best friend kill himself to preserve his dream. He could relate to Nagato, understand him and forgive him. Then there was Pain, the cold, emotionless man who had tried to harm him and his precious people, destroyed his village and attempted to kidnap the Jinchuriki. For some reason Naruto couldn't put those two together in his mind. He figured it helped that the pain in his mind was now dead. Finally the two were brought out of their respective thoughts as Tsunade walked back in. Alright, he's stable and I managed to remove all of the rods from his back. There was a brief scare when one of them acted up, nearly shutting down his chakra system, but with Tayuya's help we pulled through. At that point a very tired-looking Tayuya emerged from the room, looking ready to drop to the floor. Naruto quickly made his way over, taking one of Tayuya's arms across his shoulders to keep the sleepy girl standing. Tsunade turned to Konan, looking at the woman critically as each stared at the other. He is going to be weak for a few weeks, he should not try anything strenuous like jutsu. She sighed as she looked back at Naruto, smiling at the image of him helping Tayuya walk around in her exhausted state. However, in a few days he should begin to gain mobility in his legs and arms. You should have him walk around carefully at first, but as long as he doesn't try anything stupid he should be walking unaided in at least 2 weeks. Konan blinked in surprise, amazed at how easily Tsunade had done what nobody else could and at how easy it all sounded. He's really going to be able to walk again? Tsunade nodded with a small smile. It was the best part of her job as a medic to deliver the good news of a successful operation. Konan seemed lost. For the longest time she had been the one caring for Nagato in his weakened state. She almost didn't know what to make of him returning to how things had been before. Finally she settled for the faintest of smiles as she looked up at the older Hokage. Thank you. Tsunade just nodded curtly before turning to Naruto. Alright brat, I think I've been gone from Konoha long enough, time to go back. Naruto just nodded as the Anbu that had been hidden around the room appeared. Strangely Konan didn't even seem shocked. Of course she knew because most of the Anbu had been right next to the various sheets of paper she had camouflaged on the walls. Naruto took a deep breath as the 6 of them held onto one another again. At least this time Naruto managed to stay on his feet as he reappeared in the Hokage's office, once again to the surprise of the single root operative hidden in the room. Naruto ignored him, merely thinking he was somebody left behind to guard the room while the Hokage was away. Tsunade also managed to keep on her feet, even if she was left slightly dizzied by the experience while the Anbu once again shot off into the shadows. Well brat, at least you always know how to keep your visits interesting. Naruto just nodded with a small smile, nodding as he glanced around the room. He was eager to get back. Take good care of your cousin and watch him, make sure he doesn't go back to how he was before. Naruto nodded again, this time with a small smirk. Hey, he's not just my cousin, don't forget that he's your family too. And with that Naruto vanished without another word, leaving Tsunade slightly shocked with his last words. Upon consideration she realized that he was right, her and Nagato were distantly related. Not to the same degree as him and Naruto who for all they knew were cousins, but still. She sighed with a smirk as she pulled out a bottle of sake from her desk, always keeping it interesting. Of course at that moment Shizune burst into the room with a pile of paperwork half her height, earning a large groan from Tsunade as she slumped forward on the desk. Naruto, please come back. Naruto reappeared in Ame with a smirk. It was always fun to leave somebody speechless, even if he didn't get to see it. He made his way through the tower, Elise knowing where he was going this time as he made a beeline for the main chamber. He walked in only to see Nagato peacefully resting on a bed, the rods in his back removed and his skin having gained a more natural tone. In all the older Uzumaki just seemed healthier and Naruto was happy. Now maybe he could finally stop living in the past and move forwards with his life. He smiled at the scene before he spotted Tayuya calmly passed out on another bed, obviously exhausted from the extensive operation. He figured he would get the details from her later. For now he walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. He wasn't waiting for long before Konan re-emerged from a side corridor, walking in while looking down at some documents with a critical eye. Ame may have been a smaller nation than the 5 major shinobi villages, but they had their fair share of paperwork to deal with too. She looked up at the blonde and if she was surprised at this sudden reappearance she didn't show it. Oddly she offered him a warm smile before setting the documents aside and walking over. I assume you two will be going back to Suna now? Naruto nodded with a sad smile. Yeah, we could stay but I feel we should let you and Nagato recover for a while. Plus it's going to take a lot to convince Gaara that what I did wasn't completely idiotic. Konan raised a single eyebrow, looking at Naruto with amusement. Which it was. Naruto just chuckled and nodded cheerily, they could agree on that. Yeah, but it worked out for the best in the end. Konan nodded with her own more controlled smile as she looked over to where Nagato was resting. I haven't seen him rest so easily since Yahiko died. Naruto smiled as he took in the resting form of his cousin. Yeah, I guess it isn't too easy to sleep propped up in a big-ass machine with so many spikes sticking out of your back. Konan shrugged, in truth that was probably part of the reason. She turned back to Naruto with a sad smile, remembering that this was the boy that they would have previously killed in order to obtain the bijou he carried. Thank you for everything Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde just gave his signature grin. Consider us even. Konan smirked and nodded, but not before she pulled Naruto into a brief but warm hug uncharacteristically. He was just glad Tayuya was asleep, otherwise she would have seen his bright blush as the blue-haired woman separated from him. You really do remind me of Yahiko, I only wish his body could have been saved. I would have liked to bury him properly. Naruto nodded sadly, maybe if he had known at the time he could have held back on the giant Rasengan, then again he wasn't of the soundest mind. Konan stopped reminiscing for a moment as she produced a ring out of her pocket while simultaneously slipping off the one on her own finger. Before he fell asleep, Nagato wanted me to give you these. He believes that in a way you did defeat us, so it's only right. Naruto just looked at her quizzically as he accepted the 2 rings, bringing his total up to 8. The Konan and Nagato that you met no longer exist, they have effectively died. Naruto just nodded while Konan held out her hand. Paper from the room quickly flocked to it, folding and crumpling in front of him as it became a simple but elegant bouquet of flowers. Give this to Tayuya when she wakes up, it's my thanks to her for everything she did for Nagato. Naruto nodded with a warm smile as he accepted the flowers, noting that they almost felt real in his hands. He quickly slipped on the 2 new rings, only leaving his 2 little fingers free, Zetsu and Orochimaru's rings. I'll see you in Nagato soon to check up on you. Remember, if you go back to how you were before, I'll have to beat you myself. He said it with a large grin as he hoisted Tayuya into his arms, resting the bouquet of paper flowers on her as he waved heartily. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto. One last thing, be wary of Tobi, he is more than he seems. He winked at her confidently before producing a single kunai out of nowhere, passing it over to her quickly. I'll be fine, if you ever need help, just throw it and I'll be there. Konan nodded with a small smile before both he and Tayuya disappeared into thin air. Konan's eyes lingered for a while on the spot they had been standing before drifting down to the kunai in her hands. It was a symbol of trust between them, one she would certainly not abuse, not after he brought back Nagato to her, at least the way he used to be. She looked over at her friend fondly, vowing to do everything she could to speed up his recovery as she moved over and sat down on his bed. Gaara was idly flicking through some reports on how the repairs were going before a sudden sense of foreboding overcame him, like he was about to receive some shocking news. Right on cue, Naruto flashed into the room in a blur of yellow and red, a sleeping Tayuya in his arms and 2 new rings on his hands. He bore a large cocky grin that Gaara knew would not bode well for him as he leaned forward in his chair. Hey Gaara, have I got some news for you? Naruto walked through the streets of Suna with Gaara by his side. They had taken Tayuya to bed earlier after Naruto explained what she had been through. Gaara was still somewhat dumbfounded by it all, even if he knew that Naruto wouldn't lie about such things. He was walking with his fingers around the bridge of his nose in exasperation. If he could count on one thing, it would be the headache he got whenever Naruto had news for him. You do know what you did was completely idiotic, right? Naruto just sweat dropped, wondering if Gaara had a way to psychically listen to him over great distances. Yeah, but it worked out alright, didn't it? Gaara sighed as he lightly shook his head in disbelief. That, or you just made our enemy stronger by removing a crippling handicap from him. Naruto blanched as he realized Gaara was right before he calmed himself, knowing that Nagato was not his enemy anymore. He had given Naruto his ring, that alone was a sign of trust between the 2 of them. Even if it wasn't so, Konan was holding one of his kunai and there was a seal in the middle of their lobby, he could flash there any time he liked. You told me to avoid conflict. Gaara shook his head with a light smile, he should really just expect these things from Naruto now. Unnecessary conflict, that wasn't what I meant if you came across any Akatsuki members, especially their leader. Naruto shrugged innocently as Gaara sighed into his hand again. Hey, can't change the past. Gaara just nodded his head, accepting it. Yes, well, next time you see them I would like to come as well, verify their newfound allegiances myself. Naruto nodded happily, he hadn't expected Gaara to be so understanding about the whole situation, not that he was unhappy about that fact. Alright, so how's the village coming along? Gaara smiled, glad for the change in topic as the 2 old friends walked around their village, catching up. Back in Ame, a single red eye peered out of a hole in an orange mask as it stared down at the bed where a peaceful but vulnerable Nagato rested. It narrowed in irritation as Konan re-entered the room before the air around it began to warp and twist. Soon all but the single red eye warped out of existence before it too vanished into thin air. How very irritating. Chapter 64. It was a warming scene to see Naruto walking through the village with Tayuya, the couple hand in hand. It had been 3 days since their return from Ame and they had already been sent off on a mission together. They had completed it quickly enough, just a simple escort mission for some higher-ranking but paranoid official. Naruto had questioned the need for an A-ranked mission, but Gaara simply said the man had paid for one and they weren't going to refuse an easy mission that paid well. Naruto was more bored than anything else, but it had been successful, not even a bandit in sight. Now they were back and on their way to a training ground where they would meet Fu and Matsuri. The 2 of them were training the younger girls in preparation for the upcoming Chunin exams. Of course Naruto knew his little sister would pass it with ease, but he had to be ready in case it was anything like his were. He was going to be so proud up in the stands of the arena, watching her fight for her right to be a Chunin. A small part of him was hoping Gaara would let him proctor one of the stages, but he couldn't get his hopes up. It was usually a job for Chonin or Tokubutsu Jounin. What were you planning on teaching little Minty today anyway? Naruto chuckled, still not quite used to Tayuya's affectionate nickname for Fu. I dunno, depends what you're going to teach Matsuri, I guess. Tayuya huffed with a smirk, wondering how she got stuck with becoming a glorified tutor. She wasn't really complaining as she and Matsuri had become somewhat friends, but it was still strange to be training a girl only a year younger than her. Well, I can't really help her on her affinity considering it's Earth, so I was going to try and teach her some broader jutsu. Naruto nodded in agreement, thinking about his own student. I guess I could teach Fu some more wind jutsu, they'll probably help her out a lot considering she can fly. Tayuya grinned, a mischievous smile overcoming her features. Somebody jealous? Naruto raised an eyebrow in amusement, chuckling lightly. Maybe a little, who wouldn't want to fly? Tayuya shrugged, somewhat agreeing with him. Personally, she liked the ground, a lot safer than hundreds of feet in the air only supported by a few flimsy wings. So what about you? How's that thing with Kurama you two have been working on? Naruto grinning happily, glancing back at the large scroll around his shoulders. Actually, now that you mention it, Tayuya looked to her left in shock when she realized Naruto had just vanished from her side. He looked around in surprise, blinking. Kami, damn it. I hate when he does that. Naruto stood tensed, feeling the rain pour down over him, soaking his clothes and flattening his spiky hair down. He had responded immediately to the tug on the seal adorning the back of his neck, only to find himself standing on a large body of water with the city of Amigakure in the background. He looked around in confusion, wondering why somebody had thrown one of his kunai here, only to watch in shock as he saw Konan looking at him with pleading eyes, a large pipe through her body. He could only look on in horror as he saw Toby behind her, holding onto the pipe with one hand, his body looking damaged and his mask broken. Konan saw him and with a burst of energy she broke away from Toby, pulling herself off the pipe and backing away from him towards Naruto. He caught her before she could collapse, supporting her with one arm while glaring across at the formerly masked man. Konan, what's going on? The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth from the pain in her stomach but managed to stand on her own 2 feet. He's after Nagato, he want to steal his eyes while he is weakened. Naruto returned to glaring at Toby while he began to slowly lead Konan away from him towards Ame. Go, protect him, I'll deal with this guy. Konan tried to refuse but her body was weakened by her injury and couldn't. He's dangerous, you have to. She trailed off when all 3 people realized something. The rain had stopped. They all looked up at the sky to see the clouds parting, a single solitary rainbow stretching across the blue sky. Konan's eyes widened at the sight, not remembering a time when Ame's skies had cleared naturally. She smiled, taking it as a sign as she broke away from Naruto's arms. Thank you, Naruto, and good luck. With that she slowly made her way back in the direction of the city, not risking using her dance of the Shikigami to fly there in her condition. Naruto suddenly caught a movement out of the corner of his eye, diving quickly as he caught the sharpened pipe before it could spear Konan again. He turned his glare back to Toby, who stood impassively on the calmed waters. Your opponent is me. The man with the cracked orange man just chuckled darkly as he stared at the younger blonde. It would seem so. Naruto cracked his knuckles menacingly as he removed his coat, instantly feeling lighter as the weighted clothing was removed. He did the same thing with his jounin jacket and scroll, placing both on a nearby rock that jutted out of the waters as he turned his attention back to Toby. The man had removed his mask entirely, apparently it was now doing more harm than good anyway. Naruto was almost disappointed with what he saw, the mask had made the man so mysterious. Beneath it was just a man with a Sharingan. His left eye however was closed and bleeding while the right side of his face was heavily scarred and warped. Naruto put it down to something Konan must have done as he settled into his taijutsu stance, taking a deep breath. Toby on the other hand seemed unconcerned. Naruto didn't take being underestimated all that well. He charged forward at impressive speeds even Toby's Sharingan had difficulty keeping up with. All he left behind him was a stream of kicked up water before he was already in front of him enemy. Toby didn't even move as he allowed all of Naruto's high-speed attacks to phase right through his body, none of them landing for even a second. Even though he wasn't connecting, Naruto maintained his relentless assault, not even giving Toby a moment to counterattack. Toby watched on with a raised eyebrow in amusement, not having moved an inch since the fight started. After about 2 minutes of this his remaining eye narrowed and in a lightning-fast move he grabbed Naruto's wrist, pulling him up into the air before slamming him back down into the water. Instead of allowing his body to be painfully smacked into the sea, Naruto let himself sink underneath the waves. He just floated there for a few seconds as he tried to come up with a plan. Preferably he would have liked a bit more foresight before engaging Toby, but Conan had kind of dropped him right into it, so he had to make do. He grimaced before swimming to the surface, pulling himself up onto his feet as he once again took to staring across at his opponent. "You just going to stand there and do nothing?" Toby shrugged, once again annoying Naruto with how nonchalant he could be. Naruto tried to surprise him by suddenly throwing a kunai straight at him, only for him to allow him to phase through his body. He turned with a smirk to catch Naruto as soon as he emerged from his Fuji no Iki, but his eyes opened wider in surprise when he felt a searing pain through his back. Rasengan. Toby was launched forwards, skidding across the surface of the water almost comically before he caught himself. He stood up, grimacing from the pain of the attack, rolling his shoulders to ease it out. He turned to face Naruto again only to find the boy already in front of him, fist cocked back. He had no time to react before he was harshly punched straight in the face, repeatedly. Finally his senses caught to him and he activated his Kamui, but not before he felt suitably disoriented. He staggered backwards, growling as he clutched his face in annoyance. The blows didn't particularly hurt, but it was more a matter of dignity. "You are faster than your father, I'll give you that." Naruto's eyes just narrowed in irritation. He was still trying to work out how the man took a Rasengan straight to the back. Toby should be dead or at least paralyzed from something like that. But it's going to take a lot more than that to beat me. Naruto just nodded slowly as he once again settled into his refined taijutsu stance, summoning 3 shadow clones in the process. Good to know. He tried to be calm, but his mind was racing, coming up with anything and everything he could use to beat Toby. Jutsu are out, he'll just turn intangible the second I try to make hand signs. The only seal-less jutsu I know are the shadow clones and henge, not going to help me here. Maybe Fuinjutsu? I don't know if a barrier seal would work on him, and he's probably too smart to get trapped like Hidan. I can't use the Fuji no Iki properly because of the water, and if I move the fight into the village it's going to cause too much damage. Naruto growled in irritation. He had never faced such an untouchable opponent before, literally. He was brought out of his thoughts when the air in front of Toby began to warp uncontrollably, only for a large black portal to open up. Naruto widened his eyes as a set of large shuriken suddenly came out of the portal at surprising speeds. He dived to the side to avoid them but was forced to sacrifice a shadow clone as it dived in front of him. He rolled to a stop on the water, hurriedly getting up and looking around to try and find any other traps. Well, that was new, but I smelled him that time. It seems he has to stop being intangible to use any jutsu, including the strange ones like that portal. That's the only time I can attack him, but how can I get to him fast enough before he can reactivate it? Naruto practically slapped himself on the forehead in irritation as he remembered about his swift release. Now he just had to find an opportunity to use it. Toby didn't seem all that intent on giving himself such an opportunity as the air around him twisted again. Expecting another attack, Naruto tensed, but this time the portal simply expelled something into Toby's waiting hands. He was surprised when it just seemed to be some kind of large fan, the kind of weapon ancient shinobi clans would use. He didn't doubt its effectiveness though when the Sharingan wielder suddenly rushed him, bringing about the fan in a heavy downward swing. Surprised by the man's sudden burst of speed, Naruto could only dodge on reflex, but he was swiftly put on the defensive as Toby continued his assault. Naruto would back away, thinking he was safe, only for Toby to appear around him randomly, swinging the obviously weighted fan. Naruto would keep him in his line of sight and move away only for the man to suddenly release the fan, guiding it towards him via a chain that proved to be surprisingly maneuverable. Naruto suddenly found himself at a disadvantage both in close and long-range combat, unable to touch his opponent. The only times Toby was even tangible were when he was attacking. It confused Naruto as such a technique must be unbelievably taxing, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Naruto decided that he was at a greater disadvantage at range and quickly closed the gap between them. Likewise, Toby retracted his battle fan, bringing it up in preparation for any attacks Naruto might bring. They continued their fight, Naruto trying to attack Toby while he just turned intangible, while he would in turn attempt to counter-attack only for Naruto to dodge with his lightning-fast reflexes. If anybody had been watching, they might have called it the most evenly matched fight they had ever seen, and neither combatant even seemed remotely tired yet. Finally, in a move of desperation, Naruto broke himself of his natural urge to dodge the weighted fan. Instead he caught it, instantly regretting it. He felt his arm break in more than 3 places as the incredibly heavy fan smashed through his arm. However, it accomplished what he had wanted it to. It surprised Toby long enough for a second Naruto to suddenly appear out of nowhere, viciously cracking Toby in the back of his head with a devastating kick that sent the man flying across the water. The Sharingan user stood up in irritation as he watched the Naruto he had been fighting wave to him cheerily before puffing away in a cloud of smoke. Ah yes, shadow clones, sensei would always use those in our training. He would let us think we beat him before letting them dissipate and swiftly putting us in our place, something about humility or like it. Naruto just stared at the man impassively as he rambled, not particularly caring about how he was trained. I take it you didn't learn that lesson then? Toby just shrugged again, knowing it irritated Naruto to care so little about their fight. I was a different person at the time. He glared at Naruto as the two squared each other up. What changed? Toby smirked as he charged forward, battle fan at the ready. I grew up. He swung down, only to receive an all too familiar result as the Naruto in front of him dissipated into a cloud of smoke. However, this time he followed through with the motion, swinging around and catching the Naruto behind him with the edge of the battle fan. He clipped the blonde, sending him flying backwards as he smirked. Using the same attack on me twice? How unoriginal. He only saw the Naruto in the air smirk for a moment before it too disappeared into smoke. Rasengan. Toby looked up in time to see Naruto right above him, rotating sphere of chakra in his hands. He quirked an eyebrow up quizzically as the blonde simply passed straight through him, crashing into the waters beneath him. A few moments later and a wet and soaking Naruto pulled himself up out of the sea, a look of irritation adorning his features. I really have to do something about his intangibility. He let his mind simmer on that as he produced a few shadow clones, letting them charge forward to keep Toby occupied. To his surprise though, the man let them get close enough only to open up a dark portal in front of him. Most of the clone blondes were too surprised to react and were quickly diced apart by the shuriken that were fired out at incredible velocities. One however managed to dodge in time, and in a strange twist of fate he was sent stumbling through the portal by his own momentum. It promptly closed behind him, leaving a slightly dumbfounded Naruto and an amused Toby. The latter quickly pointed his battle fan at Naruto and smirked while the former growled as he charged at the man. The clone blinked in surprise when he realized he was no longer standing atop the seas near Ame, instead he was standing on a strange floating platform of pure white. He looked around, seeing a multitude of other, similar platforms that simply floated in a large void of absolute black. It just seemed to stretch on forever as the light that illuminated the area the clone was in weakened the further he looked. Unsure of what to do with himself now, the clone sat down on the strange, cuboid platform. He wondered if he should dissipate, at least inform the boss of this strange place, but he wasn't sure what would happen. He didn't seem to be even in the same dimension as the original, so he couldn't be sure that the information receiving would work. He decided to explore instead, to see if he could find anything of use before giving the boss useless information. He placed a Fuji no Iki seal on the ground, not wanting to get lost or possibly missing a chance at going back. He suddenly had a thought and tried to lock onto any seals he could sense. It was remarkably weaker than what he was used to, but he could just about sense the original seal. He looked down at the marking he had placed on the floor and shrugged before hopping off onto another platform. However, as soon as he did so, he caught a flash of movement. Swiveling in surprise, he saw Toby back down on the platform he just left. Moving on instinct, he jumped at the man, rearing his fist back while the formerly masked man didn't even seem to notice his presence. He smashed his fist down on the man's face. He was actually surprised that he had connected, but not as much as Toby was. The man turned to stare in the clone's direction in shock, but he didn't seem to be looking at him, more through him. The clone thought nothing of it and began to attack him again, this time continuing to connect devastating blow after blow. Toby was trying to defend, but it was almost like he couldn't see the clone, which was confusing as the replica blonde could definitely see his opponent. After a certain amount of blows, Toby just grimaced in annoyance and suddenly vanished without a trace. Naruto wasn't sure what to make of what he was seeing. One moment he was attacking Toby while the man let his blows phase through his body. The next he suddenly recoiled as if struck by a powerful punch. Naruto hadn't hit him, and even if he did, the man was still intangible. Then it happened again, and again. Toby was slowly forced back as he seemingly fought an invisible opponent who neither of them could see. The strange thing was that the mystery attacker was actually managing to land his blows, not phasing through Toby. The blonde saw him grimace as he allowed his body to become solid again. Of course, Naruto immediately took advantage of this and pressed his attack. To his surprise, Toby actually defended this time, using his battle fan to block Naruto's hidden claws while at the same time he attempted to counterattack. Naruto didn't understand why he suddenly had the advantage, but he wasn't complaining. He used his immense speed to overwhelm Toby, forcing him to bring his fan around in sweeping arcs just to defend against him. Finally, he activated his swift release, forcing chakra into his muscles and out of his tenketsu as time slowed around him. He rushed forward, noting that Toby's single Sharingan swiveled to follow him while his body was unable to match his reflexes. Naruto got in about 10 very powerful blows all across Toby's body before the man finally activated his ability and Naruto simply passed right through him. Not one to waste chakra, he disengaged his swift release as he suddenly watched Toby begin to defend against phantom attacks again. This time Naruto observed, knowing that he couldn't hurt Toby anyway, trying to figure out just what was going on. He noticed Toby flip backwards, landing some distance away before he began to swirl, the air creating a vortex around his eye. Naruto realized what he was doing and quickly threw a kunai in his direction, but it was too late. With an irritating wink, Toby vanished. Toby appeared in his dimension, shaking his head as he wondered about what went on in that fight. He opened his eyes in surprise when he saw a streak of blonde suddenly appear in front of him, forcing him to lift his battle fan in defense. He skidded back a few feet when the violent attack struck home and looked up to see a grinning Naruto stare him down. Toby could only widen his eyes in surprise, wondering how the blonde could have possibly reached him here. "How did you get here?" The blonde clone just shrugged before it went on the offensive. It only had limited chakra, so it tried to keep its moves as least taxing as possible. However, that proved to be a mistake as Toby noticed the blonde seemed to be holding back. He capitalized on this, brutally and relentlessly bringing blow after blow from his battle fan down on the swift Uzumaki. The clone couldn't sustain this kind of assault for much longer and in a last-ditch attempt suddenly ducked under one of Toby's slightly sloppier swings. He dived forward and Toby, expecting another punch, reacted accordingly, pulling his body out of the way. However, he didn't expect the clone to suddenly latch onto his cloak, pulling itself in before wrapping the man up in its arms. Boom! Toby's eye could only widen in surprise as the clone wrapped around his body suddenly exploded right in his face. Naruto reeled at the sudden influx of information as his clone dispelled itself, rather violently. He felt himself blow apart painfully for a moment before it faded as a memory. He took in everything the clone had learned and suddenly all those phantom blows Toby seemed to take made sense. Interesting, he displaces his body into some kind of other dimension but keeps his form here, switching between them at will. My clone could interact with him while he displaced to the other dimension while I could deal with him out here. He smirked at the stroke of luck, especially considering his clone placed a seal in the other dimension. Now wherever Toby ran to, Naruto could always find him. Then again, he didn't really want to risk teleporting to another dimension that seemed to have been created out of nothing by somebody else. The risk of getting stuck there worried him greatly. Dying of dehydration did not sound particularly nice. He wondered what had happened to Toby. The point-blank explosion should have been enough to deal with most people, but he had already taken a Rasengan and hardly felt it. For now he had to assume the man was still out there somewhere. However, his suspicions were quickly proved correct as the air warped and Toby almost stumbled into existence before him. Naruto observed him calmly, wondering why he would come back instead of flee and recuperate. Nice trick, Namikaze, didn't expect it to be a clone. Lucky I teleported it away before it could do much damage. Naruto grimaced. He had hoped his clone would at least injure the man if nothing else. Nothing he did seemed to work otherwise. But now I've taken care of that little pest, how about we get back to this? Naruto just nodded before he disappeared in a flash of speed. Toby was nonplussed. Now that there were no clones in the other dimension, he could use his intangibility again. That was why he was surprised when he switched, only to receive a swift kick in his side, flinging him backwards as Naruto smirked, his hand in a signature seal. What, you think I would find that place and just leave it without a way to get back? There are over 50 clones there now, good luck trying to get rid of them all. Toby scowled as he stood back up, deactivating his intangibility for fear of the clones that he wouldn't be able to see. Well played, kid, but I don't need that ability to beat you. Naruto just shrugged, finally happy to be the unconcerned one in this fight. He rushed in, slipping under Toby's guard quickly as he delivered a swift kick upwards. Toby blocked, but the force behind the kick lifted him off the water slightly. That was all the opening Naruto needed before he summoned two clones. They launched him into the air where he relentlessly attacked Toby, who could do nothing but attempt to block with his gunbai. The two landed a few feet away from one another, both still seemingly unconcerned by the energy they had been expelling. Naruto couldn't believe how this man had been fighting, yet he seemed no more tired than Naruto did. Naruto knew he was going to need something more if he was going to put Toby down for good. He paused, taking advantage of the momentary lull in the fight as he reached deep within himself, drawing on the chakra inside him. Alright Kurama, time for a test run. He felt the great fox crack open an eye deep inside his mindscape before a vicious grin overtook her features. About time, kid, it's been a long 17 years. Naruto smiled on the outside as bubbling red chakra leaked out of his pores, quickly blanketing him in a cloak of poisonous chakra. He felt the touches of his more malicious side try and break through, but with him and Kurama working together it was repressed and he was allowed to think clearly. Toby watched as 3 tails of pure chakra manifested themselves behind Naruto. Watch was all he could do as Naruto was there 1 minute, right next to him the next, already bringing his clawed hand around in a deadly sweep. He brought up his battle fan only to watch in amazement as it was neatly split into 5 separate pieces by Naruto's burning hand. He dived backwards, avoiding one of his tails before it could skewer him through the stomach. Naruto didn't seem to be done though, even as he watched the chakra around Naruto's body seem to be reabsorbed into the blonde. Toby hoped that Naruto was suppressing the beast within him but was sadly disappointed as Naruto's skin began to flake off like Konan's Shikigami technique. Soon all that was left was a miniature Kyuubi made of pure swirling red chakra. Naruto's face was practically gone, his eyes were just 2 white holes while his mouth had degenerated into a jagged split. The Kyuubified Naruto, still fully in control of his mind, grinned maniacally, feeling the rush of power through what he guessed he could call his body was amazing. He leapt forward, taking Toby by surprise as his body seemed to stretch in order to reach him faster. He found himself dodging claws and tails that wanted nothing more than to rip his limbs from his body. However, he did manage to surprise Naruto when he caught one of the savage blows with his right arm, seemingly not even feeling the colossal impact despite skidding back more than a few feet. Using that moment of hesitation, he smirked and punched Naruto right in the face. However, with the Kyuubi's influence, guiding him on how to use his new body, he quickly absorbed the blow, his head retracting into his body. It re-emerged along with a clawed hand out of his chest, taking Toby by surprise again before he was swatted backwards. Naruto grinned, loving how easy this all felt. He wanted more of this, and like that 2 more tails quickly grew out of his body. Bones manifested themselves of his body as a spine and then a skull took shape, increasing his power greatly. Naruto roared out in delight and Kurama could only do the same. With each tail he felt her own power increase, her own partial freedom grow closer. Wasting no time, she directed even more of her chakra into Naruto's body as he suddenly expanded, falling down onto all 4s. Toby watching in mild intrigue as the bones that had surrounded Naruto like armor sunk into his body, glowing as the entire cloak took on the form of Kurama. He knew he had to stop this soon before he was facing the 9 tails itself, but he could think how. Like the bones had before, muscles suddenly weaved themselves into existence as the 8th tail took form. Malevolent chakra now flooded the air like a mist, as the waters around them were sent into frenzy as if caught by a storm of titanic proportions. Toby was now looking at the Kyuubi itself, minus the fur, as 2 red-slitted eyes stared down at him while its now toothy mouth grinned in sadistic pleasure. At this point Naruto finally felt his own consciousness overshadowed by one much older and powerful than him. He woke up with the usual feeling in his mindscape, only it had changed. It looked like he was staring down at a miniature version of the battlefield he had just been standing on. There was a tiny Toby looking up at a nearly complete Kurama. The only thing stopping her from going all out was the brightly glowing seal around her neck like a choker. Naruto smiled as he looked down at her and the half-formed Bijou grinned right back. "How's freedom feel?" Kurama stretched out like a cat might as the 8 tails swished around behind her. "Better than you could imagine, but it could be better." Naruto just nodded, knowing the ancient fox was talking about the seal around her neck. He pulled up his shirt, looking down at the complex and powerful seal that adorned his chest before twisting at the spiral in the middle. Instantly seals shot out from the center, extending up his arm in a black line of kanji and patterns. He stared at his palm with a smile, glad that it had worked before walking over to Kyuubi. All he had to do was alter the seal around her neck and she would be able to channel her full power through him, and as long as their goals were aligned then it wouldn't harm him. He rested one hand on her back, stroking it lightly before he touched the seal around her neck with a single outstretched finger. Before he could do anything though, he was suddenly tackled to the side, forcing him to tuck into a roll as he glanced left and right to find his attacker. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the man in front of him, currently between him and the Kyuubi as he stared down at him. Long spiky blonde hair, flowing white coat with orange flames, Konoha headband across his forehead. Naruto just blinked in surprise as he looked up at the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. "Dad?" Chapter 65. Naruto the younger blonde blinked as the former Hokage extended his hand. He took it uncertainly as he was hoisted to his feet. Time around them seemed to just stop as Naruto gazed into his father's piercing blue eyes, so like his. "Well, it seems the failsafe I worked into the seal worked, activating if you ever reach the 8-tail state. I had hoped not to see that day come." The older blonde looked around, staring at the semi-formed Kyuubi who stared back with narrowed eyes. I had hoped never to see you again, Kyuubi. The old fox huffed in annoyance, quite perplexed by this whole situation. Cheater. The Yondaime looked at the fox in intrigue, noting the collar around her neck and the strangeness of the situation and landscape. Naruto was still frozen in shock as the older Namikaze walked across the miniaturized battlefield, peering down at the tiny Tobi who was frozen in time from the way the mindscape worked. Ah, Obito, how far you have fallen, he sighed to himself wearily as he stood back up before turning to face his son with a warm smile. Hello Naruto, I'm glad I was able to see you as the man you grew up to be, maybe I should call it even because of that. Naruto was still in shock as he stared at the man, acting like it hadn't been 17 years since his own death. Dad? The man nodded warmly, allowing a kind smile to spread across his features as a tear rolled down Naruto's cheek. I'm at least glad you were told, I more than expected the third to keep it from you. He was the type to keep these things suppressed as much as possible. Naruto was still shocked but he managed to find his voice. He did, I found out by accident, that Tsuchikage saw me and forced Tsunade to tell him and me. Minato looked away, thinking about that for a moment before he looked back with the smallest of frowns. I see, well I suppose he had his reasons, although I never would have wanted you to find out that way. Naruto just nodded dumbly. What do you say to your father who you haven't seen your entire life, only for him to come back from the dead? You bastard. Minato opened his eyes wider as he found his son's fist firmly planted into his stomach. That's for sealing the fucking nine tails into your own son. He quickly glanced over to where the large fox had narrowed her eyes. No offense, Kurama just shrugged as she chuckled at seeing the man who sealed her get punched by her jailer. Naruto quickly turned his gaze back to the man in front of him as he groaned out in confusion and anger. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be happy or sad, or angry as hell. That village hated me, the only reason I'm still even here today was because I ran away, then I could finally find precious people like Tuya-chan, Gaara, and Fuimoto. Minato looked away from his son, unable to meet him in the eye for a moment before he looked back around with a small smile. Naruto, how old are you now? Naruto glared back up at the man, wiping away the few tears that managed to stain his cheeks. 17, tomorrow. Minato's smile grew a little as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, glad when his son didn't flinch from the contact. I'm sorry Naruto, I know it must have been hard and I'm sad the village was like that. I had hoped you would grow up a hero, that was the life I wanted for you no matter what. If you had to find somewhere else to accomplish that then I guess I can only be happy. I have no right to act like a father now and you have no reason to accept my apologies but know that I'm proud for what you have accomplished. Naruto sighed, he felt deflated all of a sudden, empty even, all the anger had drained out of him. Naruto, I sealed half of the nine tails chakra inside of you because I believed you could control it, harness it. He looked across at the mindscape, at the Kyuubi wearing her collar as she stared down at the miniature Tobi. I don't know how but you seem to have done that. He smiled as he looked across at Naruto, a fatherly smile that he honestly felt no right to give. I knew you would though because you're my son. He shifted his other hand to rest on his son's other shoulder, gazing into his eyes softly. I couldn't have done it alone. I've had Kurama with me my whole life, without her I wouldn't be the person I am today. Minato raised a single eyebrow as he looked at his son with humor. Kurama? Naruto nodded, wiping the last of the tears from his eye. Kyuubi, without her I would be dead. Minato seemed a little surprised as he looked across at the fox, she simply shrugged her shoulders, waiting for the two to finish their moment. You helped my son? The Kyuubi nodded slowly, she didn't really understand the question. Of course she helped her container, if he died then she would have too. At least it started that way, she couldn't deny the infectious little knucklehead had gotten her seeing things rather differently. He's hard to say no to. Minato nodded curtly, not believing he was actually having a conversation with the creature he had sealed away in his son to protect the village. I know. Naruto looked up at him in surprise while Minato smiled down at him softly. I watched from inside you, it's how I can knowingly say that I couldn't be more proud of you. Your mother would be too. He smirked in amusement. You recreated the Rasengan and Hiraishin without anybody teaching you, you really are my son you know. Naruto finally managed a smile as he looked up at his father. I was supposed to come here if the seal was breaking but that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. He looked down at his hand which was slowly fading away. My time is nearly up and my chakra is almost gone. He reached forward and pulled his son into a tight embrace. I'll always be proud of you Naruto, remember that. With that his entire body slowly began to fade away, soon enough he was gone and Naruto was left standing alone, until Kyuubi coughed. Are you okay? Naruto remained quiet for a moment before he looked up with a smirk. Yeah, come on, we need to kick that guy's ass. Toby had seen the Kyuubi pause for a second like it was thinking, only for it to suddenly grin menacingly. Its whole body shivered as it lowered its body towards the ground. He watched in fear and fascination as fur began to sprout over its body. It didn't take long and shortly he was standing in front of the fully regenerated Kyuubi no Yoko in all her glory. She finally got to her feet properly as she closed her eyes in bliss, taking a deep breath of sea air before opening her red-slitted eyes and staring right at Toby. You smell of Uchiha and you wield the Sharingan, she chuckled darkly as she brought her snout down so close it was only inches away from Toby's body. He could feel each breath that washed over his form. For that you have to die. Toby blinked. For the first time in a very long time he felt fear. Staring into the face of the most powerful being on the planet would do that to you. His eyes widened in surprise as he jumped backwards, narrowly avoiding the tail that would have swatted him all the way to water country. Unfortunately for him there were 8 others and each began its individual assault in perfect coordination with the others. Kyuubi didn't even have to move as she let her tails keep the Uchiha busy. She actually yawned at one point. She had at least hoped for a challenge like from the last Uchiha she faced in the flesh, but this one was nowhere near Madara's level. She stared at him again, only noticing in time as his single Sharingan began to spin hypnotically. Toby grinned but quickly put all his concentration into subduing the massive chakra construct. His Sharingan blazed wildly as he tried to take over the great beast's mind, watching as her red-slitted eyes flashed between that and a faux Sharingan. He was surprised then when the great fox shook her head madly, growling in irritation as the control fell away, revealing a very angry Kyuubi. You were the one that controlled me that night. She growled lowly as she bared her teeth in a mix between a snarl and a grin. I had hoped you were still alive. Toby widened his eyes in shock as he tried to warp away, only to be struck hard as the Kyuubi smashed him down into the water with her tail. She didn't stop there though. She reached her hand under the waters and grabbed the slippery Uchiha, bringing him back up so he could look directly into her enraged eyes. Would release, native Kyuubi grinned sadistically as she increased the pressure of her hand, closing it around Toby in a fist as she squeezed. The Uchiha wasn't able to do anything except squirm as she held him there, slowly squeezing the life out of him. He grimaced, thinking of all the things he had yet to do. He couldn't die here yet. Kyuubi grinned one last time before she firmly clenched her fist shut. She would have preferred a more drawn-out death for the man that had the audacity to control her, but being here in this form was taxing on both her and Naruto. She snorted in disgust at how easily the Uchiha was beaten before allowing his body to fall limply into the water below them. She sighed, breathing in the sweet air again before smiling sadly, a strange sight on such a massive fox. Her body glowed for a moment as it became a swirling vortex of chakra that compressed down into a vaguely humanoid shape. As it became more defined, blonde hair appeared before the rest of Naruto materialized, panting atop the water. Man, we gotta work on that, it's way too tiring. He felt a nod of approval from Kyuubi and he chuckled to himself. She would do anything to have more moments of freedom like that. He stood up, his face becoming a mask of seriousness as he stared at the broken body of Toby floating in the water in front of him. Idly he noticed that it had begun to rain again sometime between him letting Kyuubi take over and her finishing off Toby. He walked across the water, really starting to feel the fatigue of having that much chakra forced through his body as a conduit. He narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the crumpled Uchiha, nudging him with a foot. Why did Dad call him Obito? He ignored it and pushed the man onto his back, only to jump back in surprise as he leapt to his feet, swinging for Naruto. The blonde dodged and stared at the man incredulously, wondering what it took to kill this guy. He noticed that both of his eyes were now closed, the right one bleeding slightly. I can't die yet. I will realize Madara-sama's plans. The world must know peace. I will. He was cut off as he brought his hands up to his throat, feeling the 3-pronged kunai lodged there. He would have blinked in surprise if either of his eyes were still working, but all he could do was splutter and choke on his own blood before falling back into the water, dead for good this time. Naruto stared down at his body as the man's blood slowly spilled out into the sea, staining it red around his body. Shut up. Konan gasped in surprise when she saw a tired and sopping wet Naruto stumble into the tower. She left Nagato's side for a moment to rush over and help him walk the rest of the way. She carefully laid him down on another bed as Nagato looked up from his own to see the blonde weakly smile at the blue-haired woman. I got him, Konan-chan. After that he had difficulty keeping his eyes open and allowed sleep to finally overcome his body, letting it wash him away into sweet unconsciousness. Konan smiled as she stared down at the sleeping boy, wiping the locks of hair from his eyes before pulling a blanket over his body. She stood up with some difficulty, clutching her side in pain as she carefully walked over to Nagato and sat herself down on the side of his bed. He had recovered well in the last 3 days. Without the chakra receivers, his body had begun to fill out again to more healthy standards. Tomorrow Konan had been hoping to try and get him to take his first steps in over 10 years. He had talked more as well, mostly about Naruto of course, but Konan didn't mind. The cold empty person he had become was slowly beginning to recede. Every day she caught more glimpses of the man he had once been, the man that Yahiko had called his friend. He really did it? Konan just nodded. Naruto being alive was all the proof she needed that the boy had done what he said he did, what she could not. Nagato smiled warmly as he rested his head back on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Incredible, he truly is powerful. I only wish we had met on better terms. Konan smiled as well. It doesn't matter, he saved you from yourself, gave you a second chance. She looked down to the now bandaged wound on her stomach. Gave us all a second chance. Nagato nodded with a smile, something that had been happening more and more ever since Naruto had come into their lives. So the Akatsuki is finished. Maybe it's for the best, it was nothing like Yahiko wanted anyway. Konan nodded again as Nagao sighed, turning back to face Naruto as he propped himself up on his arms with a little difficulty. I only wish I could do something about all the misery we caused. Konan's smile turned sad as she placed her hand on Nagato's shoulder. She was a little shocked when he tried to maneuver himself around into a sitting position, still propped up by his arms. Konan, help me for a moment. She was uncertain, but when she saw the determined look in Nagato's eyes that had been missing for too long, she just nodded firmly. She hefted the still rather frail man onto his feet, using herself as a brace even though it caused her to wince. Nagato was unsteady on his feet like a baby learning to walk for the first time, but with a few small and careful steps they covered the distance to Naruto's bed. Nagato stared down at the other Uzumaki with a small smile, placing a hand across the blonde's chest. Thank you for everything, cousin, you will succeed where I failed. Both Gaara and Tayuya were sitting in his office, both anxious at the revelation that Naruto had disappeared. At first the redhead had thought it was some kind of joke or that he had flashed ahead to the training ground. However, she had began to worry when he wasn't there, Fu saying she hadn't seen him at all. That worry only increased when he remained absent or the entire day, not even coming home to sleep. She wondered where he had gone and what was keeping him, and despite knowing just how powerful he was, she feared the worst. They had thought it best to not inform Fu in case it was nothing, simply saying Naruto was away on a mission. Yet here they were, a whole day later, and there was no sign of the unpredictable blonde leading them both to the situation they were in. Tayuya nervously paced the floor of the office while Gaara went through the small stack of paperwork on his desk, masking his own worry behind professionalism and calm. How can you be so fucking normal? Naruto's gone and we have no idea where the hell he's fucking gone, and you just sit there doing Kemi-forsaken paperwork. Gaara sighed as he paced down the mission report in his hand, looking up at Tayuya with weary but understanding eyes. Tayuya, as much as it pains me to say it, I'm the Kazekage. The whole village doesn't grind to a halt because one shinobi goes missing, no matter how important. However, Naruto is my best friend, that is why I trust in his abilities to get back to us safely. Tayuya glared at him, but he kept his own gaze even and neutral until she huffed in irritation, flopping down onto the couch Gaara kept for visitors or when Mitsuri came to talk with him while he worked. They were waiting for another 15 minutes in near silence, only the occasional sound of Gaara stamping a document could be heard echoing through the small room. So of course when a slightly sleepy Naruto suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, neither of them really knew what to do. Naruto. He was suddenly tackled across the room by a red blur, strangely reminiscent of the first time he had reunited with her in this office. He smiled sheepishly up at Tayuya's rather flustered face, and he would have rubbed the back of his head, but Tayuya's legs were doing an effective job or pinning his arms to his sides. She smiled back before punching him in the face, hard. You asshole, what the fuck's your problem flashing off like that? Naruto groaned as he was unable to rub his cheek. Tayuya could really pack a punch when she wanted to, and he was feeling that now. Sorry Tayuya, I'll explain everything, I swear. Tayuya just nodded with a huff. You fucking better. 3 months later. Naruto happily jumped across the rooftops of Sunagakure, the biggest grin of his life on his face as he literally cartwheeled through the air. He was more nervous than he had ever been in his life, yet at the same time strangely exhilarated. He had reason to be after all. He flipped through the air, grabbing onto a banister as he spanned through an elderly couple's apartment, muttering a hurried apology before racing on. He dashed through the streets, dodging and weaving between equally annoyed and surprised villagers and shinobi alike. He ignored them all, to focus on his destination as he skidded around another corner. He flipped over a surprised blonde and puppeteer who watched the ecstatic Uzumaki curiously as he rushed off down the street at speeds hard to follow with the eye alone. I wonder what's got Naruto in such a rush. Tamari just smirked knowingly as she pulled her brother along. You'll find out later. It's about time, you moron. She followed him with her eyes until he was around the corner, returning to the message she was writing to a certain lazy pineapple. Tayuya was running through some advanced katas with Mitsuri. Just because the girl had made it to Chonin didn't mean the two didn't enjoy training together anymore. Fu was also there, but more as an observer. She also wore her Chonin vest with pride, even if she had modified it a bit to hug her more pronounced curves a bit more. Naruto had been so proud of her that day. She had never felt better in her life. Tayuya was about to continue the training session when Naruto dropped down from the sky in the middle of them, creating a small crater on impact. He was another person who hadn't given up on training just because things had quietened down. In fact, with more time than ever he had thrown himself into missions and training like no tomorrow. His speed was unbelievable as well as unmatched. Hey Tayuya, how about a spar? The redhead raised an eyebrow in amusement. Naruto hadn't asked her for a spar in ages, definitely not after defeating Tobi. That wasn't saying he would ever unleash the full power of the Kyuubi on her, but still, he was damn powerful. Of course Tayuya just smirked, her own stubbornness getting in the way of rational thinking, again. Sure, you're on shithead. Naruto just grinned excitedly, making Tayuya wonder what had him so happy. Capitalizing on what she assumed was a moment of distraction, she pulled out her flute, intent on showing Naruto that despite how powerful he had become she could still put him down with a single note. Of course she could only look down in annoyance when she realized our flute was no longer in her hands. She growled as she turned around, seeing Naruto whistling innocently while twirling her flute in between his fingers. She growled while he smirked before he suddenly saluted and disappeared, only leaving behind a brief after image of his smirking face. Tayuya narrowed her eyes as she glanced around looking for where the next attack would come from, not that she would even be able to see it if Naruto went full out. She didn't take kindly to being taken fun of in a spar, which is why when she saw Naruto's grinning face disappear around a corner into the streets she immediately took chase. Fu and Mitsuri were just left in shock at the very sudden and fast turn of events. Tayuya chased the grinning blonde relentlessly through the streets of Suna, and if she had been in a less irritated state of mind she might have realized that Naruto wasn't using his full speed to escape her. She paid that no mind and chased after him anyway, her own smirk beginning to form as she found enjoyment in the chase. Naruto led her on a random and winding path through the village until he finally stopped on top of the Kazekage Tower, the tallest building in the village. When she finally caught up she was surprised to find him just sitting on the edge of the roof, lazily swinging his legs back and forth over the side, staring down at the simple flute in his hands. Tayuya landed next to him in a fighting stance with her bow staff out and at the ready, however when she saw Naruto wasn't going to fight she frowned and sat down next to him. She watched him curiously for a bit as he played with the simple metal rod, spinning it in his hands as it caught the light of the sun that was just now beginning to set. You remember when I bought this for you? Tayuya raised an eyebrow at his slightly subdued and quiet tone, far from the normal way the exuberant blonde spoke. Yeah, it was about 9 years ago at that shop. Why? Naruto just smiled softly as he held up the flute in the light, admiring it. In all the years Tayuya had it she had never let it get damaged too much, and if it was she would immediately fix it, bringing it back to as good as new. That was the first time I ever saw you cry. Tayuya huffed, not explicitly admitting that he was telling the truth. So what? He turned to her and chuckled as he passed her the flute. She accepted it but maintained her curious and slightly weirded out look as she watched Naruto. I think that was the first real time you ever let me in, emotionally. Tayuya just nodded uncertainly, not really sure where Naruto was going with all this. He seemed so out of character today. What about it? Naruto chuckled again as he placed an arm around the redhead's shoulders, pulling her in closer to him. Do you always have to be so hostile? Tayuya smirked as she allowed herself to be pulled in, resting her head on his shoulder so that her long hair drifted down both of their backs. I do when you act fucking weird like this, shithead. He just nodded with a warm smile as he rested his head on top of hers, letting them both look out at the horizon in comfort to watch the sun set. You still gonna keep calling me that then? Tayuya laughed, a soft tinkling sound that only made Naruto's grin brighter. You gonna keep asking? He just sighed happily as he continued to watch the sun set, setting the sky ablaze with various colors that made this time so special in Suna. He was sure there were other couples out there tonight, watching the same sunset with their loved ones, except he didn't care because he got to be with the girl that he loved. No, I think I know better now. Tayuya just nodded her approval happily before snuggling into Naruto's shoulder, stealing his boundless warmth away. So what did you really get me all the way out here for, shithead? As much as I enjoy being with you, I'm not exactly the mushy type who watches sunsets for fun. Naruto just grinned as he leaned back, pulling Tayuya with him until she was sat on his lap, surprising the redhead. I know, don't worry, it's important. Tayuya looked at him with a smirk. Oh, so there's a thing now? Naruto just nodded with a grin, throwing the redhead off a little as she suddenly became very curious. Alright, I'll bite, what is it? Naruto's grin settled down for a moment as he instead took to just looking at Tayuya's lovingly. His head was angled in such a way that the setting sun framed his hair, almost setting it afire in the evening light. Marry me. Tayuya just blinked in surprise for a moment as she stared at her boyfriend incredulously. What? Naruto just leaned in a little closer, their faces now only a few inches apart. Marry me. Tayuya just gulped as she processed what he was saying. But, there are things, and then but we have to, and then there's Naruto quickly cut off her ramblings with a kiss, sealing them together at the lips as Tayuya just let herself go, melting into the contact as she closed her eyes. When the two finally parted, Tayuya was still leaning towards him with her eyes closed, a smile now on her face. Okay. It was Naruto's turn to pause in surprise as he looked at Tayuya in wonder. It only lasted for a moment before an enormous grin split his face as he dived on Tayuya, kissing her again and again to show her his gratitude. Tayuya was more than happy to accept them as she giggled every time a kiss would just miss her lips. That reaffirmed it in her mind, she would marry Naruto. No, she wanted to marry Naruto. He was the first person she had let into her heart and she wanted him to be the last to ever leave it. Suddenly she pulled away, leaving a surprised and pouting Naruto. Hey, aren't you supposed to get me a ring or something? She said it while trying to maintain a straight face, but she couldn't help the slight grin that spread across her face. Oh right. Tayuya might have chuckled at the scene if she wasn't so captivated. Naruto quickly began to fumble around in his pockets before finally withdrawing a small, simple velvet box. He offered it over to Tayuya, who took it hesitantly, almost reverently before opening it. She couldn't help the gasp that escaped her lips as she stared down with wonder at the ring carefully laid inside the box. It was patterned in a way that made it look like 3 different bands of brilliant white gold that wove hypnotically around one another in a perfect circle. On the top, in between 3 of the weaves, were 3 simple, but beautifully cut diamonds that sparkled dazzlingly in the setting sunlight. Tayuya just gawked at the beautiful ring, too startled to say anything. Is it okay? Do you like it? She managed to look up long enough to see Naruto staring across at her nervously, worried that she might not like it. The clerk said that if he even showed that ring to a woman she would marry him, but Naruto had been skeptical how a simple piece of metal could do that. Tayuya simple gawked some more as Naruto's unease increased the longer the silence went on. How did you afford this? Naruto shrugged, still a little cautious in fear of Tayuya not liking the ring. I set aside all the pay I've been getting in the last 3 months. Tayuya blinked in surprise. That was over 40 A-ranked missions and more than a few S-ranked ones as well. It was no wonder the ring was of such high quality, its price must have been extortionate. I just went into the shop and asked what I could get for it. The man just seemed really surprised and told me there was only one ring I could buy for that amount. Sorry if it isn't enough. Tayuya was ignoring the blonde at this point as she slipped the ring onto her finger with care. It fit her perfectly and she wondered how Naruto had managed to get the size right, not that she really cared. She looked up at him, seeing that he was still rambling nervously, before tackling him to the floor, this time the one to plant kisses all over him. When she finally got up she was grinning like crazy, almost at Naruto levels, which was rather scary, although Naruto didn't mind in the slightest. So you like it? Tayuya just laughed out loud before settling for a soft and gentle smile. Yeah, I like it. Naruto beamed happily as he picked up Tayuya in his arms, surprising the red-headed kunoichi again. Great, let's go tell Gaara. Tayuya just nodded with a devious smile. She couldn't wait for Mitsuri to see her ring. The girl was going to be so jealous. Chapter 66, Epilogue. Anko skipped through the streets of Konoha with what some people might call a slightly manic grin. She made sure to direct this look on anybody and everybody who crossed her path. She was definitely in a good mood today. She didn't really know why. It might have been the recent slew of interesting A-ranked missions she had been getting, or perhaps it was because Hana had asked her to be her maid of honor. She didn't really care. All she knew was that she was happy. Those occurrences were too rare in her book to be wasted pondering. Her grin diminished slightly as she looked up at the Hokage monument, noticing a lone figure standing atop the head of the Yondaime Hokage. She couldn't make out any features except the long billowing coat they wore because the sun was behind them, making the jounin cover her eyes with a hand. For a moment she could have sworn the man was smirking in her direction, but before she could get any closer he vanished, just like that. In that brief instance she swore she could have seen a mop of sun-kissed blonde hair. She shook her head, wondering if she had been out in the sun for too long before remembering what she was doing. Her grin returning, she quickly took off in the direction of the Inuzuka compound. It wasn't every day she got to be a bridesmaid to her best friend. Mei sighed as she leafed through another stack of documents idly, not really focused on what she was reading. It was mostly senseless drivel about this mission or that. She didn't care too much as long as they were completed successfully without many problems. She groaned as she leaned back in the chair. She really needed a day off or something. The last time she had been able to really kick back and just enjoy herself was at Naruto's wedding. She smiled as she remembered the day fondly. She peered out over the village, her village, watching the sun reflect off the moisture covering the whitewashed buildings. She peered a little closer as she noticed a single man standing tall, high up on one of the buildings, just looking out over the village. She couldn't make out any details, but he definitely caught her eye with his clothing blowing out in the wind like that. As quickly as she had noticed him, a cloud passed over the sun, briefly darkening the village for just a moment. When it passed he was gone, as if he had never been there in the first place. Mei just blinked as she leaned back even further into her chair. She really needed a break. Yugito slid underneath another of B's attacks, bringing her body down low to the ground before springing back up to wrap around the larger man's neck. She was swiftly backhanded away before doing any actual damage, but before he could fully recover she was on him again, a flurry of lightning-fast punches and kicks. B dodged or parried all of it with the face of one of his swords before grabbing one of Yugito's overextended arms, quickly throwing her across the plateau to impact painfully with a boulder. "You gotta be faster than that little miss too, or the mighty killer bee will always beat you, yeah." The blonde just stood up with a smirk on her face before both Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow, turning their heads to where they felt a familiar chakra signature. Both smirked lightly as they gazed up at the mountain they were training under, just catching a glimpse of red and yellow before it vanished, taking the familiar presence with it. "So it's that time of the year again, huh?" B just nodded with a small smile, his arms over his chest as he looked up from behind his shades. "It would seem it's that time for Lil Nine." He was cut off before he could rap anymore as Yugito promptly kicked him across the training ground. "Gotta keep your guard up, B-sensei." A lone figure suddenly materialized atop a rooftop deep in Earth Country, standing easily with their arms crossed over their chest. Their eyes narrowed briefly before softening as they took into the night above them, the stars shining in the cloudless sky. They sighed to themselves as they took in Iwagakure, harnessing its own rugged beauty with its rough-hewn buildings. It wasn't their favorite village of all time, but ever since Oonoki had passed on the title of Tsuchikage it had become more tolerable, dropping its inherent hatred for Konoha and its allies, slightly. Two Chonin were out on the late shift, patrolled through the streets, boredom evident on their faces. It was the most pointless job in the elemental nations. The walls of Iwagakure were unbreachable, almost. In the history of the continent only one man had ever breached the city, and he was dead. One of them suddenly stopped, the cigarette in his mouth dropping to the ground as his mouth opened in surprise, pointing up at a rooftop. Hey, isn't that?" His friend looked around, noticing his friend trail off with an apathetic indifference. He just wanted the night to end. He didn't see anything up on the roof, so just quickly slapped his partner around the back of his head before walking on down the street. "Shut up, you moron. Who the hell's gonna be out here at this time of night? You're probably just tired." The other Chonin just blinked as he scrutinized the spot again. He was sure he had seen somebody, and not just anybody. He shook his head. It must have just been exhaustion and boredom. There was no way it could be him anyway, no way. Kakashi jumped through the trees, only stopping when he finally came to the edge of the training ground. He was about to jump down until he spotted somebody else standing in his usual spot. Instantly he recognized the long red coat and bright, spiky blonde hair. He paused for a moment before turning around. He wouldn't want to interrupt somebody paying their respects. He could come back later. He chuckled, thinking it might be worth it to see the shock on people's faces when he actually showed up on time for once. Naruto just stared down at the simple black polished stone in front of him, the smallest of smiles on his face. He knelt down, placing the handful of flowers that he had collected from all across the elemental nations down on the memorial, focusing on 3 names in particular. He closed his eyes, breathing in deeply for a moment before he felt a hand lightly rest on his shoulders. He stood back, up, turning around to see his wife looking sadly down at the memorial. "Come on, Naruto, time to come home." The blonde just nodded with a sad smile as Tayuya wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug. They both disappeared, vanishing in an instant, the flowers resting on the polished black marble being the only indicator they were even there. Naruto and Tayuya reappeared inside their home, still wrapped up in each other's arms until they heard a cough behind them. Naruto turned his head with a smirk as he saw Fu staring at the two of them, her arms under her chest, crossed over her jounin jacket. Good to see you back, Unison. You know they were worried about you. As if on cue, Naruto spotted a blur of blonde suddenly run into the room, bowling him back as the yellow bullet crashed into him. To-san. Naruto just chuckled as he stood back up, picking up his daughter as he did so. Hey Konan-chan, you know you're getting a little old to be jumping into me like that. The 4-year-old just giggled as she wrapped her arms around her father's neck, shaking her head furiously. Nuh-uh, To-san will always be there to pick me up. Naruto just chuckled but nodded all the same. Who was he to say no to his little girl? He was right though, she was starting to get a little big, only 4 years old, and already she was becoming awkward to hold the way he used to. Her long, straight blonde hair fell in sheets around her rounded face, always trying to emulate her mother. The 3 whisker marks on either cheek however marked her as her father's little girl. PFF, you know you're going to have to get her out of that fucking habit sooner or later. Naruto just turned around to the doorway with an amused expression, his eyebrow raised at his son. He didn't have to say anything though, as Tayuya was quickly behind the 8-year-old, slapping around the back of the head. Arashi Uzumaki, you swear one more fucking time and I'll get Fu to fly you up so high you won't be able to see the clouds. The boy turned pale before he coughed nervously, grumbling under his breath about hypocritical mothers. Naruto just smirked at the scene. It was the same thing almost every day. He was never happier than the day Arashi had been born, inheriting his father's spiky hair and his mother's color. However, like his sister, the 3 whisker marks on either cheek clearly display his heritage to the world. Hey To-san, you know when Nagato Oji-san is next coming over? He promised me he'd teach me some awesome technique. Naruto chuckled. He swore if Konan didn't keep his cousin on a tight leash he would spoil Arashi rotten, something to do with being a true Uzumaki, which always made Naruto grumble. No idea, take it up with your aunt. Arashi smirked, nodding before he went back outside, no doubt to train. He had been trying to replicate the Rasengan for a few days now, and of course Naruto was no help, not wanting to ruin the feeling of working out a jutsu all on his own. He had caught Fu trying to give him pointers once, but he quickly sent her packing to Yukimaru for a while. If it involved training or jutsu, Arashi was all over it, yet at the same time he seemed to have taken up his mother's love of music with a righteous passion, which was unfortunate when he would spend all night practicing. He carefully set Konan down, much to her displeasure if her pouting features were anything to go on. It was lucky that he had slowly grown immune to what he had lovingly dubbed the puppy dog eyes jutsu, thanks to Tayuya abusing it during her first pregnancy. Naruto suddenly shivered as he remembered back to those times. Sure, Tayuya was possibly happier than he had ever seen her, but she had moments, and that was all Naruto was willing to remember. Hey To-san, why are you always gone this time every year? Naruto looked down at his daughter in mild surprise. For one so young, she was certainly turning out to be shrewd. He wondered briefly if she got that from her grandfather, but dismissed it as he knelt down. I was just visiting some very special people. Konan smiled brightly, a sight that would prove irresistible to even the most hardened of shinobi. Can I visit them too? Naruto smiled right back as he ruffled the top of her hair gently. Sure thing, but not right now, when you're older. Konan just grinned and nodded while Naruto chuckled. That was definitely one difference between his kids. Arashi would fight him tooth and nail over every little point, as stubborn as his mother, while Konan would accept everything Naruto said, not that he lied to her or anything. He made sure that he never lied to his children about anything. He wouldn't have them growing up the way he did. Unless of course it was an awkward question, then he would pass it off to Tayuya before vanishing for a few days with Gaara. He smiled as he thought of his friend. There was one who had taken to married life well, or at least Mitsuri had made him take to it well. Arashi and Kin were best friends, and outside of the academy the pair were inseparable. If it kept up this way, he was going to have to recommend they be placed on the same Junon team. He was sure Gaara would agree. After all, besides Mitsuri, he always took Naruto's opinions into consideration. Then again, he figured that was how it was supposed to be between Jounin commanders and their cage. He watched as Konan ran off out the back door. She enjoyed watching Arashi train, knowing that it would be her as well one day. Naruto just stood back up, watching her run off with a smile as Fu walked over, leaning back against the edge of a table. So how was Iwa? Any trouble from Kurotsuchi? Naruto just smirked, finally tearing his gaze away from his daughter to look at his sister. She too had changed over the years. She was definitely taller, curvier too, although Naruto didn't generally like to think about her that way. She had let her hair grow out a bit, still trying to make it spiky like his, mostly unsuccessfully. It was almost a rare sight now to not see her flying through the village, swerving in between buildings. Nah, I don't think anybody even saw me. And even if they did, they wouldn't give me any trouble. Tayuya just smirked from behind him as she draped herself over his back. Yeah, benefits of having a flea on site ordered directly from the Tsuchikage? Naruto just chuckled. He didn't even know why he had that on his bingo book profile. All those talks with Oonoki to prove that he wasn't his father and his granddaughter turns out to be exactly the same. Fu smiled as well, rolling her neck back and forth. Playing nanny to Naruto's kids was fun, but tiring. Yeah, being the second man to ever receive an SS ranking might help just a little as well. Naruto just smiled and nodded. That had certainly been a surprise when he saw it. It also made him feel a little bit proud. He felt as though he was at least living up to his father's reputation, while at the same time he kind of hoped he wasn't casting too much of a shadow for his own son to follow in. He shrugged it off. He was training his son himself, and one day he knew Arashi would surpass him as well. At least until then he could enjoy beating his son around the training field, all in good sport of course. Well, it's been a long day, so. Fu just nodded kindly. Yeah, I better get back to Yukimaru anyway. Naruto waved her away as she took off into fading sunlight, quickly lost amongst the twinkling stars. He felt a tug on his hand and looked around to see Tayuya grinning at him deviously. I hope you aren't too tired. I have plans, A large grin broke out over Naruto's features as he swiftly picked his wife up bridal style, immediately flashing to their room before carefully laying her out on their bed. She just smiled seductively, twiddling a strand of hair between her fingers in a way she knew drove him mad. As if to punctuate that point, Naruto quickly dived on her, shedding his coat as he did so. Author's note: there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Happy birthday, shithead. The blonde just smiled as he fell back onto the comfortable bed, sighing happily. His life was just the way he always wanted it. He had a family, he had respect, he had a great friend, and best of all, he had the woman he loved lying next to him, sweaty, but beautiful. He sat up quickly when he heard a knock on their bedroom door, frowning as he got up and threw on a robe. The Onbu knew better than to see him for anything less than an emergency today. Even so, he sighed and walked over. His eyebrow raised in surprise when he looked down at a mane of long blonde hair before his daughter looked up at him with her piercing green eyes. I couldn't get to sleep. Naruto just smiled kindly down at her as he took her small hand, leading her into the room where Tayuya just watched the scene with amusement. Was it the man in the orange mask again? Konan just nodded, making Naruto sigh. He regretted telling her that story now. He should have known it would give her nightmares. Alright, you can sleep with us tonight. Konan just gave him the biggest smile as she immediately shot across the room so fast he feared she had somehow figured out his Fuji no Iki. Tayuya just laughed as she quickly pulled their daughter into a hug, after making sure she was clothed of course, wrapping up the little blonde with the bed covers. I think you just make up these nightmares so you can sleep with Ka-san and To-san. Konan shook her head quickly, but both Naruto and Tayuya caught the small blush that found its way onto the bridge of her nose. Naruto just shrugged as he flashed over the bed, making his daughter giggle as he vanished, only to reappear behind her. Well, I don't mind, it just means I get to spend more time with my little girl. Konan beamed before snuggling in between her parents, looking up at them both with wide eyes. Can you tell me a story? Naruto looked across at Tayuya, who simply shrugged, giving him a look that clearly said it's your turn. He sighed internally but masked it with a kind smile as he pulled Konan in closer to him with one arm around the young girl's shoulders. You didn't always live in the sand village? Naruto just shook his head with an understanding smile. Are you going to let me tell the story? The younger blonde quickly quietened down as she got more comfortable. Well, you see, one day I was running. Alright guys, that's it for Yellow and Red Makes. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please leave a like and subscribe. Peace.